Jilei is a brilliant high school genius who lives for only one thing: to dive into VR games with his stunning girlfriend. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. A sudden lightning strike fries his system instantly, dragging his soul directly into the game world. At first, his mind wanders into a power fantasy, dreaming that he has already become an overpowered hero saving his girl from villains. He leans in for the prize, a romantic kiss. But reality hits hard. He wakes up to a chameleon licking his face in the middle of a barren wasteland. This is not the beginner's village he was promised. A glitch in the system has dumped him into a scorching, endless desert. The heat is oppressive, crushing down on him like a physical weight. His avatar's body is already screaming in pain. Panic sets in. He desperately tries to message Xiaomei first, but the system flashes a crimson error: user not found. Impossible. The confusion claws at his mind. He knows her ID by heart. He can never forget it. He tries again and again. Failure. With no other choice, he sets off on foot to find the village himself. Hours bleed into eternity as he trudges through the sand. No matter how far he walks, the horizon remains empty. He is trapped in a sandbox of death. The sun is a relentless hammer against his skin. His stamina is draining rapidly, and the system warns him that dehydration is imminent. He attempts to summon a game master for help, but the line is dead. Frustration boils over into pure rage. That does it. His temper flares and he decides to rage quit this broken game immediately. He slams the logout button, but the system refuses to obey. Access denied. A cold dread washes over him. The terrifying truth sinks in. He is a prisoner here. He mashes the button in a frenzy until the interface glitches and freezes. The screen flickers back to life. A new, sinister quest appears. Objective: survive for an infinite amount of time. The gravity of the situation crushes him. Jilei collapses into the sand, consumed by absolute desperation. All this poor boy wanted was to show off to his crush. Now, because of one cursed login, he is exiled in hell with no exit and no allies. 8 agonizing hours pass before his pity party finally ends. He slaps his cheeks and steels his resolve. If this is a survival game, then he will play to win. Priority 1, hydration. His throat is parched as sandpaper, and his strength stats are plummeting. His eyes lock onto a specific stone. Gamer knowledge kicks in. He recognizes this mineral typically spawns near underground water sources. Clutching this thread of hope, he follows the geological trail with renewed focus. But he is oblivious to the predator stalking him from the shadows. Finally, he reaches a cave and spots a miracle, a single, glistening drop of water. It feels like a blessing from the gods. He scrambles forward and drinks greedily, as if his very soul depends on it. Quenched at last, he slumps against the rock wall. Breathing hard, he begins to strategize his survival plan. He summons the map interface. It is useless. The fog of war covers everything except the few feet he has explored. He checks his character sheet. It is pathetic. Level 1. Trash stats. 0 offensive skills. The reality is grim. If a high-level mob appears, he is dead meat. He cannot stay undefended. He opens his inventory and equips the basic starter gear. A massive greatsword materializes in his hands. He swings it, testing the weight, feeling the balance of the steel. With a clean slice, he cleaves a stone in 2. Not bad. His confidence bar fills up a little. He turns to hunt, but suddenly, a chilling sound echoes from the darkness behind him. He freezes. Something is in here with him. Heart pounding, he creeps deeper into the cavern to investigate. His foot strikes something hard. A bone. He looks up, and the color drains from his face. It is a graveyard. A massive pile of bleached skeletons lies ahead. A normal person would flee instantly. But Jilei has 0 survival instincts. Instead of running, he crouches down to inspect the remains. He analyzes the fracture points. These are bite marks, large ones, wolf teeth. The realization strikes like lightning. He turns to bolt, but he is too slow. The beast is already midair, fangs bared for the kill. Jilei instinctively ducks, a narrow miss, but the beast's claws shred his forearm, drawing first blood. He quickly identifies the enemy. It is a desert wolf, a level 5 mob with high stamina and a sprint speed of 15 kilometers per hour. Running is suicide. The monster is faster than him. Jilei realizes there is only one way out. He grips his greatsword until his knuckles turn white. He enters battle mode. He refuses to die in this tutorial before his first date with Xiaomei. In the real world, Jilei was not just a gamer. He was the city's youngest 6th Dan Kendo practitioner. His mother was a Kendo fanatic, obsessed with the legendary Grandmaster Mu Chunya. She forced Jilei into the dojo before he could even walk. And it was there, facing his teacher, that he learned a crucial lesson. He understood that fear stems from weakness. He trained through the scorching heat and the freezing cold, ignoring the passage of time. Defeat was his teacher, humiliation was his fuel. He refused to stop. He pushed past his limits until he stood at the absolute peak of martial prowess. Yet, he never ceased his cultivation. He learned the harsh truth of this world very young. Only the strongest have the right to survive. Back in the virtual reality, the wolf lunges at Jilei. He weaves and strikes with his wand, but the blade bounces off the beast's iron hide without leaving a scratch. A massive tail whip catches him off guard. The impact sends him flying across the room, crashing hard against the wall. Confusion clouds his mind as his attacks fail to penetrate. Then, the realization hits him. The level gap is too wide. His base stats are simply too low to inflict damage. Brute force won't work. He must strike with surgical precision at the beast's only weak point, its soft underbelly. The monster charges again, eyes glowing with bloodlust. Jilei grits his teeth. Sneaking up on a beast with such high perception seems impossible. His stamina is plummeting rapidly. He knows this is the final exchange. If he doesn't end this now, he will become Wolf Chow. The system blinks red, warning of his critical condition. He has exactly one chance to land a fatal blow. They clash in a burst of motion. He deliberately takes a hit to the shoulder, sacrificing his flesh to create an opening. His blade drives upward into the stomach. The gamble pays off. A golden light envelops him as he gains thousands of experience points. The level up energy floods his body, knitting his wounds instantly. But poor Jilei is oblivious. He doesn't realize this brutal fight is merely the prologue to a hellish journey of suffering within this game. A system notification chimes. A mysterious item awaits in the store. He turns his gaze toward his next trial. With fresh attribute points from the slain desert wolf, Jilei opens his inventory to finally grasp the mechanics of this world. Suddenly, legendary weapons materialize before his eyes, floating in a dazzling display of power. But reality crashes down on him. Everything is locked. If he wants to wield these god-tier artifacts and advanced equipment, he must climb the levels first. He scoffs in disbelief. It seems the path to power is paved with endless grinding just to unlock basic gear. But then, he sees the premium summons. A squad of elite mercenaries, tanks, mages, and assassins ready to serve his every command. The desire for power ignites within him. He needs to unlock everything. But for now, his pathetic level restricts him to the bare necessities. Like dry bread and water, he opens his status window. Even with full health, his stats are abysmal. To survive what's coming, he must reconstruct his very foundation. He begins allocating his new points. He dumps them into physique to withstand the blows. He pours the rest into strength and chi, preparing his body for the lethal battles that lie ahead. Potent energy surges through his meridians. He feels lighter, stronger, reborn. But the celebration is cut short by the growls of an entire wolf pack appearing on the horizon. Jilei draws his blade with a cold smirk. He dances through the pack, slaughtering the wolves like they are nothing but practice dummies. By the time the dust settles, he has skyrocketed 15 levels. The inventory unlocks wave after wave of new possibilities. The thrill of the hunt consumes him, adrenaline pumping. He decides to venture deeper into the desert wasteland before logging off. Suddenly, he freezes. Before him lies a graveyard of wolves, their bodies drained entirely of blood. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre, and whatever creature did this definitely isn't human. Movement in his peripheral vision. He spots a mysterious figure piercing wolves like skewers, moving with ghostly speed before vanishing into thin air. Jilei scans the dunes frantically. Could it be another player trapped in this glitching nightmare? The system screams a danger warning. Instinct takes over as a murderous presence locks onto him from behind. His sword flashes, slicing through the air. A severed tentacle hits the sand with a wet thud. Emerging from the shadows is a nightmare-made flesh, the wandering dominator. Its pressure is suffocating, far beyond anything Jilei has faced. He watches in horror as the monster's severed limb regenerates in seconds. A primal fear begins to tremble in his hands. The system displays the terrifying truth. This is an apex predator, a monster that feasts on other monsters, known for absolute speed and cruelty. Jilei tries to steal his nerves, staring into the abyss of its eyes, but the aura crushing him makes him feel small like an insect before a god. The entity strikes. Jilei barely manages to dodge, his heart pounding in his ears. He attempts a counterattack from the blind spot, but the monster vanishes. A massive impact slams into his back, launching him across the desert sands. He struggles to stand, coughing up blood. Before he can recover, a fist buries itself in his gut, nearly shattering his internal organs. Jilei is baffled. This monster could kill him instantly. Instead, it tosses his sword back to him, gesturing to his own body, mocking him. A chill runs down his spine. The beast isn't fighting him, it's playing with its food. Fueled by desperation, he grips his sword. With a roar, he swings with every ounce of strength he has left. It's useless. The attack backfires, sending him crashing to the ground. His weapon's durability plummets by 80% in a single clash. The gap in their speed is absolute. Before he can even blink, the alien seizes him, launching him helplessly into the sky like a rag doll. The beast glared down at the human, its voice dripping with absolute repulsion. Jilei realized the terrifying truth. This monster didn't just speak, it harbored a seething hatred, viewing all humans as mere pests to be exterminated. In a flash of steel, Jilei severed the creature's grip and slid back with a hero's grace. He scoffed, declaring that the monster was merely projecting its own pathetic insecurities. The entity glanced at its wounded hand and sneered. It had been centuries since a human dared to step foot here, and now that one had finally arrived, every fiber of its being trembled with a twisted excitement. Jilei smirked, matching that bloodlust. He hadn't felt a rush like this in ages, but thoughts of his family waiting back home steeled his resolve. He absolutely refused to die in this hellhole. Suddenly, lightning tore through the sky and struck him. It wasn't destruction, but a surge of divine energy pouring into his soul. His unyielding fighting spirit had triggered a miracle. The system chimed, a special god's blessing activated, all attributes skyrocketed by 100 points. The monster's grin only widened. Finally, this little pest was becoming a worthy challenge. Jilei unleashed a storm of slashes. He carved into the beast until black blood sprayed like a fountain, pushing his blade until it shattered from the sheer force. With his weapon destroyed, he tossed the hilt aside and charged in with his bare fists. He knew the rules of this world. If he could just defeat this boss, the experience points would make him unstoppable. But reality was cruel. The alien vanished in a blur of super speed, reappearing instantly behind him for a blindside attack. Jilei couldn't react in time. The claws ripped through him as the monster mocked his futile struggle power or not. A bug is still just a bug. Jilei gasped, unable to comprehend the gap in their strength. The creature ascended into the air, looking down on him like a vengeful god. Channeling the storm itself, the beast focused all the lightning from the heavens and blasted it directly onto Jilei's broken body. He could feel his life force draining away into the sand. The system flickered red, his health points hitting 0. Darkness consumed him. But death was not the end. Jilei snapped his eyes open, finding himself in a strange room, far from the scorching desert sands. He was in a rustic village. Had he logged out? No. The blue system window was still hovering in his vision. He was still trapped inside. Yet, the memory of those claws tearing through his flesh was all too vivid to be a dream. Being alive defied all logic. He looked down and saw lingering wounds, deepening the mystery of his survival. Before he could process it, the door creaked open. A stunningly beautiful woman walked in, her eyes widening in shock to see him awake. Jilei froze for a second before awkwardly waving. The girl immediately turned and shouted for her grandfather, Bull, announcing the miracle. Jilei wondered if he had respawned in a starter village. His silent questions were interrupted as an elderly man shuffled into the room. Jilei stammered, insisting that he had died, that his body had been completely pierced through by the monster. The girl shook her head, explaining that her grandfather had found him barely clinging to life in the desert while he was out hunting. The old man lit his pipe, the smoke swirling as he spoke grimly. This wasn't a game. There were no NPCs here. This was their harsh reality. Confused, Jilei pointed frantically at his system interface, but the girl and the old man only exchanged worried glances. He was pointing at empty air. They assumed the head trauma had driven him mad, but Jilei persisted, ranting that he was a player trapped without a logout button. He screamed that he needed to go back. The old man silenced him with a cold truth. No one leaves the Latinaya desert. Once you enter, you stay until you rot. Stunned, Jilei asked the obvious question, then how did you two end up in this prison? The girl sighed. They had been on a quest to slay a dragon on the Argama continent when a catastrophic thunderstorm swallowed them whole. When they awoke, they were here, a cursed land rumored to trap even the gods themselves. The only exit lay within the temple of the god Kabri. Countless warriors had sought that exit. None had ever returned to tell the tale. Over time, hope withered away. The survivors here simply accepted their fate, living out their hollow days waiting for the sweet release of death. Grandpa Bull exhaled smoke, noting that fresh victims arrive every year, but the desert never lets its prey escape. His advice was simple: give up and accept this life. He turned to leave, instructing his granddaughter, Sally, to show the newcomer around their cage. Jilei clenched his fists. He refused to accept this. He was certain this was just another isekai game scenario waiting to be beaten. Suddenly, a golden ding resonated in his mind. A system quest appeared: avenge the fallen god Kabra. It turned out he hadn't just survived. He was reincarnated with the deity's protection. His task was to shatter the seal binding the god. The objectives were clear: locate the hidden palace, slay the guardian monster Nebus, and liberate the god. But it was the clear reward that made his eyes shine: the key to the desert seal, his ticket home. Later, lying in the grassy fields, Jilei navigated through the holographic menus, trying to strategize his survival. His mind raced with the possibility of escape, but his planning was cut short as Sally's voice rang out, calling his name from across the meadow. He states that he wandered out here for one simple reason: he needed the solitude to clear his mind. But his gaze is drawn to the endless horizon of golden sand. He asks the girl if this is the legendary Latinia Desert. Sally confirms it, explaining that their town is merely an island in this massive ocean of dunes. Jilei gets straight to the point. He needs to know exactly how long it takes to reach the divine palace of the god Kibri. Skepticism fills her eyes. She demands to know if he has an actual plan. When silence is his only answer, she snaps, warning him that the palace is a myth and venturing out there is a guaranteed death sentence. But Jilei's eyes are cold and determined. He has already crossed the river of death once. He will do whatever is necessary to return to his world. Sighing, Sally urges him to follow her back to the safety of the town. On the path, she asks if his resolve is real. He confirms it without a shred of hesitation. She tries to reason with him, explaining that the wasteland is crawling with beasts so terrifying that even the mighty Grandpa Bull refuses to engage them. Yet, Jilei remains unfazed, claiming his own strength is sufficient. To her, it sounds like pure delusion. Suddenly, a menacing pressure descends from the heavens. A crash shakes the earth, and 3 figures emerge from the dust, declaring that their prey has walked right into the trap. Jilei coughs, waving away the choking cloud of dust, trying to grasp the sudden chaos. Before he can react, Sally steps in. She unleashes her flame magic, creating a blazing barrier between Jilei and the enemy blade. The leader, Boan, smirks at the sight of Sally, but her expression is pure disgust. She explains to Jilei that these aren't monsters, they are bandits, scavengers who prey on the weak rather than hunting beasts. They are the scum of the desert, surviving solely by looting fellow humans. Boan draws his shadow daggers, his predatory gaze locking onto Jilei as if sizing up a fresh kill. Jilei barely has time to process the assassin's skill before Bone issues a chilling threat. He let Sally escape once before, but he vows that history will not repeat itself today. His arrogance ignites a fury within her. She flares up like a living torch. Glancing back, she screams for Jilei to run and fetch Grandpa while she holds the line against these villains. Meanwhile, back at the village, Grandpa tends to his fields when he senses a disturbance in the air. A storm of trouble is approaching. A sudden chill of dread grips his heart. He knows his granddaughter is in grave danger. Back on the battlefield, Bowen laughs maniacally. There is zero chance he will allow the boy to escape and summon reinforcements. He knows her flames cannot pierce his defenses. He offers a twisted deal if she surrenders quietly. He might spare Jilei's life. Sally spits on his weird offer, bruising Bone's fragile ego. Desperate, she begs Jilei to run, insisting that only the old man can stand against this assassin. But Jilei stands his ground. Abandoning a comrade on the battlefield is simply not in his nature. In a flash, Boan vanishes. He reappears with godlike speed, slamming Jilei's head against a tree with bone-shaking force. He sneers, calling the boy worthless trash. But to his surprise, Jilei just wipes the blood away and begins to taunt him. Boan's vein pops in anger. He dares Jilei to back up his sharp tongue with actual power. Instantly, Jilei seizes Bone's wrist as Bone crunches under his grip. He mocks the assassin for relying on cheap sneak attacks instead of true strength. With a roar, he hurls the assassin backward with terrifying force. Boan is stunned, staring at his dislocated wrist in disbelief. Jilei calculates the situation. Despite his high attribute points, raw power alone isn't enough to dominate this opponent yet. The bandit watches the silent exchange of trust between Sally and the outsider. Both the boy and the girl turn to the villain, demanding to know his true objective. Nursing his wounded pride and wrist, Bone reveals his pathetic desire. He wants Sally to be his woman. Her rejection is instant and absolute. Even Jilei chuckles at the absurdity, furious. Bone accuses Sally of rejecting him because of this new boy, causing her to blush and deny the baseless claim. But Boan just wants blood. He challenges Jilei to stop hiding behind a skirt and face him like a man. He swears on his pride if he loses this duel, he will vanish from her life forever. Dinga system window manifests before Jilei's eyes. New quest: defeat Boan. The reward: a complete map of the Latinia desert. A map is exactly what he needs. His eyes light up with greed, and he accepts immediately, ignoring Sally's panicked look. Boan draws his shadow blade, aura flaring for battle. Sally tries to intervene one last time, screaming that an assassin class is too dangerous to face head-on. She warns that his class masters the darkness itself, granting him blinding speed and unpredictability. Furthermore, his weapons are imbued with the shadow element, dealing devastating damage upon impact. But fear is a foreign concept to a man who has already died. Jilei draws his weapon, and they charge at each other like colliding comets. As Jilei swings, a fleeting thought crosses his mind: the frustration of his past life and the absurdity of his current one. But one thing is clear: defeating this trash is the first step to escaping this hell and returning home. However, the shadow assassin weaves through the attack with ease. Boan mocks Jilei's clumsy swing before vanishing into a blur of speed that the human eye can barely track. Boan's arrogance skyrockets. To him, the boy is nothing more than a slow, weak prey waiting to be slaughtered. Jilei seethes with frustration, unable to comprehend why his opponent refuses to strike. Sally urges him to seize the chance and rescue the elder, but he stands his ground. He refuses to abandon her, whispering of a dark truth he has just uncovered. Confusion clouds her eyes as she demands answers, but he simply replies that the pieces of this puzzle do not fit. From the moment he entered this world, chaos and logic have defied all reason. But now, the terrifying truth dawns on him. A puppet master is pulling the strings. His revelation is cut short as Boban tosses a blade at his feet, mocking him for daydreaming in the face of death. Jilei snaps back instantly, pointing out that the so-called assassin is the one hesitating to attack. Why should he fear a blade that refuses to draw blood? This was the reaction Boban wanted. With a sneer, he claims his honor forbids him from slaughtering an unarmed weakling, offering the sword to ensure a fair duel between men. Jilei snatches the weapon from the air with one hand. Boban continues his arrogant speech, trying to impress Sally with his twisted mercy, but she looks on with cold indifference. Even Jilei cannot stomach the hypocrisy. He reminds the assassin of his earlier ambush. A true warrior does not strike from the shadows, shattering Boban's facade of honor. The time for words is over. Jilei steals his resolve. To secure the map, he must crush the shadow assassin standing in his path. He knows this fight could be his last. With a roar, he launches a frontal assault, but the assassin is a blur of motion, leaping effortlessly to counterattack. Jilei barely parries the strike, but in the heat of the clash, Sally screams a warning. Death is approaching from behind. He spins around only to face a nightmare a second. Boban, blade raised for the kill. He is forced onto the defensive, blades raining down from all sides. It is futile. Every time he locks onto Boban, the assassin vanishes like smoke in the wind. Terror grips Sally's heart as steel bites into flesh. A slash across Jilei's shoulder sends his HP plummeting. Boban offers a final chance to yield, but surrender is not in Jilei's dictionary. He activates his system interface, channeling his healing arts. A golden light envelops him, restoring his vitality in an instant. The assassin's lackeys burst into laughter. To them, a mere healer trying to fight a combat class is a pathetic joke. But Jilei silences them with a smirk, taunting Boban for fearing a simple healer. The insult hits its mark, freezing the assassin in his tracks. Jilei raises his blade, ready for round 2. Boban responds by unleashing his shadow arts, splitting his form into multiple deadly clones. The situation has just gone from bad to catastrophic. Jilei analyzes the enemy's formation. He realizes the shadow assassin's true strength lies in the coordination of these phantoms. It is a deadly dance. The clones act as decoys while the main body strikes, capable of switching positions in the blink of an eye. It is a puzzle of death, yet Boban remains blinded by rage over the healer's mockery. He vows to unleash his full power, but Jilei stands unmoved by the threat. Instead of retreating, he charges headfirst into the swarm. Boban sneers, ordering his shadows to feast on their new prey. A shadow clone lunges. Jilei meets the strike with perfect timing, the impact repelling the assassin's blade with a resounding clang. The clone strikes again with relentless fury. Jilei weaves through the storm of steel, parrying and dodging by a hair's breadth. But sweat beads on his forehead. He is struggling against just one, and 2 more predators are waiting to strike. Suddenly, a second shadow materializes behind him for the kill, but before the blade can draw blood, Jilei evades the fatal blow with supernatural instinct. The impossible dodge leaves everyone, including Boban, paralyzed with shock. Jilei lets out a breath. He has danced with death once more. His system interface explodes with notifications. In the face of death, he has unlocked a cascade of hidden abilities. Jilei smiles. He loves this game. Loves. His target is clear. Destroy the remaining clones. Boban's eyes light up with manic excitement. He finally has a worthy opponent to crush. Now, the real battle begins. With a simple gesture, Boban commands his sword. The weapon rips itself from Jilei's grasp, flying back to its true master. The shadow assassin admits his mistake in underestimating the healer, but mercy is no longer on the table. The 3 clones fuse their energy, transforming their blades into twin spears. They slam them into the earth, summoning a swirling abyss of shadows to entrap Jilei. Deadly spikes erupt from the darkness below. Jilei is forced into a desperate dance to avoid being skewered. A spear grazes him. His health bar flashes red, and without a weapon, he is defenseless against the onslaught. Distracted by the trap, he fails to see Boban emerge from the void. The assassin strikes, declaring that Jilei's life ends now. Jilei is blasted back, engulfed in a crackling circle of lightning that launches him into the air. But suddenly, a thunderbolt tears through the sky. Grandpa Bull descends like a god, catching Jilei's fist with a single hand and commanding the young warriors to cease their foolish battle immediately. Jilei trembled, adrenaline flooding his veins like liquid fire. Yet, fury bubbled beneath the surface. The old man had interrupted his strike, robbing him of a legendary blow. In that moment, Sally rushed to his side, her voice trembling with concern. He nodded stoically, assuring her that he remained unbroken. Grandpa Wool commanded them to retreat, his eyes fixed on the approaching storm, but Boban sneered, his pride wounded, accusing Jilei of fleeing the battlefield behind an elder's protection. The elder stood like an immovable mountain. He turned, his gaze piercing the assassin's soul. He warned Bone that if that punch had connected, the assassin would already be a corpse upon the sand. Hearing the absolute certainty in the old master's voice, a chill ran down Bone's spine. He realized, with dawning horror, that it was the truth. Yet, his arrogance refused to accept reality. How could a mere healer possess the power to slaughter an elite assassin like him? Roaring in denial, he screamed that he would have been the victor, his voice cracking against the wind. Meanwhile, a blue screen flickered before Jilei's eyes. The system confirmed his victory, and the coveted map was finally his. Grandpa Wool sensed the heavens darkening. Time was running out. He signaled for departure, and even Bone's subordinates sensed the danger in the air. They pleaded with their leader to retreat, but the assassin's pride had rooted him to the spot, refusing to yield. He taunted Jilei, demanding a rematch, but the young hero simply turned his back, ignoring the desperate cries of a defeated man. Safe within the village, Sally tended to Jilei's injuries. She scolded him gently, struggling to apply the medicine as he refused to sit still. He lowered his head, whispering an apology for the chaos he had brought into her life. But Sally simply smiled, warmth filling her eyes. She was grateful, for the first time. Someone had truly fought for her honor. Jilei's mind, however, was elsewhere. He realized his natural recovery was blocked. Without assistance, these wounds would not close. Curiosity piqued. He asked about their connection to the assassin. Sally revealed a bitter truth. She, Grandpa, and Bone had once been his closest family. As Sally finished her work and departed, Jilei gazed into the weeping rain. His thoughts drifted to his mother, imagining her worry consuming her. But hope kindled in his chest. With the map secured, the path to God's palace was open, and his return to her was inevitable. He resolved to depart the moment the storm broke. Suddenly, the system chimed a notification flashing that a mysterious key had been acquired. Perplexed, he reached into the void, pulling a shimmering golden key from thin air. It was a reward mechanism. Battle victories granted him treasure chests, and this key was the means to unlock their hidden riches. This windfall fueled his determination to escape this cursed land. Grabbing his jacket, he prepared to make his move. The door creaked open, revealing Grandpa Wool. The old master entered, offering a somber apology for his delay. He scrutinized the young man's condition. Jilei brushed it off, claiming the wounds were mere scratches that would fade in days. Grandpa shook his head, admitting his shock. He never expected Jilei to overpower Bone, the village's deadliest shadow. Jilei claimed victory was due to Bone's arrogance, but the old master's eyes saw the truth hidden beneath. Bawan was a warrior of iron will and spirit, not just brute force. Defeating him was no accident. It was a testament to Jilei's potential. When asked what twisted Bone's path, a shadow fell over Grandpa's face, his mind drifting to a decade past. He began the tale of how he and Sally first arrived in this desolate desert, amidst a storm that threatened to drown the world. They had stumbled upon a scene of carnage, a demonic beast tearing through a home. Fate was cruel, and they arrived too late to save the family. Only one child remained amidst the blood, summoning his lightning arts. Grandpa had snatched the boy from the jaws of death. The beast escaped into the night, leaving the boy, Bon, to weep over his parents' corpses. Grandpa took the orphan in, raising him as his own, but the seeds of vengeance had taken root. Bone dedicated his existence to hunting the beast, his heart consumed by a thirst for blood. That obsession became a poison, eroding the righteous teachings Grandpa had tried to instill in him. Jilei's blood ran cold. If even a master like Grandpa Wool couldn't slay the beast, what kind of nightmare were they dealing with? He reviewed his escape plan, realizing with a sinking heart that against such monsters, he was nothing but prey. Desperate, he turned to the elder. He begged for training, for strength to survive, but the old master remained silent, turning away coldly. Jilei pressed on, only to realize he was mirroring Bone's impulsiveness. He needed patience, not demands. Suddenly, the old man spoke. Meet him at the hillside, pass the test, and the secrets of power would be his. Jilei's eyes lit up with fierce determination. He accepted instantly, and Grandpa saw a spark in the boy, a potential that transcended ordinary men. If Jilei could harness his combat genius, he might just be the key to breaking their curse. A holographic window flashed open. A daily mission appeared, demanding a physical regimen that bordered on torture. But for the sake of attribute points, there was no choice. He accepted the challenge without hesitation. Before the sun could kiss the horizon, Jilei was already moving. He hoisted a massive log, his muscles rippling with effort as he forged his body into a weapon. A smirk touches his lips. He thrives on the thrill of death's edge. But as the mission complete notification chimes, gravity claims him, and he collapses, utterly spent. The system interface glows before his weary eyes. It is time to allocate his status points. He pours them into stamina and defense, building a body that refuses to break. Jilei. Sally's voice cuts through his thoughts. She rushes over, breakfast in hand, knowing his hellish training has left him starving. Jilei updates her on the situation. The Grandmaster has agreed to mentor him, but there is a catch. He must first survive a brutal qualification test. Sally gasps, terror flashing in her eyes, but she quickly masks it with a fierce smile. She grabs his shoulders, declaring that he will crush the test and finally awaken his true element. Jilei frowns, confused. Isn't healing my attribute? Sally shakes her head. No, being a healer is your divine profession granted by the system. Your elemental attribute is different. It lies dormant within your soul, waiting for your personal strength to tear it open. She lists the examples they know: her flames, Grandpa's devastating thunder, and Boone's elusive shadow arts. Excitement surges through Jilei's veins. What power sleeps inside him? He recalls the geography of this vast world. Divided into 5 legendary domains, to the center lies the Latinia Desert, the golden heart of trade. To the west, the scorched earth of Megaria, home to the ancient dragon riders. In the frozen north, the winterlands are a graveyard of ice, ruled by berserk beasts and filled with precious crystals. To the east, the mystic Bergma forest shelters elves and mythical creatures. And in the south lies the Chebetic territory, where master dwarves forge legends. Sally lowers her voice. Legend speaks of the god's palace, a gateway to the endless sea of the divine realm. If he can conquer that, his ultimate wish will be granted. Hope lights up Sally's face. The legends are real. Jilei vows to her, "We will escape this place together." Her smile outshines the sun. Suddenly, Grandpa clears his throat loudly. He assumes Sally just confessed her love. The poor girl turns bright red, stuttering in pure embarrassment. The master's expression hardens instantly. He turns to Jilei. "Are you prepared to risk your life?" Jilei does not flinch. "I am ready." The old master begins his lecture. Across all races, one absolute truth remains: elemental power. It is the foundation of reality. Light, water, thunder, forces you cannot simply touch. To wield it, you must sense its frequency in the atmosphere and awaken it within, just as I command the thunder. It is not about understanding with your mind, but feeling the raw energy course through your very meridians. The master slams his palm onto the earth. A swirling portal rips open the air. He warns Jilei, "This gate leads to a nightmare dungeon in the void." He tosses a heavy blade to Jilei. "You have exactly 3 days. Survive until then, or the gate closes forever. Your objective is simple: slaughter the Beast King and bring me its severed head. Only then will I accept you. But be warned, physical strength is useless against it. You must awaken your element to even scratch its hide." The portal hums with ominous energy. The master offers one final mercy: turn back now and live a normal life. Jilei just grins, his eyes burning with resolve. "I never retreat." He turns to the void as a System Quest window pops up in his vision. He smashes the confirm button. Without hesitation, he leaps into the swirling vortex. As the boy vanishes, the master reveals the grim truth to Sally. The beast is invincible to steal. To survive, the boy must be pushed to the brink of death. Despair is the key to awakening. Jilei crashes into the dungeon. He lands in a hellscape. Black sand crunches under his boots. The sky is an abyss of eternal night, and the air reeks of rotting flesh. He checks the boss stats. It is suicidal. "I can't face the king yet," he mutters. "I need to grind. I need to slaughter the minions and level up first." Killing intense spikes behind him, Jilei instinctually dodges a lethal swoop. He looks up to see a winged nightmare, a dotom screeching for blood. Cold steel slides from its sheath. Jilei doesn't tremble, he smiles. He is no longer a novice. He charges head on. His blade dances in a blur of violence. With every strike, he feels the adrenaline sharpening his very soul. Monsters fall like wheat before a scythe. The experience points flood in. He is farming his way to power. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Boone is training like a madman. Sweat pours down his face, but his inner demons scream that it is not enough. Boone shatters a boulder with a single punch, yet his rage remains. How could he, a prodigy, lose to a mere healer like Jilei? And that old man? Boone saw it. The Grandmaster had to use advanced arts just to restrain Jilei. Just what is that healer hiding? Back in the dungeon, Jilei is a whirlwind of death. He isn't just fighting, he is dominating. The monsters don't stand a chance. Level up, he hits level 25. 45 fresh attribute points burn in his inventory. A new prompt appears. Unlock system medicine shop, cost 15 level points. Jilei clicks his tongue. That is a steep price for a locked feature. But in this hell, preparation is survival. He grits his teeth and pays the price. Purchase confirmed. Rows of red recovery potions and blue buff elixirs materialize. A wicked grin spreads across his face. With these infinite supplies, he is now unstoppable. With a surge of vitality, he feels like a man reborn, Only 2 levels stand between him and his ultimate goal, but a primal hunger suddenly grips his stomach. He grabs some dry bread from his inventory, but it tastes like cardboard compared to Sally's heavenly cooking. Nothing beats the taste of home. 2 hours of wandering later, boredom sets in, yet the map demands his obedience. Time to upgrade. He opens his status window, pouring points into physique, strength, magic, and defense. Meanwhile, back at the desert sanctuary, where he clouds Sally's gaze, she turns to her grandfather, her voice trembling. Can Jilei really survive against such a monster? The old master strokes his beard, confident and calm. Fear not. I placed a spiritual seal on his blade. If death comes knocking, I will pull him from the abyss myself. But Sally's eyes narrow. She presses for the truth, causing the old man to pause his work. I merely stumbled upon that cursed place during a hunt. He lies, waving his hand to dismiss her concerns and shutting down the conversation. But she is too sharp to be fooled by simple excuses. Alone now, the grandfather sighs, whispering to the wind. He knows Jilei's heart burns with a desire to escape this prison. To save him, he murmurs, I must break him. Only the brutal cruelty of the world can crush those foolish dreams and keep the boy safe by his side. Logic tells him the boy stands no chance against the coming darkness. Yet, a spark of hope remains. Deep down, he prays for a miracle, hoping Jilei might be the chosen one to liberate them all. Oblivious to these prayers, Jilei scours the wasteland for the beast's lair. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help shatters the silence. He spins around to find a terrified mother clutching her infant, fleeing for their lives. But what are civilians doing in this hellscape? Save us, she screams. Jilei's gaze shifts to her pursuers, 2 colossi towering over the sands, led by a vicious commander. Their killing intent is suffocating, enough to drive the poor woman to her knees in absolute terror. These are Lutonia's heavy hitters, walking tanks with massive health pools and delicious experience points. And now, 3 of them stand directly in Jilei's path. His eyes lock onto the center beast. That one has intelligence, he realizes. Steel sings as he draws his blade. It is time to hunt. Their presence confirms he is close to the boss monster's domain. Yet the mystery remains. How did a fragile family end up in the demon's den? Questions must wait. Right now, survival is the only priority. He steps forward, becoming their shield. Kneel and beg for mercy. The beastman sneers, but Jilei does not know the meaning of submission. The monster signals his minions to feast, but they are too slow. Jilei moves like a phantom, swatting the giants aside as if they were mere insects. The thrill of battle rushes through him. The level-ups have evolved his body, granting him power far beyond his old limits. The beastman barks orders at his last guard, but the creature is paralyzed by Jilei's aura. Terror overrides loyalty, and then the minion flees, ignoring his master's desperate screams. Fine, I'll do it myself, the leader roars, drawing his weapon. A fatal mistake. In the blink of an eye, cold steel presses against the beastman's throat. Drop it, Jilei commands, or I'll carve you open right here. He demands answers. Why hunt the innocent? The monster trembles. I am a servant of the divine. To fail is to be cursed for eternity. Jilei's blade flicks, slicing the creature's cheek. A warning cut that draws a howl of agony. The next one takes your head, he whispers coldly. Now, tell me where the boss monster hides. Fear breaks the coward's resolve. He points a shaking claw toward the jagged peaks. Jilei checks his mental map. The information matches perfectly. The target is confirmed, Black Rock Mountain. But as Jilei studies the terrain, the deceitful beast makes a desperate move. He lunges not at the hero, but at the defenseless mother and child. Stay back or I'll devour them, he shrieks, summoning his full power as a hostage shield. But his pathetic scheme is doomed to fail. 2 shadows blur into motion simultaneously. Jilei charges from the front, while a mysterious figure strikes from the flank. The beast panics, his eyes darting wildly. Impacts collide. Pincer attack successful. The force sends the monster spinning through the air like a ragdoll. Dust settles on the battlefield. Jilei locks eyes with the newcomer. Not bad. The stranger smirks. You've got skill. An ally has appeared. The realization hits him. He is not the only player in this game. Other humans are surviving here too. Who are you? Jilei asks. The blonde warrior sheathes his blade. 3 days ago, A dimensional rift swallowed us. We woke up here, and those beasts dragged my friends away. He has been on a warpath ever since, tracking them down and gathering survivors along the way. I am Joss, the warrior, he declares. He gestures to his team. Valorga, the assassin in the shadows, and Rachel, our healer. Jilei senses no malice from them. Strong allies are rare in this wasteland. He decides to trust them. Do you know the cause of the rift? Joss asks, desperation in his voice. Jilei shakes his head. Even the system hasn't revealed that truth yet. Suddenly, movement catches his eye. The beastman tries to crawl away, but the party encircles him instantly. The predator has become the prey. The monster spits curses. Until Jilei speaks his true hidden name, the creature freezes, eyes widening in absolute shock. How? How do you know that? Jilei leans in, his aura darkening. If you want to live, you will answer every question I have. I told you everything, the beast wails, but Jilei's eyes are cold. He doesn't need new information. He just needs confirmation. The wretched creature groveled in the dirt, desperate to save its own skin. It claimed to be nothing but a lowly pawn, a mere scavenger hunting human flesh to feed its voracious god. A cold fury washed over Jilei and Joss. Their eyes burned with killing intent, looking ready to slaughter the deceitful beast right then and there. Meanwhile, back in the desert city, tension filled the air. Grandpa Wolf stood before the council in Delktown, only to be mocked by a chairman who called him senile for still believing in the legend of God's palace. The green-haired mage, known as Hicks, sneered with the arrogance of a wind element master. He declared that even if the ruins existed, it was a suicide mission. There was simply no way to penetrate the monster-guarded defenses, especially when the old man was betting everything on a kid who hadn't even awakened his elemental potential. Hicks's voice dripped with venom as he issued a grave warning. Disrespecting the heavens would bring only ruin. He cruelly suggested that it would be an act of mercy to simply kill the boy now and beg the gods for forgiveness. But Grandpa Wolf stood tall, his spirit unbroken by their cowardice. He fired back, exposing their so-called god as a tyrant who treated humans like worms to be crushed at a whim. He condemned the council for trading their honor for a false peace. In reality, they were no heroes. They were nothing but a bunch of weaklings, surviving only by sacrificing the innocent to save their own skins. Humiliated by the truth, Hicks roared in horror and summoned his magic to strike, but the old man was ready. A crackling thunder shield materialized instantly, deflecting the pressure and fueling the mage's rage even further. Grandpa Wool turned his back on them, walking away with the presence of a true legend. He refused to stay silent while innocent lives were being offered as tribute, and if saving them meant he had to declare war on God himself, then he would gladly challenge the heavens. Mana surged around Hicks as he prepared a lethal spell, but another council member intervened, forcing him to stand down, leaving the green-haired mage trembling with suppressed fury. Back in the scorching desert, a heavy realization crashed down on Jilei. This was no longer just a game or a simulation. These were living, breathing souls standing before him. They were not NPCs, and the weight of their survival now rested squarely on his shoulders. Memories from his past life surfaced, legends of ancient Egyptian deities in the sealed palace of the god Rashin. His mind raced, calculating if the dark god Cowbley's lair lay hidden near the monster's den. But then, he checked the map, coordinates, and the truth hit him. The god's palace and the beast's den were located in two completely different directions. Was the monster guarding a different deity's domain before he could connect the dots? Joss broke his concentration, urging the party to march toward the deadly beast den. A confident smirk played on Jilei's lips. He turned to the young mage, commanding Rachel to weave a defensive barrier. She would stay behind, a lone guardian protecting the woman and child from any threats. Rachel accepted the mission with unwavering resolve. As the main party moved out, the captive beastman snickered, warning that entering the den was a one-way ticket to hell. But Jilei was immune to such cheap fear tactics. He ruthlessly mocked the creature, his sharp tongue cutting deeper than a blade until the beast screamed in sheer humiliation. Joss yanked the rope tight, dragging the reluctant monster along like a stubborn mule as it desperately tried to stall their advance. Deep inside the cavern, the air reeked of death. Beastmen lounged amidst a grim collection of human skulls, waiting for their next meal. A horrific procession marched forward, offering a cage filled with trembling humans to their tyrannical ruler, awaiting his command. On the throne sat the king, his neon green eyes glowing with malice and hunger as he glared at his minions. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted. A wave of frost swept through the cave, freezing the monsters to death instantly. A self-proclaimed hero, the great mage, stepped from the shadows, vowing to liberate the oppressed. Behind him stood an army of warriors, thirsting for vengeance against the monsters who had slaughtered the innocent. The mage unleashed his ultimate move. A blizzard of ice swords tore through the air, aimed straight at the king sitting on his throne. But the Beast King didn't even flinch. An invisible barrier shattered the ice spears effortlessly, protecting the tyrant from a single scratch. Terror seized the mage named Nam. An unseen force hoisted him into the air like a rag doll. The other heroes watched in paralyzed horror as Nam's screams of agony echoed off the cavern walls. The pressure intensified until, boom, the mage exploded in a shower of gore, and the remaining heroes fell to their knees, their spirits shattered by the display of absolute power. This was the Beast King, Sunil, a level 85 catastrophe who looked at the intruders not as threats, but as his next appetizer. Meanwhile, the captive beastman watched in awe as Jilei's party dismantled monsters with terrifying efficiency. Jilei, in particular, seemed like a force of nature to him. The creature wondered what hellish dimension this boy had crawled out of. But Jilei was only focused on the mission. They were closing in on the beast den, and the monsters were becoming exponentially harder to kill. He frowned as he checked his system window. The experience points were crawling. He wasn't leveling up nearly fast enough for the battles ahead. Joss approached him, bewilderment in his eyes. He had never seen anyone decimate such high-level threats using only raw physical prowess without tapping into elemental magic. He chuckled, clapping the boy on the shoulder. He declared Jilei his fated one, instantly offering him a spot in his guild the moment they survived this nightmare. Jilei's interest was piqued, but then Joss leaned in, whispering about the beautiful women waiting back at his guild, causing Jilei's face to flush red with embarrassment. The moment was shattered when a party member threw a sharp jab. "Guild? You mean the one where you're the only member?" Joss stammered, caught in his lie, but the banter was cut short. They had no time to waste. Valorga extended a trembling finger toward the gaping maw of the cavern, his voice grave. "The monster's lair. It must be in there." Jilei turned to interrogate their captive beastman, only to find empty air and a severed rope. The creature hadn't fled the battle in fear. No, he had retreated strategically. That cunning wretch didn't just run. He sprinted into the abyss to warn his king, hoping to trade our hero's location for a fat reward. Ross stood at the precipice, inhaling the stench of death and decay. The scent confirmed their worst fears. Well, this was the place. Without a second thought, they plunged into the darkness. The path was paved with a carpet of skulls, yet an eerie silence hung in the air. Not a single beastman was in sight. Ross's instincts screamed that something was wrong. Fate presented them with a cruel choice: 3 diverging tunnels to cover ground. They made the dangerous decision to split their forces into 3 separate paths. Before they parted, Ross branded each of their palms with the mark of the flame gate. "Listen well," he commanded. "If you face death, activate this seal. It will teleport us to your side instantly." With that pact sealed in magic, they stepped into their respective tunnels, swallowed by the shadows. Ross's voice echoed one last time, reminding them of the protective mantra he had taught them, their only lifeline in this abyss. Jilei charged into the depths, his hunger for power burning bright. He needed to level up, and he needed to do it now. But the silence mocked him. The tunnel appeared empty. Finally, he stumbled upon a gruesome feast, a horde of corpse-eating ghouls devouring human remains. A savage grin spread across Jilei's face as he unsheathed his blade. It was time to hunt. But he wasn't the only one watching. Deep in the inner sanctum, the escaped beastman knelt before his king, snitching that 3 worms had dared to invade their holy ground. The monsters laughed, confident that their labyrinth of traps would crush the intruders long before they reached the throne. Back in the tunnel, Jilei was a whirlwind of destruction. He slaughtered the corpse-eating ghouls as if they were nothing more than buzzing flies. Yet, frustration gnawed at him. Despite the massacre, the experience points were pitifully low. This fodder wasn't enough to satisfy his greed for strength. He didn't stop until the 999th ghoul fell. Finally, a golden light enveloped him. Level 14 achieved, the system rewarded his slaughter with 3 legendary skill options: Holy Light, Annihilation, Slash, and Blessings. The system demanded a choice. He could only keep 2 of these divine abilities. After a moment of tactical calculation, he made his selection. He would wield the destructive power of annihilation paired with the utility of blessings. His thoughts drifted into his companions. He glanced at the flame gate mark on his palm. It remained dormant, a silent signal that they were still breathing. Relief washed over him, but only for a second. The horde was replenishing, and there was more killing to be done. Meanwhile, in another tunnel, Joss was unleashing hell, his hell flame, stomp incinerated wave after wave of monsters in a blazing inferno. Suddenly, a haunting melody cut through the chaos. The ghouls froze, turning their gaze toward a mysterious girl stepping out of the darkness, shattered shackles hanging from her wrists. As she sang, Joss leveled a glare at her. "You're the one controlling them, aren't you?" he accused. The girl didn't speak. She simply offered a chilling, sinister smile. The ground beneath him exploded. Dozens of rotting hands burst from the earth, seizing Joss's limbs and dragging him down with crushing force. Helpless, the hero watched as the creature loomed over him, her jaw unhinging for her meal. Joss recoiled, pure disgust warring with the terror in his eyes. He braced for the end, but a flash of silver tore through the gloom. Jilei descended like a god of war, severing the earthen arms in a single, fluid strike. Freed from the grip, Joss scrambled back. The siren stared at the newcomer, her eyes wide with shock. How could a mere human disrupt her dark arts? Jilei casually tossed the severed head of a monster at her feet, his expression bored. "That one was barely a warm-up," he scoffed, enraged. The siren unleashed a sonic screech that could shatter glass. Joss covered his ears in agony, but Jilei stood unmoved, the sound waves breaking harmlessly against his aura. With a flicker of his new blessing's power, Jilei silenced her forever. "Your voice," he muttered as he cut her down, "was incredibly annoying." Joss was just about to thank him when their palms began to sear with heat. The flame gate was pulsing frantically. Valorga was facing death. Deep in the third tunnel, Valorga was living a nightmare. He stood trembling before a level 55 hell serpent, his mana pathetic against such a calamity. The serpent didn't even strike. A mere exhale blasted Valorga into the cavern wall. Bones cracked, and blood sprayed from his lips as he crumpled to the floor. As the beast lunged to swallow him whole, Valorga closed his eyes. Clang, steel met scale Jilei had warped in, his sword holding back the Leviathan's fangs. Jilei glanced back, checking on his teammate, but Valorga couldn't speak. He was paralyzed by the sheer difference in power between them. Joss arrived and began healing the wounds, but Valorga's spirit was broken. "I've never seen a monster this strong," he stammered. "If this is just a guard, the Beast King will slaughter us all." Jilei's voice cut through the panic like a blade. "Stop it. The only thing holding you back isn't the king, it's your own terror." He stared down the giant snake. "If I want to leave this dungeon alive, I have to kill this thing, the king, and anything else that stands in my way. To survive, I must walk the line of death. I don't have the luxury of time to waste on being afraid." His conviction ignited the others. "This ends now," Jilei roared. As the serpent coiled for a second strike, the party prepared to unleash everything they had. Joss initiated the assault, launching himself into the air. He delivered a devastating power kick that rocked the serpent's massive head. The beast retaliated with a torrent of hellfire. Joss parried the flames, buying Valorga the split second he needed. Elemental Art Hand of Jizo. The mage summoned a giant spectral hand, seizing the serpent by its throat. "Now, Jilei!" Joss shouted. The protagonist vaulted into the air, driving his blade down with the weight of a falling mountain. Aiming straight for the chink in the armor, crack! The impact sent shockwaves through the cave. The system chimed. The Hell Serpent's absolute defense was shattered by 20%. But 20% wasn't enough, Jilei roared, driving his sword deeper and deeper, drilling until the steel finally pierced the impenetrable scale and tasted the monster's flesh. With a roar of exertion, he drags his blade downward, slicing the serpent from gullet to tail in a single, devastating motion. Joss and Valorga watched in awe as the massive beast collapses. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before Zyle's eyes. He has acquired the legendary hidden weapon, the Hellflame Gauntlet. As he equips the item, searing power wraps around his fist. Joss can only stare in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Zyle became this terrifyingly strong in such a short time. Their victory is short-lived. A rustling sound echoes from the dark corridor. revealing the beastman captive they encountered earlier. Instinct takes over. Joss and Zyle strike in perfect unison, sending the creature flying across the room with a bone-shattering impact. Joss demands answers, his voice thundering. The trembling beastman confesses he got lost after the Beast King triggered the dungeon's traps, a detail that instantly sparks a realization in Zyle's mind. The creature stammers, but Joss has no patience for games. He delivers another swift kick, commanding the beast to lead them straight to the king's throne room immediately. Cowering in fear, the beastman leads them to a stone wall and mutters a forbidden incantation. Slowly, the massive ancient doors grind open, revealing the path forward. Meanwhile, back in the desolate desert, Grandpa Wool watches the gathering storm with a heavy heart. He turns to his cupboard, his eyes fixed on the rusted armor of his past. Suddenly, Bob bursts into the room, his voice trembling with newfound resolve. He sees the old armor not as a relic, but as a beacon of hope, their only ticket out of this forsaken wasteland. The old master is taken aback, but Bob stands firm. He declares he will join the escape team, desperate to face the monster that slaughtered his parents. Burning determination flares in the boy's eyes. Grandpa Wool realizes the child has become a man. There is no stopping destiny now. Back in the depths of the dungeon, the guide points a shaking finger toward the ominous lobby where the king resides. But Zyle halts. He demands to know where the other captives are being held, his gaze piercing through the beastman's lies. Zyle orders his companions to rescue the prisoners, but Joss bristles at the command. He takes it as a grave insult, believing Zyle sees them as nothing more than weak burdens to be cast aside. Zyle denies it. But suddenly, crimson warning screens erupt in his vision. The system screams of danger, the boss is near, and his calculated survival rate plummets to a mere 10% as frustration grinds his teeth. Despite all his desperate grinding to level up, the gap in power is still a suffocating abyss. Valorga senses his unease, but Zyle waves him off. He insists he will handle the catastrophe ahead. He plans to face the Beast King alone, but Joss refuses to back down. The warrior declares he would never abandon a comrade on the battlefield, rejecting Zyle's protection. Zyle tries to reason with them, warning that staying means almost certain death. But Joss grins, undeterred. He claims it is time to repay the life debt they owe Jilei, no matter the cost. Zyle pauses, a realization washing over him. For his entire life, he has fought alone in the dark, bearing the weight of the world in solitude. But now, he has brothers in arms. The moment is ruined by the cowardly beastman, who begs them to enter quickly. Terrified his master will execute him for loitering. Stealing their resolve, the trio steps into the throne room, but instead of a monster, they are met with a chilling, empty silence. The massive throne sits vacant. Even their guide trembles in confusion. The king never leaves his seat. Slam! The doors seal shut behind them. Suddenly, Valorga is seized by an invisible arcane force, lifting him helpless into the air. Joss and Zyle watch in horror. Zyle whips his head back to the throne, and there he sits. Lord Senil, the Beast King, has appeared like a phantom. An invisible vice crushes Valorga's ribs, forcing him to cough blood. Enraged, Jilei charges with blinding speed, but his blade crashes uselessly against an impenetrable barrier. Yet, the distraction works. The magical grip shatters, and Joss dives to catch Valorga before he hits the cold stone floor. Zyle retreats, his mind racing. How did the king materialize without a sound? And that barrier, it deflected a full power strike without a scratch. Valorga attempts to summon his magic, but pain racks his body, his mana flickering out. Ignoring Joss's pleas to rest, Valorga grinds his teeth. With a final burst of strength, he casts a spatial shift, teleporting Joss directly into the king's strike zone. It is an all-out assault. Joss launches a crushing blow, Valorga weaves a spell, and Zyle slashes with his sword in a synchronized trinity of destruction. Boom! The attacks collide. But as the smoke clears, the Beast King sits unharmed. Not a single scratch. With a bored expression, the king simply flicks his wrist. A shockwave of pure force blasts all three heroes backward like ragdolls. Zyle realizes the horror and absolute defense skill covers the king's entire body. As the heroes struggle to rise, the monster finally stands, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He wants to play with his food. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes. Jilei senses scream, but it is too late. The king is already there. He materializes directly in front of Joss. A fist buries itself into the warrior's gut with the force of a cannonball, forcing a fountain of blood from his mouth. But Joss is a tank. He roars, activating his iron fist for a counterstrike. It is useless. The king catches the blow with one hand, stopping the momentum dead. Crack. The king delivers a savage headbutt. The sound of fracturing bone echoes through the hall as Joss collapses, his strength completely shattered. The monster raises his hand for the execution. Valorga screams in terror as the killing blow descends. The floor explodes, but as the dust settles, the king's eyes widen. The body is gone. He struck nothing but stone. He turns to see Xyle standing at a distance. Joss's unconscious body drapes safely over his shoulder. Pure speed. Valorga rushes to their side. Joss whispers a weak apology, but Xyle silences him with a look of cold fury. Drawing his sword, he turns to face the Beast King. Rest now, he commands. I will handle this bastard myself. The Beast King's cruelty knows no bounds as he toys with the humans, but when he sees the boredom in Jilei's eyes, his playfulness turns to murderous rage. But like a true hero, Jilei raises the legendary gauntlet, stopping the lethal strike cold in its tracks. Joss stares in disbelief at his friend's strength, and even the king freezes. No mortal has ever blocked his attack before. But shock quickly turns to bloodlust. The monster unleashes his aura, summoning the devastating Seven Hells technique upon Jilei. The boy does not flinch. Channeling his new blessing, he counters with the force of a mountain, sending the king launching into the air like a rag doll. But the relentless assault has only just begun. Roaring with vengeance for his fallen friends, Jilei executes the annihilation slash. The impact is so terrifying it blasts the crown right off the monster's head. However, the king is a master of deceit. He vanishes into thin air, preparing a cowardly ambush from the shadows. Jilei senses the danger and hurls his blade, but it is too late. The king's heavy blow connects, sending him crashing to the dirt. Just as Jilei scrambles to recover, the air grows heavy as the Beast Lord begins to channel a terrifying elemental catastrophe. A twisted metamorphosis occurs. The hideous beast sheds his skin to reveal a human-like form, radiating a darker, more overwhelming malice, eyes burning with pure hatred. The monster flicks his wrist, and a massive, ominous goat skull manifests from the void. But the nightmare continues. Hundreds of phantom wolves pour forth from the skull, forcing Jilei to unleash a desperate barrier. It is a trap. The king strikes from behind with his skull wand, shattering the defense and spilling Jilei's blood across the cold ground. Agony courses through his veins, yet with the willpower of a demon, the young warrior forces his trembling legs to stand. The king seizes the moment, draining Jilei's elemental essence for the first time. The shadow of death truly looms over him. Now evolved into an apex predator, the monster mercilessly pummels the defenseless warrior. Jilei is ragdolled across the cavern, kick after kick, bone after bone breaks, until he is left broken in the dust. The monster cackles, mocking the fragility of the human race, spitting on Jilei's resolve and calling him worthless trash. The cruel words cut deeper than blades. As consciousness fades, Jilei's past traumas resurface, drowning him in a sea of despair. But in the infinite darkness, a gentle light appears. His mother's voice calls to the child within, urging him to return home. Suddenly, a blinding pillar of white light erupts from his broken body. His sword begins to warp, evolving into a weapon of mass destruction. The Beast King watches in horror. Jilei stands tall, fully healed, clad in legendary armor, and wielding a colossal blade that hums with power. Moments ago, at death's door, a mysterious voice had pierced the silence of his mind. When Jilei opened his eyes, the cavern was gone. He was drifting in the infinite void of deep space, staring into the cosmos. Confusion gripped him. Had he finally crossed the threshold into the afterlife? Not yet. Mortal. A voice boomed. Jilei turned to see an ancient figure floating amidst the stars. The entity spoke his true name, leaving the boy shaken. This was an ancient angel, trapped in this prison for thousands of years, his memories lost to time. But the angel knew one truth. A prophecy whispered by the cosmos, the one named Jilei, would be his liberator. But outside, time was running out, and Jilei had no patience for riddles. "I must return," he shouted. The old man extended a desperate hand. "Then become my master." The spirit explained the laws of this realm. Only by binding his soul to a master could he escape this eternal prison. The entity was practically begging. Sensing an opportunity to survive, Jilei made his choice. If it gets me back to the fight, I accept. He gripped the angel's hand, and instantly, black lightning surged through his veins. A terrifying, ancient darkness merged with his soul. Reality snapped back into place. Back in the monster's den, Jilei realized the pact was real. Power beyond imagination floods his system. A notification chimes. He has awakened the legendary element of chaos. He stares at his hands in awe. The ancient angel was not just a spirit. He was the manifestation of absolute power. The Beast King trembles in fear. The boy who was a corpse seconds ago now radiates an aura that rivals the gods. The system confirms it, with the seal broken. Every single stat has been amplified to a god-tier level. Jilei glances at his blade. It has evolved into its calamity-grade final form, thirsting for blood. Eyes glowing with chaotic energy, he charges. The air itself screams as he closes the distance to the Beast King. The monster raises a barrier, but it is useless. Jilei shatters the absolute defense like it is made of glass. Desperate, the king attacks with full power, but with a single chaotic burst slash, Jilei swats him away like a persistent insect. The king lands a glancing scratch, but it is futile. Jilei unleashes the full might of his chaos element to erase his enemy from existence. In a microsecond, the boss, Sunil, is disintegrated, and a golden message floats in the air, mission accomplished. To top it all off, the system grants him a reward of the highest caliber. A mysterious black treasure chest materializes before his eyes. Meanwhile, under the scorching sun of the Latina desert, Buan and Grandpa Wu tend to the fields, seeking a moment of peace. But Sally's gaze drifts to the horizon, her heart heavy with worry for her missing friend. The old man breaks the silence with a solemn vow. If Jilei doesn't return by sundown, he declares, I will tear this desert apart to find him. But the earth itself answers his resolve. The ground trembles violently beneath their feet. A dimensional rift tears open the very fabric of space. As the dust settles and the winds die down, Sally and Bone look to the elder with wide eyes. Grandpa Wu's expression is grim. That shockwave, he mutters, only occurs when a calamitous beast draws its final breath. It could only mean one thing. Jilei has slain the boss and awakened his true elemental potential back in the dungeon. The Beastkin stares at the fallen tyrant in sheer disbelief. Even Filra and Jaws are frozen in place. Their minds struggle to comprehend the impossible feat they just witnessed. Their gazes lock onto Jilei. How did he awaken such terrifying power? And how did he obliterate a monster of that caliber in the blink of an eye? Filra breaks the trance, asking what their leader is planning next. Jilei's voice is calm but authoritative. You two rest and heal, he commands. I must secure the safety of the other prisoners immediately. He turns his cold gaze toward the trembling beast man. Lead the way, he orders. The terrified creature nods instantly, not daring to defy the one who slew its master. Yet, internally, Jilei's mind is racing. A profound realization washes over him. His arrival in this world, it wasn't an accident. It was destiny. Suddenly, a strange sensation grips his entire being. Space warps around him, summoned by Grandpa Wu's ancient magic. He is instantly transported back to the safety of the desert. But the toll of the battle is too great. Before he can speak, darkness claims him, and he collapses. When his eyes finally flutter open, a silhouette hovers above him. A familiar voice asks, How long do you plan on sleeping? In his hazy state, Jilei sees the face of his long-lost mother. Overwhelmed with emotion, he pulls her into a desperate embrace. Mom! He chokes out. I've missed you so much. Dude, it's me. The illusion shatters instantly. It wasn't his mother. It was Bone. Jilei scrambles back, straightening up with terrifying speed and awkwardness. Boan sighs, handing him a bowl of gruel. Eat up, he grumbles. But don't think you're off the hook. Once this is over, we're finishing our duel. Bowen stomps out of the room, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts. Jilei stares at his own hands, his mind drifting back. What happened to the others he saved? Ding! And the system interface flashes before his eyes. He remembers the Beast King's treasure chest. He retrieves the obsidian key he claimed from the fallen boss. With a satisfying click, the lock turns. A cascade of golden notifications fills his vision. Rewards acquired. He obtains the Ring of Protection from Lord Sunil and a legendary hidden item. It appears to be a mysterious egg. Jilei's stomach growls. He holds the egg up, wondering if it's meant to be a high-stat meal, but just as he prepares to crack it open, the shell fractures on its own. Is it a legendary beast pet? Light explodes from the cracks, but instead of a dragon, a human baby bursts forth. The infant looks straight at him and coos. Papa! Jilei freezes in sheer terror. He has faced demons and death, but this. He has absolutely no idea how to handle a child. Frustration boils over. What kind of twisted system reward is this? A treasure chest is supposed to give weapons, not childcare duties. Desperate for answers, he frantically opens the system menu. Identify, but a crimson error message denies him. Access denied. System upgrade required to analyze this entity. His irritation spikes. The child is clinging to him like a burr. Why has this creature imprinted on him? Why won't it stop calling him Papa? He lifts the baby by the back of its shirt, holding it away like a dangerous explosive. Listen, kid, he snaps. I am not your father. I have a world to save and monsters to kill. I can't drag a baby around. He makes a decision. I'll dump you with Grandpa Wu and Sally. They like cute things. But the words pierce the child's heart. The baby's face crumbles, and a wail pierces the air. The crying intensifies into a sonic attack. Jilei tries shushing, rocking, even glaring. Nothing works. The child is inconsolable. BZZT. A red warning window slams into his view. System alert, you have distressed the legendary entity. Penalty initiated. A countdown timer begins ticking down before his horrified eyes. Space warps violently once more. The warm desert room vanishes instantly. Jilei blinks, realizing the scenery has completely changed. Biting cold winds slice through his clothes. They've been thrown into a frozen wasteland. Realizing his mistake, he looks at the shivering child. Okay, I'm sorry, he pleads. I won't leave you. I'm just terrifyingly bad at this. But apologies won't save them now. A massive shadow looms over them. Jilei spins around to face a hulking beast, a level 40 ice golem, the ice. Jilei swallows hard as a new quest window pops up. Penalty quest, annihilate all enemies. Time limit 30 minutes. Failure penalty, death. Are you kidding me? He roars at the system. The golem raises a massive foot to crush them into paste. There is no choice. He has to fight, for his life, and for the child. He shields the baby with his body. Don't you dare die on me, he growls. His aura explodes. Elemental energy surges as he draws his blade. He enters his ultimate combat form. His eyes glow with lethal intent. Seeing his papa radiate such power, the baby stops crying and claps in delight. Meanwhile, back at the sanctuary, Grandpa Wu heads towards Jilei's quarters, but Bone intercepts him, impatience written all over his face. Have you gathered the team? Bone asks. Are we ready to search for the divine realm? The elder halts, his expression darkening. It is worse than we feared, Grandpa Wu admits heavily. Fear has poisoned their minds. The people believe the lies. They would rather rot here in safety than risk their lives for freedom. Rage flares in Bone's eyes. Cowards, he spits. Fine then, we don't need them. We'll march on the divine realm ourselves. But the elder shakes his head. Foolish boy. The beasts guarding the perimeter are nightmares made flesh. Without an army, we would be slaughtered in seconds. He waves his hand, ending the debate. Enough. Come, he beckons. Let us check on Jilei. We need his strength. Sally joins them in the hallway, breathless with anticipation. She is desperate to see the results of Jilei's evolution. What kind of monster has he become? She dashes toward the door, unable to contain her excitement, watching her run toward another man. Bowen feels a sharp pang of jealousy pierce his chest. Back in the frozen wasteland, the massacre continues. Jilei stands amidst a mountain of corpses, but the timer is still ticking. With a roar, he charges forward, his sword becoming a blur of death. The slaughter has only just begun. The system window flashes gold in front of him. Mission complete. Jilei exhales a long, heavy sigh, the weight of survival finally lifting from his shoulders. Beside him, the little one cheers with pure joy, singing a happy tune now that he realizes his father is a true hero. In a flash of blinding light, reality warps. They materialize back in the desert sands, safe at last, and Jilei lets his guard down. Suddenly, Sally bursts onto the scene. She freezes, her eyes going wide with confusion as they land on the tiny child standing there. Confusion turns to delight as she squeals over the adorable baby. When she demands to know where he came from, Jilei deadpans that he laid an egg, earning a chuckle even from her. But Jilei isn't laughing. He grumbles that this little clinging burr just won't detach from him no matter what he does. The commotion draws out Elder Wulei, who steps in demanding to know why Sally is making such a racket. Sally beams, presenting the child like a trophy. She jokes that Jilei brought back quite the unique souvenir from his travels. Boan narrows his eyes, suspicion written all over his face. He didn't see any child earlier. Jilei quickly lies, claiming he rescued the infant from a monster's lair to cover his tracks. The elder has heard enough. He waves Boan and Sally away, casting one last lingering glance at the mysterious child before departing. The baby tugs at Jilei, whining that he is starving. The boy smirks, assuring him that big sister Sally is already preparing a feast. Suddenly, the atmosphere turns heavy. The elder bows his head to his grandson, offering a solemn apology. He admits his own foolishness. Sending a novice against a high-ranking calamity was a grave mistake that nearly cost them everything. Jilei could have perished, yet he shakes his head. He insists this was his own path, a destiny he had to seize. Realizing his arrival here was never an accident, his mind drifts back to the heat of battle, to that strange dimensional rift he was pulled into. There, in the endless void, a mysterious figure awaited him, claiming to have watched for his arrival for eons. The stranger demanded Jilei become his disciple. With no other option, he accepted, inheriting the terrifying power of the chaos element. Jilei looks up, asking the elder if every warrior who awakens an element undergoes such a spiritual journey. The elder shakes his head grimly. This is an anomaly. It does not happen to ordinary awakeners. He recalls an ancient tome describing the forbidding chaos element. Jilei leans in, his eyes sharp, hungry for the truth of his new power. The elder begins the tale. Millennia ago, the evil god Murius descended, drowning the human world in blood, slaughter, and madness. Humanity was backed into a corner, forced to wage a hopeless war against a deity that harvested them like crops. Just as extinction loomed, a savior emerged. The hero Hesiod, wielding the very power of chaos itself, stood against the darkness. Leading the charge, Hesiod battled for years until he finally sealed the dark god within the Hell Tower, Althalos. But victory had a terrible price. To keep the seal intact, the hero remained behind, trapped for eternity. Jilei realizes the truth. The man in the dimension was Hesiod. The elder nods solemnly, confirming his suspicion. Footsteps approach. Sally returns. The elder immediately hushes him, warning that this secret must remain buried for now. A feast awaits them. Jilei praises the food, making Sally blush, but she points to the kitchen. The real mastermind is someone else. Out steps Lacidella, the beastman from the cave. Jilei nearly chokes, demanding to know why his enemy is wearing an apron. The beast shrugs calmly. The elder dragged him here, so he is repaying the hospitality with his culinary skills. The elder explains his strategy. They are blind to the perils outside Latinaya. This beast is their window to necessary knowledge. The toddler waddles over, pestering the fearsome beastman without a shred of fear, climbing all over him. Jilei asks about his comrades. Sally assures him that Joss and Philorga have been sent to the town healers and are recovering safely. Relieved, they dig in, the flavor explodes in their mouths, and they can't help but rave about the monster's god-tier cooking. But unbeknownst to them, shadows loom. Lord Hicks watches from afar, seething with rage that Jilei still draws breath in his domain. Meanwhile, in the netherworld, a massive dragon descends toward a dark castle where a silver-haired noble admires his purple roses. The beast lands, and the noble acknowledges him as Argus. In a swirl of magic, the dragon takes human form. Argus bows low before Lord Hades, asking why he was summoned with such urgency. Hades' smile doesn't reach his eyes. He explains that Sunil's energy has vanished from the world. He fears his subordinate has fallen. Argus is stunned. It should be impossible for a mortal to kill him. Hades commands him to descend to Latinaya and hunt down the truth. A loyal servant to the end, Argus bows deeply. He vows to uncover what happened, no matter the cost. Back in Latinaya, Sally gasps in awe as she hears the tally of beasts Jilei slaughtered in the dungeon. Boan scoffs, crossing his arms. He claims he could have done the same with his eyes closed, trying to downplay the feat. Jilei fires back a sharp insult, piercing the assassin's pride. Bo-an flushes with rage, humiliated in front of the girl he loves. Sally's curiosity piques. She asks exactly what element he awakened. Jilei freezes, then quickly deflects, asking her what normal people usually get instead. She reveals that healers typically wield the light element, yet some awaken powers beyond common understanding. Jilei casually muses he might possess the light element, a notion Bob quickly agrees with, subtly attempting to undermine him. But the young master understands his grandfather's command to maintain his formidable power in secrecy. Arriving at Delk's healing center, where Joss and Filorga await, the group rushes in, their concern palpable. Suddenly, a shimmering portal rips open beneath Jilei. Before he can even react, he's ripped away from the center. Sally spins around, but Jilei and the baby are gone. Meanwhile, Jilei, utterly bored and slightly annoyed, finds himself in an unfamiliar hall, surveying his new surroundings. From the oppressive shadows, the green-haired Hicks emerges, revealing he summoned Jilei with dark magic. Hicks introduces himself as a town guardian, claiming this place is for the strongest alone. Unimpressed, Jilei cuts him off, demanding to know why he was brought here. Hicks reveals he knows Jilei slew the Beast King, then insists they desire him for their team, no matter the price. The boy, however, simply refuses, declaring he will leave. Hicks's calm shatters. He rants, calling Jilei a brat, expressing pure contempt. Then, he drops a bombshell. His forces are already hunting Jilei's friends, deeming them useless sacrifices. This chilling revelation freezes Jilei. The green-haired man offers one final, cruel chance to save his friends' lives. Jilei glares, a chilling warning in his eyes. You have one chance to stop your team, or they will perish. His chaos powers surge. Hicks, too, prepares for battle. Back at the healing center, Sally and Boban frantically wonder where Jilei vanished. Suddenly, Boban catches an ominous scent, a chilling realization dawning on him. Something is terribly wrong. He alerts Sally. She turns just in time to glimpse a rapidly approaching threat, but Boban's shadowy hand whips out, yanking her to safety. He shields her, deploying a shadow clone to intercept. Yet even the clone is immediately wounded. Boban glares at the cloaked assailant, a furious question echoing, "How dare you attack Sally?" The villain draws his sword, preparing for the impending clash. Meanwhile, Jilei effortlessly dodges every one of Hicks's attacks, all while casually cradling the baby. Yet, this casual display hides his true struggle. The constant worry for the infant drains him. But the little one has different ideas, giggling with pure delight, clearly thinking his father is the coolest. Jilei glances down, a warm, endearing smile gracing his lips. Hicks, however, is not amused. He admits underestimating Jilei's power, but vows to exploit his divided attention. Jilei turns, stating his confusion. Why are we fighting? We could unite, destroy all the monsters beyond the barrier together. But Hicks rejects the notion, a chilling, evil smile spreading across his face. Never, we would never do that. Then, Hicks drops another bombshell. Master Wubul has been hiding a dark truth from them all. A horrifying pact. The monsters spare the village, in exchange for human sacrifices. That's why the humans never interfere. Even worse, the wise old Wubul knew. He agreed, believing a few weaklings were a small price to pay to save the entire village. Jilei reels in shock. These guardians, they never planned to leave the desert. They were in this for the long haul, content with their grim arrangement. Hicks laughs, calling it a win-win. The monsters outside are supposedly God-sent, utterly invincible to them. But then, his insults turn personal. He claims Jilei's grandpa is a self-righteous fool, oblivious to the true, overwhelming danger beyond the barrier. Yet, none of this sways Jilei. He declares he won't cower here like a coward. Defending his grandpa, he vows to leave this desert. No matter what stands in his way, I will kill them all, he proclaims, a chilling promise. Hicks scoffs at his naivety, but Jilei is done playing. He gently places the baby down, finally ready to unleash his true, devastating power. That's when Hicks makes his gravest mistake. He threatens to kill the baby. In the very next instant, Jilei's fist slams into Hicks's stomach. Hicks coughs up tears of blood, but Jilei isn't finished. Jilei unleashes a relentless barrage of blows, sending Hicks soaring. Hicks finally looks up, battered and bewildered, questioning who this formidable being truly is, for he is no mere warrior. Meanwhile, outside the healing center, explosions rock the earth, sending people fleeing in terror. Sally and Boban are locked in a fierce battle against the mysterious assailant. Sally unleashes her blazing fire, while Boban's shadow clones launch a relentless assault. They fight as a perfectly synchronized team. Boban skillfully distracts the foe, allowing Sally to channel her devastating hellfire blaze, ready to strike from behind. As the dust settles, the point of impact lies empty. Confusion and dread grip the duo. Such a potent attack should have utterly decimated him. Bowen freezes in terror. He realizes their opponent wasn't even using his real body. It was a clone technique. Suddenly, a murderous chill runs down Sally's spine. Bone screams a warning, but the shadow is too fast. The mysterious villain prepares a lethal strike. But just as death descends, Jilei bursts onto the scene like a god of war, smashing the assassin away with a devastating kick. His voice is cold as steel. He declares he will never barter with the lives of his companions, nor honor any deal forged in darkness. The mystery attacker gazes into the abyss of Jilei's eyes, and terrified by the overwhelming killing intent, he vanishes into the mist. Sally breaks the silence, trembling. But Jilei warns them there is no time to explain Grandpa Wubuli might be in grave danger. Meanwhile, Elder Wubul is deep within the Forbidden Archives, deciphering the ancient secrets of the element of chaos. The prophecy in his hands shakes him to his core demons, and gods will soon descend, plunging the world into an era of eternal night. There is only one hope for salvation, a warrior who has mastered the chaotic essence itself. Just then, the trio bursts into the room. The elder tries to act casual, but his blood runs cold when he hears they were ambushed by top-tier assassins. Sally describes the combatants, and the elder's face darkens. Jilei crushed Hicks, while Sally and Bone face the dark magician, Lucius. But when he reveals that those men were the legendary guardians of the town, Sally and Bone are paralyzed with confusion. Why would their sworn protectors try to kill them? Wubul sighs, revealing the dark history. Centuries ago, four figures, Hicks, Lucius, Sriracha, and Dorop founded this village. Back then, the lands of Leonia were a living hellscape. It was a world where humans were prey to monsters and to each other. But then, Lord Dorop descended and carved out a sanctuary from the chaos. He gifted them seeds, laws, and order, building a civilization from the ashes of despair. Yet, this sanctuary became a prison. Leaving was a taboo punishable by death, lest they provoke the beast lurking beyond the walls and endanger everyone. Jilei cuts through the history lesson, his voice sharp. He demands to know about the blood price the sacrifices made to maintain this peace. His words hit like a physical blow. Sally and Bone tremble, unable to believe their beloved master would condone such evil. Jilei exposes the shadow behind the light, a vile contract where innocent souls are fed to the darkness in exchange for protection. He challenges the elder directly. Why hide this blood-stained truth, pushing the old man into a corner? Sally cries out in defense. As one of the 12 legendary heroes, her grandfather would never stain his hands with such corruption. But Wubule lowers his head. With a heavy heart, he admits the boy speaks the truth. The revelation shatters their world. The image of their perfect mentor crumbles into dust before Sally and Bone's eyes. The elder turns to Jilei with eyes full of pain. He asks what he should have done, save strangers or his own family. He admits he is no god, just a flawed man who chose his loved ones. Even now, the ghost of that decision haunts his every waking moment. The guardians bound him with chains of fear. They held Sally and Bone's lives as leverage one wrong move, and he would watch his grandchildren die. He declares he would gladly face death 1,000 times, but he could not bear to see a single scratch on the children who are his entire world. Tears stream down Sally's face as she embraces the old man, feeling the weight of his silent suffering. Even Jilei softens his gaze. He understands the logic, but senses there is more to the story. The disciples take offense at Jilei's persistence, but his next question cuts deep. If you had to choose again today, who would survive? Silence fills the room. The elder has no answer, for Jilei has pierced through to his soul. Jilei apologizes for his harshness, but Wubule shakes his head. He admits he had surrendered to despair long ago. That was until Jilei arrived. The boy's unyielding spirit has reignited a fire in the old master's heart. He looks at his grandchildren, seeing not children, but warriors. The time has come for them to forge their own destiny. He offers them an escape route, a safe haven, but they refuse. Their eyes burn with resolve. They will stand and fight by his side. The era of submission is over. It is finally time to draw their blades and protect the innocent. A new energy fills the room. But to break the cage, they must crush the 4 guardians who hold the keys to this prison. Jilei has already humiliated Hicks, but he was merely the weakest of the kings. The remaining 3 are monsters of a different caliber. Wubul warns that retribution will be swift. Once Hicks recovers, the full might of the guardians will descend upon them. The elder's voice turns stern. To survive the coming storm, they must shatter their limits and ascend to a new realm of power. Their very existence hangs in the balance. With steel in their hearts, the young warriors prepare for the war of a lifetime. Later, Jilei stands under the open sky. His thoughts drift to his mother, wondering if she gazes at these same stars, worried sick about him. His reverie is broken by a baby chasing a butterfly toward a deadly drop. Moving faster than thought, Jilei swoops in, catching the innocent life just before tragedy strikes. He takes a brief moment to entertain the little one, but business calls as he snaps his system interface open. Disappointment washes over him. Despite slaughtering the Beast King and harvesting a mountain of XP, he only gained 10 measly levels. Even worse, that mysterious uncle from his dreams has vanished without a trace. Wasting no time, he dumps his unallocated skill points into the system. He pours everything into defense and agility, fortifying his stats to the max. Suddenly, a notification blinks into existence. His inbox is flooded with hundreds of unread messages from Bursting Sweetheart. His heart skips a beat. He recognizes that profile immediately. It is his crush, Sia. He is stunned. He had no idea the system could bridge the gap to the outside world. Trembling, he opens the chat log. Wave after wave of panic and worry spills out from his schoolmate. At first, she was furious he ghosted their gaming session, but that anger quickly morphed into terror when she realized Jilei had completely vanished from reality. Jilei wonders if the system shows him as online, but his blood runs cold at the next update. His mother is abruptly moving to another city, and a strange bald man was seen lurking at his old classroom. Confusion spirals into dread. None of this adds up. Why would his mother uproot their lives? Who is this stranger stalking his friends? A dark realization hits him. Something catastrophic must have happened to his physical body back in the real world. The only logical explanation is heartbreaking. She must be selling their home to fund his medical treatment in a new city. But that theory has a fatal flaw. The country's top-tier hospital is right here in their current city. Relocating makes zero sense, and they aren't short on funds for his care. A sharp migraine splits his skull as he tries to piece together the conspiracy unfolding back home. Sensing his distress, the little one reaches out, trying to cheer up her father. But Jilei snaps. He barks at her to stop, startling the poor child so badly she tumbles and smacks her head. Disaster strikes. Her wails pierce the air, and panic sets in. Jilei tries to comfort her, but it is too late. He knows the system's penalty is inevitable. The piercing shriek triggers the punishment protocol. The boy lets out a defeated sigh, cursing his own short temper. In a flash of light, reality shifts. He is warped to a scorching volcanic hellscape, staring down the gullet of a colossal dragon. Desperate to make amends, Jilei offers the little one a flower. Her tears turn to a smile, granting him a moment of relief. But there is no time to rest. He steels himself for the inferno of battle. Meanwhile, back in the healing center, Joss gazes out the window, awestruck that Wu Bule, one of the legendary 12 heroes, is actually here. But suspicion clouds his admiration. Why is the legend so obsessed with the details of Jilei's duel against the Beast King? Unable to contain his curiosity, Joss asks about the old master's glory days, how he crushed the demon Quink and ascended as the supreme lightning warrior. It seems impossible that a warrior of such godlike caliber could be trapped in this place. Wu Bule sighs, waving away his past glory. He is just an old man now, and he needs a favor. Joss snaps to attention. What could a legend possibly need from a rookie like him? The old master lowers his voice. It concerns Jilei. He commands Joss to bury the truth of the Beast King battle and hide the boy's true potential from the world. Joss nods instantly. He trusts Wu Bule's wisdom with his life. Mission accomplished. The old hero turns to leave, not wanting to draw any more attention. Left alone, a heavy thought weighs on Joss. If a monster like Wu Bule is stuck here, what hope do they have? Escaping this hell seems like a foolish dream. But just then, the old man drops a bombshell. There is a way out. He is gathering a team to locate God's place. The revelation burns in Joss's mind, consuming his thoughts even as Filorga arrives to visit. The visitor is shocked to see Joss already back on his feet and recovering so fast. Still reeling from the conversation, Joss confides in Filorga, completely unaware that he is speaking to a walking history book. Joss explains his deep connection to the legend. He shares the same warrior class as Wu Bull and grew up worshipping his portraits. Filorga is equally stunned. To think a veteran of the Black Sea expedition is trapped in this hell. It defies logic. Joss's eyes shine with reverence. The 12 heroes aren't just titles, he declares. They are the 12 absolute strongest beings on Earth. Every 5 years, the world holds a tournament to decide the apex predators. Guilds send their elite squads, but only the 12 warriors standing at the bitter end earn the title of hero. That year, the Thunderbird Guild shook the heavens. Wu Bull etched his name into history with raw power. Even though his guild fell to the Chembu and Azurk factions in a razor-thin defeat, Wu Bull didn't stop there. He simply vanished. Rumors said he died in battle, but the truth, he marched alone into the Black Sea to slay the nightmare monster Quink and end the war single-handedly. As Joss recounts the tale, a proud smile forms on his lips. He realizes that Jilei possesses that same spark, the combat instinct of a legendary hero. However, shadows lurk in the past. Centuries ago, a young Wu Bull endured horrors that would break a lesser man. One memory burns brighter than the rest, bleeding out, screaming a desperate warning to his comrades. It was the day Morse and Luna Sally's parents were slaughtered. An unknown assassin took their lives, and that failure still haunts the old hero to this very day. Following the tragic loss, he swore a solemn oath to shelter Sally under his wing. Years bled into decades, weighed down by the crushing chains of survivor's guilt. He convinced himself this eternal hell was the penance he deserved. He failed to save his comrades once, but Sally, she is a pure soul untainted by his sins. Her destiny belongs to the vast world beyond, not this cage of despair. To ensure her safety, he embedded the lightning god's enchantment deep within her spirit, an absolute defense that even the gods themselves could not breach. His fingers tightened around the worn locket, gazing at the faces of the fallen. This time, the vow etched in his heart would never be broken. Meanwhile, the system's punishment finally concluded. Jile gasped for air, his body screaming from an ordeal far more brutal than the last. A blue window flashed before his eyes, a cruel notification with every activation. The monster's regeneration amplifies by 10%. Frustration boiled in his veins. The system was rigging the game, stacking the odds until the difficulty became insurmountable. His gaze shifted to the infant, her tiny eyes tracking the invisible text. He chuckled, thinking it mere coincidence. But then, the realization struck like a bolt of lightning. The child. She was actually reading the system window. Not even the powerful masters could perceive it. Yet this baby could, desperate for answers. He probed the child for secrets. A simple shake of her head dashed his hopes. However, one truth had been unveiled. This child was the catalyst. She was the bridge allowing messages to pierce through from the outside world. Just then, a familiar voice called out. Jile turned to find the entire party, Sally, Bob, Joss, and Master Wu Bull marching toward him. Relief washed over him, seeing them unharmed. Joss explained that since Jile hadn't returned, they came to find him the moment their wounds healed. Jile apologized, citing an urgent matter, claiming he wished for them to rest, but looking at their energy, his worry had been unnecessary. Joss immediately pointed to Bone and Sally, crediting their rapid recovery to their care, though the shadow assassin scoffed, turning away to maintain his cold, aloof image. When asked why they had gathered, their resolve was clear: they would join Master Wu Bull's quest. Jile's eyes then widened at the sight of the baby, shocked by her accelerated growth. Scrambling for an explanation, he stuttered, introducing the child as Luca. Bob cut him off, shouting that they needed to train immediately rather than wasting the master's precious time. As Joss and Bob erupted into their usual bickering, a boisterous laugh echoed. Wu Bull was laughing, freezing the group in sheer surprise. The old master confessed he finally felt alive again. For Sally, witnessing her grandfather's genuine joy was a sight more precious than gold. But the warmth was fleeting. He warned them to cherish this peace. For once the training commenced, their tears would offer no salvation. Joss skeptically asked if it would truly be that hellish, or if the old man was merely bluffing. Wu Bulei's expression darkened. The trial ahead was so severe that even the legendary 12 heroes might falter. When pressed for details, the master lectured in the crucible of combat. Victory is forged from strength, speed, and endurance. Exploiting a weakness is absolute. A single misstep creates an opening that can instantly reverse the tides of war. He waved a mysterious staff, and in a flash of mana, perfect doppelgangers of the students materialized. Wu Bulei declared that in team warfare, synergy is king. Coordination and combination attacks decide who lives and who dies. This artifact, crafted by the great mage Holinkum for elite guild wars, generates clones mirroring every skill and element of the original. However, their combat parameters are boosted to 150%, and physical wounds may be illusory, but the agony is real. Receive a fatal blow, and you are eliminated, forcing your teammates to fight a losing battle. His voice dropped to a grim whisper, warning that on their pilgrimage to the domain of the gods, sacrifice is inevitable. They would face cruelty that would shatter the weak. With steel in their eyes, the young warriors braced themselves to battle their own superior reflections. Back at the residence, the Beastman chef busied himself in the kitchen, asking if the master required a special menu for a party of 3. Wu Bulei corrected him. Prepare a feast for 20. The Beastman spun around, confused, asking if an army was coming for dinner. Before an explanation could be offered, the door was kicked open. The young team stumbled in, bringing the smell of sweat and battle with them. They looked utterly drained. The Beastman grumbled, baffled that they were this wrecked after a mere 30-minute session. Ignoring his complaints, the kids devoured the food like starving wolves, screaming for seconds to refuel their depleted mana. Wu Bulei broke the silence, commending their tenacity. Surviving over 30 minutes against those clones was no small feat. The atmosphere instantly froze. When Wu Bulei innocently asked why they weren't celebrating, the sheer audacity nearly sparked a riot. The dam of frustration finally bursts. The young warriors erupt in complaints, furious that they could barely scratch the clones, let alone fight properly. Joss tries to defend his pride, claiming he has slaughtered countless high-level monsters in one-on-one duels, but this battle was different. Jilei realizes the terrifying truth. These opponents were not mindless beasts acting on instinct. These shadows possess cold, calculating intelligence. They could think, adapt, and strategize just like humans. He recalls their fatal mistake. When they split up to hide, they expected individual duels, but instead, they were hunted down and ambushed as a group. Jilei points out the harsh reality. While his clone kept the others busy, the enemy focused their fire, turning the battle into a hopeless 5-on-1 massacre. In that moment, the truth hits them. They had lost the war before the first blow was even struck. The old master observes them with sharp eyes. He realizes Jilei has already analyzed the defeat and understood why they were crushed so effortlessly. He reveals the essence of their training. Team battles are not about showing off individual strength. They are about synergy and amplifying each other's power. He compares the battlefield to a chessboard. Some pieces must attack, others must defend, and some must be willing to sacrifice themselves so the king can survive. He reveals the secret of the clones. They do not have free will, but they analyze skills instantly and execute the perfect counter strategy without hesitation. Grandpa Wool scoffs, noting this was the simplest plan to crush a rookie team, which stings Bones' pride, forcing him to make excuses. Suddenly, everything clicks for Jilei. He realizes the old man's lesson is like a complex math equation. If you do not understand the formula, the solution is impossible. Attempting to fight without comprehension only leads them straight into a death trap. The path forward is clear. They must learn to move as one entity, cover each other's blind spots, and dismantle the enemy's formation efficiently. Satisfied with their progress, the old master ends the session. He promises that when the sun rises, he will teach them the true art of cooperation. The team accepts his orders and retreats to their quarters, exhausted and humbled. But sleep does not come easily for Jilei. He lies in the dark, haunted by helplessness, watching his teammates die in the simulation while he stood frozen, unable to save them. A chilling thought grips his heart. If that had been a real battle, his friends would be cold corpses right now. Guilt consumes him. He curses his own weakness and swears a blood oath to become strong enough to protect his precious people. The night drags on, trapping him in a vicious cycle of self-doubt and anxiety. His mind drifts back to the past, Memories of his childhood in the real world flood his consciousness. He remembers his mother's sacrifice. She turned down a prestigious career for a humble job with flexible hours, just to be there for him. But that workplace was a living hell. The scene plays out in his mind. His mother asking her boss if he could wait for her on Wednesday afternoons until her shift ended. The arrogant boss refused with a sneer. He claimed he was too busy, then had the audacity to flirt with her, mocking her status as a single mother. Young Jilei saw red. Enraged by the disrespect, he kicked the man, screaming at him for insulting his mother. His mother panicked and apologized, begging for mercy. But the boss turned violent, threatening to kill the young boy for his defiance. But then, the lioness awoke. His mother stepped in, not as a victim, but as a hero. She tossed the grown man to the ground as if he were trash. She declared she would never work for him again, choosing her dignity and her son over the money. That memory burns in Jilei's soul like a beacon. It strengthens his resolve to protect her, no matter the cost. Yet, the bitter reality returns. With his current power level, he is still too weak to protect anyone from the dangers of this world. As he drowns in despair, a strange sensation tingles in his chest. It is a signal. The mysterious, weird uncle has returned. Jilei breaks the silence. He calls out into the darkness, demanding to know if the voice belongs to that enigmatic entity. He scans the room frantically. If you are here, show yourself. Where are you standing? But the room remains empty. He becomes confused. The voice was so clear, so undeniably close, yet no one is there. He turns to little Luca and asks if she heard it. But the innocent baby just shakes her head, oblivious to the supernatural occurrence. He sighs, resigning himself to exhaustion. Perhaps the stress is finally making him hallucinate. Suddenly, Luca clings to him. Her small, adorable face presses against his chest, seeking warmth, and he wraps her in a blanket, his heart softening. Holding her reminds him of his mother's strength. He marvels at how she raised him alone against all odds. His determination solidifies into steel. He will return home, he will defeat the Guardians, and he will lead Grandpa Wool and his friends to freedom. He reflects on his past victories. Even though he slew the Beast King, the strongest monster he had ever faced, he now understands the fatal flaw. Raw power is meaningless without the wisdom to wield it. Deep in thought, the weird uncle's voice suddenly cuts through his mind. Good, you have finally realized your mistake. Jilei freezes in shock. The entity continues its lecture. The Beast King was merely a savage animal with high stats. But these clones, they possess true martial intent. They are smarter, deadlier, and far more dangerous than any beast you have slaughtered. Jilei finally turns, his eyes widening as he takes in his surroundings. He stands in a void of infinite starlight, where a majestic cherry blossom tree blooms in defiance of the emptiness. It wasn't a hallucination. The voice that echoed in his mind belonged to the man standing before him, the uncle. Confusion washes over him. He scans the surreal landscape and demands to know where he is and how he was pulled into this strange dimension. The silver-haired sage, radiating an aura of ancient wisdom, smiles. He reveals that this is the realm of Jilei's inner heart, his home since the moment Jilei became his master. Jilei is stunned. He never dreamed such a world existed within him. Yet the power resonating here is too real to deny. The uncle explains his long silence. After escaping the previous dimension, his soul was shattered and weak. Only now has he gathered enough strength to manifest before Jilei. A wave of realization hits the young hero. He bows in gratitude, knowing it was this man's hidden support that allowed him to slay the Beast King. But curiosity gets the better of him. Jilei points to the sea of petals drifting around them and asks why his soul is filled with these delicate blossoms. The sage explains a profound truth. The inner world reflects what the soul cherishes most. These flowers are tethered to Jilei's consciousness in ways he cannot yet fathom. Jilei frowns, unable to grasp the meaning. Why would his heart be filled with crimson flowers when he has never cared for such things in the waking world? The uncle dismisses the confusion. The truth of the flowers is for another day. He has appeared now because a crisis of far greater magnitude is approaching. The silver-haired master steps forward, his expression hardening as he poses a single, tempting question. Do you desire true power? As he speaks, his body erupts in a blinding glow, unleashing a pressure so intense it threatens to crush the very air. He reveals that he has regained only 1% of his former glory. Yet, Even this sliver of strength is enough to teach Jilei the terrifying nature of the chaos element. At his current level, Jilei is pathetic. He can barely unleash 0.001% of that power. Jilei freezes in shock. After all his battles and growth, is he really still just an ant compared to true mastery? The master notes, this is just a rough guess, but the blow to Jilei's pride is devastating. He struggles to accept his own weakness, but there is no time for self-pity. The old man snaps, warning that their fates are bound together. If Jilei falls in battle, the uncle will fade into nothingness forever. Suddenly, a blue screen flashes before Jilei's eyes. The system chimes, announcing the beginning of the Chaos Element Master's trial. The quest conditions are simple but brutal. Survive against this monster of a man for 3 minutes to earn a legendary amount of experience points. Jilei's eyes light up. Just 3 minutes for a reward that massive. He only needs to stall for time. But the eccentric master reads his intentions instantly. He locks eyes with Jilei, his killing intent spiking as he issues the challenge. Jilei draws his blade, the steel humming as he ignites his elemental aura. He grits his teeth, shouting that he is ready for war. Meanwhile, in the suffocating shadows of a dimly lit corridor, sinister figures whisper, questioning if the boy is truly as monstrous as the rumors say. Hicks, who faced Jilei earlier, lies broken. His wounds are so grotesque that even his hardened allies recoil in horror. Though his flesh is knitting back together, his pride remains shattered. He refuses to admit a mere child humbled him, desperate to claim it was nothing but dumb luck. Pathetic. A cold, sarcastic voice cuts through the air. Hicks turns to see a woman in white, her eyes looking down on him like he's a piece of trash. She scoffs, telling him the brutal truth. If Jilei had used his ultimate technique, Hicks wouldn't be recovering, he would be a corpse. Rage flares in Hicks's chest. He demands to know how Lucius dares to disrespect him so openly. Lucius slowly removes her veil, her expression icy. She reminds him that Lord Dorop only ordered a test of the boy's skills, yet Hicks managed to get himself half killed. She shakes her head, wondering how such a useless fool continues to hold the title of one of the town's 4 guardians. Hicks opens his mouth to argue, but her piercing gaze silences him. To Lucius, Jilei possesses raw power, yes, but he is an unrefined barbarian with 0 strategy. Even with Grandpa Wool training the boy under Lord Dorop's nose, it matters not. In the grand scheme, they are all just insects waiting to be crushed. From the darkness, the mysterious figure who attacked Sally earlier speaks up. He reports that the old master has begun rallying the terrified citizens. Because that old man is one of the legendary 12 heroes, the people cling to the false hope that he can lead them to salvation. But escape is impossible. If Lord Dorop steps in, the town will descend into absolute anarchy. Panic will do their work for them. Lucius asks what the assassin plans to do. In response, dark magic swirls around him, unveiling a nightmare standing in the shadows behind him. A chill runs down everyone's spine. Even the guardians are horrified. It is the scourge of the wastelands, the Latinia Wanderer, with a cruel command. The shadow sends the beast forth like a rabid wolf unleashed. The monster roars and charges, hungry for the blood of hundreds of innocents. Back in the inner world, Jilei is running for his life. His strategy is simple: evade the eccentric master until the timer hits 0. Sorry, old man, he thinks frantically. He has no intention of fighting a losing battle. He just needs to survive these 3 hellish minutes. Once the system announces his victory, he promises to endure whatever torture training the uncle has planned. But suddenly, he stops. Silence dominates the void. The old man hasn't chased him. A deep, primal instinct screams that something is terribly wrong. Before he can react, the air screams. A massive hurricane of chaotic energy manifests instantly before him, blocking his escape and forcing him to skid to a halt. The realization crashes down on him like a mountain. This isn't a sparring match or a simple lesson. The killing intent is real. The master is actually trying to end his life. Were it not for the Beast King's guardian shield, Jilei wouldn't have survived a single second. Instant death awaited him the moment the battle commenced. The gray-haired elder finally called him out, his voice dripping with disdain for Jilei's pathetic attempt at. Now, fleeing the battlefield, he sneered, asking if the boy truly believed he could avoid a head-on clash, warning that such childish tricks were useless against a master of the blade. But Jilei defied expectations. He suddenly pointed behind the old master, screaming a frantic alarm. As the elder instinctively turned his head, Jilei seized the split-second opening to sprint away with everything he had. He glanced at his system interface. Time was running out. Only a few precious moments remained. If he could just survive until the clock ran down, the mission would be a success. Desperate to buy even a single second, he shouted back, begging for a timeout and promising to fight properly once he caught his breath. The gray-haired master scoffed, his voice booming that cowardice and retreat would solve absolutely nothing. Before Jilei could even blink, his opponent vanished and reappeared right behind him. A true predator never lets their prey rest. The blade swung down, but Jilei was already gone. That was when the elder realized the truth. The boy had just utilized the exact same movement technique, vanishing from sight with godlike speed. It was the burst slash, the very skill Jilei had obtained from the depths of the Beast King's cavern. As Jilei spotted the master hovering in midair, a cold sweat broke out. He realized just how close he had come to a gruesome end. Because the elder's attack was purely physical, Jilei barely managed to counter it by forcefully activating his own slash technique. Meanwhile, the gray-haired master was equally stunned, unable to comprehend how a mere novice moved with speed that rivaled teleportation. Jilei checked his system window and panic seized his heart. The skill had a 5-minute cooldown. If the master attacked again before the timer reset, the mission would end in failure. With only 30 seconds remaining on the clock, he decided to take a massive gamble and tossed his sword to the dirt. Feigning surrender, he declared that he understood the value of this combat lesson, but pleaded for just 1 minute of rest before continuing the spar. The eccentric master landed softly on the ground and let out a heavy sigh. He reluctantly agreed, but only because his curiosity was piqued. He demanded to know how the boy performed that movement. Jilei wondered if he was referring to the burst slash skill. Before he could analyze the situation further, the system notification chimed. The mission was successfully completed, and a flood of experience points was secured. Relaxing his guard, Jilei began to explain the mechanics of his power, describing how the skills followed a subconscious inner command. The moment he focused on a technique, his body instinctively executed the motion without a shred of hesitation. The gray-haired master frowned, admitting that Jilei's explanation was nonsense. However, what truly captivated him was the technique itself because he had seen it before. This revelation sent a shock through Jilei. He couldn't fathom how anyone else in this world could possess a system skill. The elder fell into deep contemplation, murmuring that the way Jilei moved felt strangely familiar, as if it were a lost memory from a past life. Yet, no matter how hard he strained his mind, the specific details remained locked away in the fog of his memory. Suddenly, Jilei recalled the stories his grandfather had once told him, the ancient legend of Hysiad. Considering this elder had gifted him the chaos elemental power, realization struck like lightning. It was highly likely that the man standing before him was Hysiad himself. If that were true, unlocking the elder's memories could solve countless mysteries. Jilei called out to him with burning conviction, declaring that he knew the master's true identity. He proclaimed that the man was none other than Hysiad, the legendary warrior who defeated the evil god Marus and saved the world from total annihilation. He asked if the name stirred any dormant memories, but the old master just stared back in silence. His expression was blank. He couldn't even determine if Hysiad was his name, let alone recall the glory of his past self. Meanwhile, back in the unforgiving Lintonia desert, the beastman cook was fast asleep, snoring peacefully amidst the danger. Boone, however, lay wide awake. He couldn't close his eyes because the silence felt heavy. Something was terribly wrong. He bolted upright, muscles tense. He sniffed the air, and a familiar, metallic scent filled his nostrils, making his heart pound against his ribs. The realization hit him like a truck. It was the scent of that monstrous entity. Before he could even react, the roof above them exploded inward, showering the room in debris. The deafening crash jolted the beastman awake. He jumped up in sheer confusion, half asleep and struggling to comprehend the chaos unfolding around him. In the flickering shadows, a pair of glowing crimson eyes pierced the darkness. A monstrous figure stepped forward, locking its gaze on its next prey. The beastman finally shook off his daze and clawed his way out of the rubble. He frantically searched for Boone, terrified that his friend was buried alive, suffocating beneath the ruins. But just as he scanned the area, a massive rock suddenly slammed into his face, leaving him reeling in pain and utter confusion. Wondering who would dare throw rocks in the dead of night, he turned and witnessed a nightmare. The monstrous figure was smashing the earth while Boone fought fiercely for his life. The shadow assassin materialized behind the beast, unleashing his shadow sword skill in a lethal strike. But the monster blocked the blade with immense force, swatting Boone to the ground like a fly, yet, despite the brutal impact, Boone's fury burned hotter than ever. He knew he wasn't mistaken. This beast demon standing before him was the very same abomination that had slaughtered his parents. Rage burned in his eyes like an unquenchable fire. He swore an oath of blood, vowing that even if he must burn to ash, he would never forgive the monster standing before him. Steel sang as he unsheathed his dual blades. Dark, shadow elemental energy erupted from his body, engulfing the battlefield. Every single second since that tragic day had been fuel for this fire. He had lived only for this exact moment of retribution. Fate, however, had a twisted sense of humor. The target of his vengeance had come to him. The Beastman reached out in confusion, asking why a demon was invading their sanctuary. But Boone heard nothing but the pounding of his own heart. Consumed by vengeance, he roared for the Beastman to get back. His voice dripped with murder. He vowed to tear the creature limb from limb, crush every bone, and offer its vile blood as a tribute to his slaughtered parents. With a war cry that shook the earth, he charged. Every ounce of his power was focused on a single goal: absolute destruction. High above the chaos, the guardian Lucius watched the carnage unfold. Perched atop the mountain like a predator, her gaze was cold and calculating. Hicks, the green-haired healer, sensed something was wrong. The patterns of the attacks were too precise, too deliberate to be random wild beasts. A shadowed figure beside them chuckled darkly. He confessed that he had already summoned a horde of demon beasts directly into the village. It was all a trap. They were baiting the tiger to leave its den. Once Wu Bule stepped out, Lord Dorop would be waiting to claim his head. Lucius sneered and dismissed Hicks, with a warning failure was not an option this time. She had her own prey to hunt: the new healer, Jilei. A cruel smirk curled her lips. She only hoped the boy could survive long enough to make the hunt entertaining. Back at the farm, panic erupted. A beastman burst into Wu Bule's home, screaming that Boone was locked in a death match with a demon beast. The moment the words left his lips, the atmosphere changed. Wu Bule's eyes darkened as his dormant instincts as a protector flared to life. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the town. Shock turned to fury as he realized the enemy had launched a full-scale invasion. He barked orders instantly: find Jilei and keep him close to Sally. He would not let anyone die today. There was no time to waste. Crackling with lightning chi, Wu Bule vanished in a blinding flash of pure speed. Meanwhile, deep within the spiritual sea of his inner realm, Jilei remained unaware of the danger outside. He stood before the gray-haired spirit, trying to awaken his dormant identity. This was Hesiod, the legendary hero who once sealed the evil god within the Hell Tower Altalos, sacrificing his own freedom in the process. Jilei pressed him for answers, but the man's eyes remained empty. His memories were a blank slate, swallowed by the void of time. Jilei sighed in frustration. In every manga and anime, the hero usually remembers everything the moment their name is called. Why was this different? But the gray-haired warrior shook his head. The darkness in his mind was absolute. Even the name Hesiod felt foreign to him, like a title belonging to a stranger rather than his own soul. However, after watching Jilei's techniques, a spark flickered in his eyes. For the first time in eons, he felt a faint resonance, a distant echo of who he used to be. Sensing this breakthrough, Jilei began to question the threads of fate. Why was he here? What was the true purpose behind these chaotic events? If this man truly was the legendary Hesiod, then unlocking his memories might be the key to saving them all. The warrior raised his gaze. He challenged Jilei to a duel, believing that the clash of steel and spirit might finally shatter the seal on his mind. Jilei nodded, understanding the stakes. He summoned his blade, ready to face the legend. But before their blades could cross, a piercing cry shattered his concentration. It was Luca's voice, screaming in terror. Ice filled his veins. The baby should have been safe in her crib. Something was terribly wrong in the waking world. Back in reality, the nightmare had arrived. Lucius stood in Jilei's room, looming over the defenseless infant and Jilei's sleeping physical body. A wicked smile played on her lips. She whispered to the trembling child that she hadn't come for a baby, but for the boy sleeping beside her. Seeing the girl cling desperately to her father, Lucius laughed cruelly. Perhaps it would be kinder to slaughter them both, so they could hold hands on the road to hell. She raised her hand to strike, but they vanished like a phantom in the wind. Jilei teleported himself and the child, reappearing instantly behind the assassin. Jilei's eyes snapped open, sharp and clear. He held little Luca close, thanking her softly for being his guardian angel. He turned his gaze to Lucius, his expression calm but deadly. He told his daughter not to fear. After surviving the hell of the dungeons and facing true monsters, the woman standing before them was nothing but a minor nuisance. Meanwhile, the town had become a slaughterhouse. Monsters rampaged through the streets, turning the peaceful village into a river of blood. No one was spared. The beasts tore through buildings and flesh alike, leaving only destruction in their wake. Amidst the rubble, a heartbreaking scene unfolded. A little girl wept over her mother's fallen body, begging her to wake up, her voice cracking with terror. A demon beast locked its gaze on the easy prey, drool dripping from its fangs. It lunged to devour the child. Death was inches away when suddenly the heavens roared. A bolt of triple thunder power crashed down, obliterating the beast with blinding majesty. As the smoke cleared, the other monsters froze. Standing there like a god of war was Grandpa Woobool, the trembling girl safely shielded in his arms. The horde snarled, realizing instantly that this old man was the only thing standing between them and total victory. But the old master didn't flinch. Holding the child tight, he became a blur of lightning. He tore through the wave of red-eyed beasts, a storm of vengeance determined to protect the innocent, no matter the cost. Elsewhere, chaos reigned as Joss and Filorga fought for their lives. They stood back to back, blades flashing against the encroaching horde amidst the carnage. They screamed at the elder, demanding to know what madness had descended upon them and why the beast tide had risen so suddenly. Wubule's voice cut through the din, revealing the truth of their sanctuary. This town was shielded by an ancient barrier, a sacred seal intended to be impenetrable. It was vigilantly warded to repel the demon scourge, but a fracture had appeared in the void, allowing these abominations to seep through the cracks of reality. His eyes narrowed with grim certainty. Such a catastrophe was impossible by mere chance. The seal was broken from within. A traitor walked among them. As the puzzle pieces clicked into place, his aura darkened. He muttered through gritted teeth that the snakes hiding in the grass had finally grown too impatient to wait. Joss and Filorga exchanged glances of pure bewilderment, unable to grasp the weight of the elder's cryptic words amidst the bloodshed. But Wubule's expression hardened into a mask of cold fury as the horrifying truth struck him like a thunderbolt. This beast wave was merely a diversion. The Guardian's true objective was their total annihilation. With a heavy heart, he offered a gentle, reassuring pat to the trembling child before turning his steel gaze to his young allies. His command was absolute. They were to evacuate every civilian they could find and retreat to his residence. It was their only hope for sanctuary. Joss faltered, panic rising in his voice as he asked where the elder intended to go alone. The old master replied with grim determination. He had to reach the perimeter and repair the breach before the barrier shattered completely. The golden-haired warrior protested immediately. The outer rim would be overrun with high-level beasts. They couldn't let him face death without backup. But Wubule's mana was already surging. Arcs of raw lightning crackled around him, his eyes glowing with fierce power. He roared that he needed no protection. Their sacred duty was to the innocent. Before another word could be spoken, he unleashed his signature technique, First Royal Thunder. Flash. He launched himself skyward, vanishing instantly like a streak of blue lightning cutting through the despair. Meanwhile, back at the estate, the duel between Lucius and Jilei reached a fever pitch. Lucius wore a twisted smile, genuinely shocked that the boy's speed had evolved so drastically since their last skirmish. As steel rang against steel, the pieces of the puzzle suddenly clicked in Jilei's mind. The aura was unmistakable. It was Lucius. She was the hooded assassin who had mercilessly attacked Sally and Bone. He never expected the legendary guardian Lucius to be a woman. In the heat of the moment, his filter slipped, and he demanded to know why this auntie was targeting him. That single word was a death sentence. Her composure snapped instantly, enraged that this brat dared to address her with such disrespect. Jilei tried to reason through the violence, shouting that if they could just locate God's place, the shackles binding this town would finally be broken. Why couldn't she see that? Why were the Guardians so hell-bent on stopping their liberation? Lucius's reply was cold as the grave. Lord Dorup had sacrificed everything to build this sanctuary, and she would not let some upstart destroy the order they had bled to create. She spat that God's place was nothing but a delusion. To defy the divine order was not bravery. It was foolish, suicidal rebellion. but Jilei refused to yield an inch. He gripped his hilt, his voice echoing with conviction. God's place was real, and anyone who dared to stand in his way or harm his comrades would face his full wrath. When it came to protecting his own, he showed no mercy. His entire being began to radiate with terrifying energy, channeling his elemental power to show Lucius the true depth of his evolution. Yet, Lucius merely smirked, looking more amused than impressed by his display. She mocked his arrogance. Did he think defeating Hicks made him a god? She reminded him that the green-haired trash he beat was merely the weakest of the 4 guardians. But she was a monster in a league of her own, possessing power that rivaled Lord Dorp himself. To demonstrate the gap in their strength, she summoned her familiar, the Shadow Sword Wolf, a level 45 beast of pure speed and lethality, lunged forward, but Jilei didn't even blink. He activated his ultimate art annihilation slash. In a blinding strike, the beast was obliterated, its form evaporating into meaningless dust before it could even touch him. Lucius froze, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her mind refused to process the impossibility of what she had just witnessed. How could a mere boy dismantle her attack so effortlessly? But she wasn't finished yet. With a cry of pure fury, she conjured 3,000 shadow swords, launching a storm of steel directly at Jilei. The boy stood his ground, calm as a stagnant lake. He raised his hand, activating the protection ring he had seized from the beast cave, manifesting an impenetrable golden barrier. The barrage of shadow blades crashed against the shield, shattering harmlessly like glass against a mountain. A smirk tugged at his lips. He taunted her coldly, asking if that pathetic display was truly the best she could do. Lucius clenched her fists until her knuckles turned white. The bitter taste of regret filled her mouth. She had severely underestimated this monster in human skin. Determined to crush his arrogance, she stomped the ground. Ascending into the air on a geyser of violet energy, she screamed that the real nightmare was only just beginning. He was about to witness the true depths of a guardian's power. The air screamed as a colossal demon materialized behind her, a titan wielding a gigantic blade in its jaws. Its eyes burned with hellfire, locking onto Jilei with predatory intent. Lucius looked down with arrogant pride, eager to see how long the little rat could survive against such overwhelming, godlike might. But in that moment of crisis, time seemed to freeze. A system window materialized before Jilei. New quest: defeat the enemy leader, protect the town, destroy the beast. Without a shred of hesitation, he accepted the mission. His eyes flashed cold. He was ready to face whatever hell she prepared for him. Meanwhile, in the suburbs, the nightmare continued. Monsters poured through the shattered barrier like a flood, while the guards fought a desperate, bloody battle to hold the line. Steel clashes against bone as the soldiers fight desperately, but the endless tide of monsters threatens to drown them in blood. Behind the front lines, healers and mages pour their very life force into the barrier, trying to stitch the shattering mana shield back together. But their magic feels like a drop in the ocean. The abyss is leaking through faster than they can cast. Panic rising in his throat, a soldier spins around to the mages, screaming for an estimated time before the corner defense collapses entirely. The young apprentice mage looks at her master with trembling eyes, the silence of her terror speaking louder than words. She whispers that their mana cores are empty. Her master knows the truth, but he refuses to let the poison of despair infect his troops. Summoning a roar from his gut, he commands the soldiers to hold the line, declaring that their duty is to stand until the bitter end. Even if their bodies are crushed, they must become a wall of flesh and bone to keep the beast at bay. His thunderous voice ignites a fire in Wagner and Lou, who grip their hilts with white-knuckled resolve, ready to meet their death. But fate is cruel. A sickening crack echoes through the air as the barrier splinters wide open. The female mage turns to her master, tears streaming down her face as she wails that their limit has been reached. Just as the shadow of death looms, a bolt of divine lightning crashes down, instantly fusing the shattered barrier back together. The soldiers stare in stunned silence as the golden wall regenerates, and turning back, they behold the legendary silhouette of Wu Bule, one of the 12 heroes. An aura of overwhelming majesty radiates from him, reminding every soul present what true power looks like. Yet, even the strength of a legend struggles against this infinite horde. Wu Bule gazes down from the sky, his eyes narrowing as he sees the monsters still flooding in like a plague. With the fury of a storm god, he unleashes a cataclysmic lightning blast, incinerating the entire wave of beasts in a heartbeat. He barks an order to Master Demont to retreat and seal the other breaches, and the mage bows in reverence, leading his squad away from the kill zone. But the moment the soldiers vanish, the atmosphere grows heavy, and a violent gale tears through the battlefield. Wu Bull squints through the howling wind, locking his gaze on a sinister, hooded figure descending from the heavens like a fallen angel. The remaining soldiers cheer for Lord Dorop, their supposed savior, but their praise turns to blood-curdling screams as Dorop raises a hand and burns his own loyal men to cinders. Wu Bull watches in frozen horror as the defenders of the city are reduced to drifting ash. Rage boils in his veins as he roars at Dorop, demanding to know why a guardian would slaughter his own people. Dorop merely smirks with chilling arrogance, declaring the villagers are nothing but trash who live only because he allows it. In his twisted worldview, their lives are his property to discard the moment they become an inconvenience. The mask of the guardian has fallen, revealing the monster hiding beneath. One eye is missing, and half his face is a grotesque ruin, twisted by a dark and ancient curse. Meanwhile, a different battle rages as Jilei clashes with Lucius, barely deflecting her relentless sword strikes. He dances on the razor's edge, using purely evasive footwork, but the summon she commands is pushing him to the brink of exhaustion. Realizing that passivity will lead to his grave, Jilei decides it is time to switch from prey to predator. Mana surges through his blade, and with a single devastating slash, he swats the massive monster aside like a nuisance. Lucius's eyes bulge in shock, unable to comprehend how a lowly healer could possess such monstrous physical strength. As the beast crashes into the earth, Jilei offers a cold ultimatum: accept defeat now and go defend the innocent. But Lucius throws her head back and cackles, mocking his ignorance of the true nightmare unfolding. She reveals the terrifying truth: Lord Dorop himself shattered the barrier, and tonight is a purge for anyone who ever defied him. That death sentence includes Grandpa Wu Bull, who is slated for execution by Dorop's own hand. The blood drains from Jilei's face as the realization hits him. Grandpa is fighting a monster far beyond his prime. Worse yet, the old hero is unarmed, leaving him defenseless against a traitor of that caliber. There is no time for hesitation. Jilei steals his heart to end this duel instantly. He activates Annihilation Mode, his aura erupting in a blinding column of light as he locks eyes with his target. Lucius senses the shift in the air, realizing too late that the boy before her is no healer, he is a catastrophe. Before her brain can even process the threat, Jilei utilizes a divine blessing, teleporting through space to appear inches from her face. Lucius freezes, her mind shattering as she tries to understand how a support class could use high-tier spatial magic. She never gets her answer. Jilei unleashes a burst slash combined with a meteoric punch that crushes her windpipe. But as she coughs up blood, Lucius is still standing, shocking even herself with a resilience she did not know she possessed. Confusion mixes with rage as she demands answers. Why did Jilei spare her life, but he simply turns his back, offering nothing but silence? A holographic screen shatters his view. The system chimes. Mission update: the Shadow Magician, Lucius, has been defeated. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at the barrier. Lord Dorop begins to unleash hell. Violent tornadoes encircle Grandpa Wu Bull. The winds howl, aiming to throw the old master off balance and scatter his defenses. But the veteran hero is not done yet. Channeling ancient lightning techniques, he weaves through the tempest, forcing his way toward the tyrant. He prepares the finishing strike, but the evil lord counters with a signature wind blast, forcing Wu Bull to abandon the attack and brace for impact. Laughter rings out above the storm. Amused, Lord Dorop sneers. Does this old fool truly believe he can win? He reminds him that the era of the 12 heroes crumbled to dust long ago. He is nothing more than a frail relic of a forgotten past. Dorop spreads his arms, declaring himself a god of limitless power. He watches mortals like Wu Bull wither and fade like dry leaves. The old hero plants his feet, but against such divine pressure, his shield begins to crack. With a deafening crack, the defense shatters. Lord Dorop unleashes the wind tempest, blasting Wu Bull out of the sky. He watches the legend fall. A cold farewell escapes his lips, certain he has finally extinguished one of the 12 heroes. Elsewhere, Lucius lies broken in the dirt. Every breath sets her lungs on fire. Her body trembles, but her mind races. Jilei had the blade at her throat. He could have ended her. Why didn't he? She watches him, baffled. The monster who defeated her is now playing peacefully with baby Luca. Why show mercy to an enemy? Summoning the last dregs of her strength, she speaks. Is this a joke? Is he sparing her just to mock her weakness? She spits out a warning. She will not be grateful. She will survive, and one day she will kill him. But Jilei remains calm. He never asks for her gratitude. He has more urgent matters to attend to, but he warns her the next time they cross paths, it will be his sword that speaks, not his fist. Humiliation burns her face, but she is too broken to retaliate. Jilei turns away, lost in thought. She is clearly an NPC, just data in a system, yet this world feels terrifyingly real. In a normal game, he could slaughter thousands without a second thought for morality or consequence. But here, taking the life of someone who breathes and bleeds, that weight sits heavy on his soul. Suddenly, Lucius staggers to her feet. She calls out a warning. Wu Bule is at the western barrier, facing Lord Dorap alone. She warns him grimly, even if they join forces, that monster is beyond their reach. Jilei glances at her coldly. Don't worry about it. He rips open the system portal, checks the coordinates, and looks at baby Luca with resolve. He knows the old man is running out of time. Activating maximum speed, he tears across the battlefield to join the fray. Back at the west barrier, a blinding burst of starlight erupts from the storm. Lord Dorap freezes. He narrows his eyes, scanning the chaos for the source of this power, but he is too slow. A fist of condensed lightning slams into his face, launching the false god straight into orbit. It is Wu Bule hovering in the air. He has unleashed his secret art, the Thunder Fist. The old master has transformed his hair. It flows ice blue, eyes glowing with divine light. Lord Dorap crashes into the earth, dazed and reeling from the shock. Wu Bule wastes no time. He dives like a hawk for the kill, but his fist strikes only dirt. He gasps. Lord Dorap is gone. He has vanished into thin air. A chilling laugh echoes from behind. The old man spins around to find the evil god standing tall. Dorap sneers. He's just a washed-up relic, working overtime to protect insects. He mocks the hero's sentimentality. It is touching, truly, but also amusing. It has been an eternity since anyone managed to excite him this much. Yet, the outcome is set. Dorap raises his hand, revealing rings that shimmer with ominous light. Each one commands a different element. He admits a grudging respect for Wu Bule's tenacity. But now, the game's end. He promises to show him the true, nightmare-inducing power of a four-element magician. The earth shakes. In an instant, 4 colossal avatars materialize: a stone giant, a water serpent, a blazing fire beast, and a massive dragon. Meanwhile, Joss, the golden boy, fights desperately against the demon horde, while Filorga maintains her deadly, focused rhythm. Filorga pauses. The flow of monsters has stopped. Surely, this means Uncle Wu Bule has secured the barrier. Joss calls out, checking her status. Filorga nods, breathless. She is fine, but she has never faced such high-level beasts before. Joss grits his teeth. He agrees. He has never witnessed a horde this relentless. A heavy realization settles over them. If it is this hard now, how much worse was it for the pioneers who first fought here? They gazed upon the devastation surrounding them, realizing the innocent souls here had endured torment beyond all imagination. Joss turned to his partner, his voice grim. It was time to move. They had to reach the outer perimeter immediately. The survivors there were defenseless against the monster horde. But before they could take a single step, Joss froze. High above, 2 colossal avatars of lightning tore through the heavens. They were titans of pure destruction, one of freezing ice, the other of raging fire summoned from the void. Filorga stood paralyzed, her eyes wide with terror. She had never witnessed summoned beasts of such catastrophic scale before. Joss's mind raced. Such creatures could only be the work of a monstrously powerful elemental mage hidden within the city. He explained the terrifying reality. While many mages could dabble in multiple elements, their power was usually diluted compared to a specialist who mastered a single path. That was the universal rule of magic versatility, usually came at the cost of raw combat potential. However, there was one anomaly, one being capable of wielding multiple elements while maintaining godlike supremacy in every single one. Suddenly, a streak of starlight cleaved the sky. Filorga shouted for Joss to look. It was Grandpa Wu Bule, his fighting spirit blazing brighter than a supernova. He danced through the fire monster's inferno and soared upward, instantly closing the distance between himself and the traitor. Lord Dorap. The moment he was in range, the old hero roared. He unleashed the legendary triple thunderstrike fist, pouring his very life force into the attack. Yet, before the blow could connect, a chilling smile curled on Lord Dorap's lips. He had seen this move coming a mile away. A trap. A massive stone fist crashed toward the old master from his blind spot. Relying on pure instinct, Wu Bule twisted his body, barely escaping death by a hair's breadth. He didn't retreat. He dove straight at the stone golem, smashing his fist into its eye. The construct's head shattered, collapsing into a rain of rubble across the battlefield. But the enemy gave him no quarter. Before he could even catch his breath, the water monster struck, summoning a tidal wave that crashed down like the wrath of the sea. The torrent formed into a colossal spear of pressurized liquid, slamming into him with bone-crushing force. The wave swallowed him whole. For a terrifying second, his small figure was lost against the crushing current, struggling to stay afloat. It was a heartbreaking realization. Grandpa Wu Bule was past his prime, though his spirit burned like a dragon. His aging mortal body was failing against a self-proclaimed god and his beasts. Miraculously, the old master broke free. He evaded a scorching blast from the fire monster and crashed to the ground, surveying the chaotic storm he had unleashed. Even amidst the debris of the defeated ice monster, there was no time to rest. The rubble stirred. The stone monster reformed and lunged to crush him. His veteran senses screamed danger, allowing him to slip away just as the trap snapped shut. But he was reaching his limit. Deep wounds marred his body, and blood dripped steadily from his trembling arms. Impressive. Lord Dorop materialized behind him like a phantom. He admitted he hadn't expected the old man to survive this long. He had underestimated the veteran's grit. But in the end, Dorop sneered, "You are just a human." He mocked the old hero, claiming he was a shadow of the legend who once slew the demon King Quink. Dorop's grin widened maniacally. Unlike the frailty of humanity, he claimed to possess the flawless, transcendent body of a god, eternal youth, true immortality, and an endless reservoir of magic that every mortal soul could only dream of envying. His right eye flared with a sinister crimson light. He basked in his own divinity, declaring his absolute right to rule over weak, pitiful insects like the man before him. But Wu Bule silenced the tyrant's arrogance with a single sentence. Lord Dorop was no god. He was just a traitor who had sold his soul to demons for a taste of power. "You call yourself a ruler," the old man spat. "You are nothing but an obedient dog, licking the feet of your dark masters." He asked if the price was truly worth it. To live without taste, without smell, without touch. In truth, it was Dorop who envied the humans he claimed to despise. The word struck a raw nerve. Lord Dorop's mask of superiority shattered, his face twisting into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. Exploding with fury, Dorop unleashed tendrils of dark magic. He ensnared the old man, dragging him close while hissing that he now held the power of life and death. Snuffing out Wu Bule's life now, he claimed, would be as trivial as crushing a roadside ant under his boot. He laughed wickedly, outlining his twisted plan. He would rewrite history, claiming he was the savior who opened the barrier and slew the mad hero to save the town. "Time to die, old man." Wu Bule closed his eyes, his breathing steady. He accepted his fate, ready to embrace the end with honor. But the Grim Reaper would have to wait. Fate had other plans, and those plans arrived in the form of Jilei. Like a bolt of judgment from the heavens, Jilei slammed into Lord Dorop with Godspeed. The impact sent the villain rocketing backward, crashing through the mountains behind them. The dark bindings vanished. Wu Bule collapsed, but before he hit the dirt, strong arms caught him. Jilei was there, steadying the old legend. The old man looked up in relief. In the distance, Lord Dorop dragged himself from the rubble, finally locking eyes with the silver-haired nightmare that had just arrived. Jilei turned to his grandfather, his voice laced with urgent concern. "Are you all right?" The old master scoffed, downplaying his wounds as mere scratches. "Why are you here, boy?" he demanded. Jilei explained quickly. After defeating Lucius, he learned Dorop was hunting his grandfather next. He had rushed across the battlefield for one reason: to return the sword. Guilt weighed on his voice. He apologized, knowing that if he had returned the blade Ozul sooner, his grandfather wouldn't be in such a desperate state. But Wu Bule shook his head. "Do not burden yourself," he rasped. Even with the legendary sword Ozul, he couldn't have defeated Dorop. That monster had traded his very soul to the devil for power that defied logic. Even though Master Wu Bule stands tall as one of the legendary 12 heroes, he knows the bitter truth. The old legend admits he is a shadow of his former glory. Time has withered his body. His strength is fading like a dying ember, and he is, after all, merely mortal. His prime is a distant memory, and all that remains before him is the long, inevitable descent into the grave. However, until his final breath leaves his lungs, he swears to stand as a shield for those he cherishes. With steel in his voice, he commands Jilei to take Sally and the others, urging them to escape through the transportation seal he secretly prepared in the fields. He will remain behind. He will become the wall that stalls Dorop, buying them precious seconds to reach safety. But Jilei refuses to turn his back. He shouts that he will not leave Grandpa Wubul to die alone, and neither will Sally, Boban, Joss, Valorga, or even their new Beastman ally. With eyes burning with determination, Jilei hands his sword to the old master, recalling his mother's wisdom. The world is cruel, but one must never bow to fate without a fight. They must stand firm for their convictions one day. They will crush Dorop and lead their people to the promised land of the gods. As Wubule grasps the hilt, a holographic screen materializes. The system confirms the mission is complete. The blade has been returned to its true master. Instantly, a golden light envelops Jilei as he receives a massive reward of 1.5 million experience points. A surge of triumph flows between the two warriors, but Lord Dorop shatters the hope with a maniacal laugh, mocking their delusion of victory. Suddenly, the sky screams. A colossal sphere of pure fury ignites the heavens like a second sun, descending with apocalyptic speed toward Jilei and Wubule. But Jilei reacts on instinct, trusting the artifact he claimed earlier. He activates the ring, conjuring a shimmering protective bubble around them just before impact. Hovering like a dark god above, Lord Dorop sneers in disgust, amazed that these insignificant insects still dare to struggle. He decides to end this charade. "Now," he bellows, "you shall witness the true wrath of a deity." With a casual swipe of his hand, he unleashes the cataclysmic skill. Explosive fire rain, molten magma tears through the clouds, crashing down like the judgment of hell itself. The barrier protecting Jilei and Wubul groans under the assault. Spiderweb cracks spreading rapidly as the lava bombardment intensifies. Jilei feels the end approaching. His system flashes red with a critical alert. The Beast King's protective shield is at its limit. Then, with a deafening shatter, the barrier fails, and the liquid fire consumes them. High above, Lord Dorop throws his head back in laughter, certain that no mortal frame could survive such total annihilation. He proclaims with arrogance that his enemies have surely been reduced to nothing but drifting ash. But, abruptly, his cruel smirk vanishes. His eyes widen in shock as the smoke clears to reveal something impossible, a radiant, pristine sphere of energy, completely untouched by the flames. It is a miracle that stuns everyone. Dorop, Wubule, and Jilei all look up in disbelief to see the tiny form of baby Luca floating above, channeling her power to save her family. Lord Dorop freezes. He stares in stunned silence, unable to comprehend how a mere infant could manifest a magic barrier of such overwhelming density. Simultaneously, Jilei's interface pings with a new notification. The trait Luca's Battle Will has been triggered. The system announces a new legendary skill has awakened Aegis Shield, a supreme barrier that absorbs damage and converts 50% of it into raw magic power for the user. Jilei cries out to his daughter, asking if she's okay, and Luca turns her tiny face toward her papa, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. She doesn't even have the strength to speak. Her limit has been reached, and her small body goes limp as she collapses from the sky. Jilei lunges forward and catches her. He cradles her fragile form against his chest, whispering softly that she can rest now, for he is there to protect her. As he holds her close, the gravity of the moment crashes down on him. Even the artifact of the Beast King crumbled before that attack. Yet Luca? His little Luca stood firm. Without her, he and Grandpa Wubule would be nothing but dust in the wind. A system window pops up with a somber message. Luca's battle will has dissipated. She must now return to the storage dimension to recover. The cooldown period is severe. She will be unreachable for up to 24 hours. A soft glow surrounds her, and slowly, she dissolves into shimmering particles of light, vanishing back into the safety of the void. While Jilei mourns her departure, the veteran Wubule keeps his gaze locked on the predator in the sky. He turns to Jilei with a tactician's gleam in his eye. Dorop has been spamming high-tier magic continuously. Even a god has limits, and he is now in a cooldown phase. This is their only opening. Wubule will act as the bait, drawing the tyrant's fire to give Jilei the split second he needs to land a fatal blow. There is no time for fear. Wubule roars, activating his technique, first style, lightning jump. He rockets into the sky, charging head-on to challenge the monster. On the ground, Jilei watches with a mixture of awe and terror. He tries to gauge the true depth of Dorop's strength, realizing it far surpasses even Beast King Sunil. Desperately, he commands the system to scan the enemy. He needs to see Dorop's level, HPs, and stats, but the screen flickers and fails, displaying only a crimson error message. A cold dread settles in the pit of his stomach. It is the same nightmare he faced with the wandering dominator in the desert. Once again, he stands before an entity whose power is simply immeasurable. High above the battlefield, Dorop's face twists into a mask of pure irritation, his voice booming like thunder as he calls them insignificant insects testing a god's patience. Wu Bulei answers by drawing his blade, Ozul, and hurling it skyward, unleashing a torrent of crackling magic that sets the very heavens ablaze. He spits the evil lord's name without honorifics, declaring that all respect is gone and the time for their final reckoning has arrived. The old master's eyes burn with a terrifying mix of determination, rage, and absolute disgust, but Dorop simply laughs, standing untouched and mocking the futile struggle. The false god sneers, asking why the old man poses as if this is a duel, when in reality, it is nothing more than a one-sided slaughter. But Grandpa Wu Bulei does not flinch. In a split second, he triggers second-style lightning charge, becoming a blur of electricity as he streaks forward. Dorop scoffs, calling him a relic of a bygone era, and retaliates by awakening the earth itself to crush this arrogance. With a wave of his hand, a colossal mountain erupts from the ground, forming an impenetrable barrier between them. But Wu Bulei's sword sings, obliterating the massive peak in a single, devastating sweep. When jagged boulders rise to intercept him, he shreds through them instantly, his momentum unstoppable as he cuts a path straight to the enemy. Dorop shifts tactics, summoning hellfire to create a diversion, and suddenly, the defeated ice and flame monstrosities are resurrected from the void. Wu Bulei finds himself surrounded once more, facing the horde alone, but his fighting spirit does not waver for a second. He tears through the beasts, enduring wave after wave of attacks until he finally closes the distance to the arrogant deity. The evil god merely scoffs, warning him to save his breath because he will never land a hit, but then his senses scream of a threat from behind. Dorop spins around to see Jilei closing in. The young warrior finishing the god's sentence. The old man might not reach him, but Jilei certainly will. Gritting his teeth, Jilei knows this is his one window of opportunity to land a fatal strike. He activates his desperate skill, Obliterate, sacrificing his own HP down to a single point to maximize his critical damage output. Channeling every ounce of mana, he throws a punch capable of shattering mountains. But just before impact, Dorop triggers his storm element. Miniature tempests explode around Jilei, binding his limbs in chains of wind and locking him frozen in midair. Jilei struggles against the pressure, his mind racing as he experiences total paralysis for the first time in his life. Dorop cackles, mocking these cheap tricks, but his laughter dies instantly when Jilei's fist defies logic, shattering the storm shackles and burying itself in Dorop's gut. The impact triggers Jilei's blessing skill, Annihilate, unleashing a catastrophic explosion of pent-up fury. Within a 5-meter radius, the system locks on, and Dorop is helpless against a rapid-fire chain of 20 consecutive critical hits. Jilei lets out a primal roar, declaring that the era of the evil god ends today. He delivers a final, earth-shaking uppercut, launching Dorop like a ragdoll high into the western skies, and Grandpa Wu Bulei sees his chance. Summoning the last reserves of strength in his weathered frame, the old legend rockets into the air to intercept. It is a massacre in the sky. Blow after blow rains down upon the defenseless deity. Wu Bulei roars that even if the guardian sold his soul to demons, he cannot change the fundamental truth he is still a mage with weak physical defense. The blade dances, slicing through Dorop again and again until the god loses consciousness from the sheer agony. Wu Bulei's final strike shatters the sound barrier, driving Dorop into the earth like a falling meteor and burying him 6 feet under. The old hero floats amidst the dust clouds, gazing down at the destruction his blade has wrought. On the ground, Jilei shields his eyes from the blinding shockwaves, utterly awestruck by the display of raw power. This is the first time he has witnessed a legendary hero fighting at full strength, and the gap in power is terrifying. He mutters in disbelief that the old man's attack might have possessed more raw force than the evil god himself. Wasting no time, Wu Bulei descends, telling Jilei that the main threat is neutralized. However, the barrier is compromised and monsters are leaking through, so he orders Jilei west while he heads east to support the main army. But just as they prepare to part ways, A sickening feeling twists in Jilei's gut. He freezes, realizing there is no system notification of victory, which can only mean one terrifying thing: the boss is not dead. The old man senses the shift in mana too, and they look back to see Lord Dorop rising from his grave, battered but breathing. Blood pours from the god's mouth and chest, yet his eyes burn with an unholy mixture of hatred and humiliation at being struck by a mortal. But the damage means nothing. Dark, abyssal magic surges through his veins, and his flesh begins to knit together at an impossible speed. Jilei watches in horror. Recognizing this regeneration, it feels exactly like the wandering dominator he fought in the desert. Wubule analyzes the energy signature and realizes with a sinking heart that this is not simple demonic magic. He concludes that Dorop is channeling power directly from the underworld. Jilei asks who Hades is, but Wubule is already lost in a dark memory. Memories of the blood-soaked day Sally's parents were slaughtered flood back into his mind. The image of a silver-haired devil with eyes void of life burns in his memory. It is the very monster who discarded Sally's mother as if she were nothing but trash. That man had whispered of failure, speaking of a duty to report back to his master, Lord Hades. Back then, a younger Wubule had screamed bloody murder, swearing vengeance, but his broken body refused to obey his will. The beast had flown away without a backward glance. In the present, Wubule's fists tremble with barely contained rage. The aura radiating from Dorop is unmistakable. It mirrors the nightmare of that day. There is no doubt Dorop's power flows directly from Hades himself. And perhaps, it was Hades who orchestrated their imprisonment in this cursed desert from the very beginning. Though they whisper, the enemy hears all. A sinister laugh slices through the air, chilling them to the bone. He steps from the shadows with mocking arrogance, amused that Wubuleo has pieced the puzzle together. His eyes hold no fear, only pure contempt. Only pure. He sneers at their elemental arts, declaring such parlor tricks useless against a supreme force like his own. Ancient darkness stirs within his core, twisting his presence into something truly demonic. He no longer seeks a quick kill. He craves their agony. Forbidden energy ripples across his body like a living tide. With a final, chilling smirk, he dissolves into the abyss, vanishing completely from sight. The warriors scan the heavens in desperation, hearts pounding against their ribs. But the sky is empty, only a suffocating silence remains. Suddenly, Jilei's system blares a crimson alert. The target has not moved or flown, he has simply ceased to exist. A cold knot forms in Jilei's chest. This is not simple teleportation. Closing his eyes, he reaches out with his senses. His sixth sense screams a frantic warning: danger is imminent. He whips around, but horror greets him. Dorop stands directly behind the grandfather, a smirk on his face and dark magic swirling like a shroud. Wubule cannot even react before a fist smashes into his gut, folding him in half like paper. The villain's grin widens as he follows through with a merciless blow to the old man's chest. Jilei launches forward in a blur of desperate speed to shield his grandfather, but time is not on his side. With brutal precision, Dorop lands a strike that sends the old master flying backward like a broken rag doll. He crashes into the dirt but refuses to yield. Forcing his battered body up, he lunges again, desperate to land a single blow. But his efforts are futile. As if dancing with shadows, Dorop vanishes from sight mid-strike. Before Jilei can track him, the enemy materializes at his flank, smiling coldly while driving a vicious punch into his ribs. Each impact is a cruel reminder of the gap in their power. There is no pause, no mercy, only a relentless rhythm of agony. Blow after catastrophic blow rains down as Dorop dissects him with brutal efficiency. The sheer force carves trenches into the bedrock. Jilei's vision blurs as he is slammed into the earth, debris erupting around him. In seconds, the proud warrior is reduced to a broken shell embedded in the dirt, discarded like a toy by a predator who is far from finished. Jilei's system interface screams in panic, the hotbar flashing red. Warning: HP is below 10%, immediate recovery is required. Gasping for air through crushed lungs, the boy curses Lord Dorop's terrifying stealth and overwhelming speed. Meanwhile, the dark god casually turns his back on the broken boy, arrogant in his absolute dominance. Jilei realizes the grim truth of Dorop's underworld power. How can mortals fight a monster they cannot even touch? Suddenly, a chilling voice drifts from the air. It mocks the despair growing in Jilei's heart. Looking up, he sees Dorop hovering in the sky like a deity. The villain twists his face in amusement, preaching that humans are born ruthless, bullying the weak for their own gain. Now that he stands above all, Watching them squirm fills him with ecstatic joy. With a burst of aura, Dorop levitates the boy into the air. He taunts him, mocking his naive dreams of saving the world. "Look at the pathetic joke he has become," Dorop sneers, offering a cruel bargain. If Jilei can provide some entertainment, he might be allowed to live. But the god is too arrogant. He fails to sense Wubule the ghoul rising behind him, desperate to strike a blow for his grandson. Wubule unleashes the blinding slash technique, but it is not enough. With a casual flick of his hand, Lord Dorop sends the old master spiraling through the air. Disarmed and defeated, Dorop channels crackling lightning, convulsing the old man's body with agony. He speaks coldly. Mortals must learn that elemental arts are nothing before divine power. No matter how strong a human becomes, they can never slaughter a god. That is the absolute law of nature, and the cruel reality they must accept. Dorop pivots, fixing his malevolent gaze on Jilei. The boy stands frozen in bewilderment. How could mere elemental power harm a being within this game world? But before the thought can settle, Dorop summons the Ozul blade from the earth. He tosses it to Jilei, sneering that he will grant the mercy he promised. A dark, twisted laugh escapes the evil god's lips. "Kill the old man, Wubule," he hisses. "Do it, and I will spare you and your pathetic friends." Jilei rejects the vile offer instantly. He could never commit such an atrocity. But Dorop's eyes narrow with malice. "Refuse," the god warns, "and I will force you to watch as I torture Wubule to death. And once the old man is broken, I will hunt down every single one of your friends and slaughter them." With a casual flick of his fingers, the air explodes with motion. Hundreds of stones launch toward Wubule, slamming into his frail body. Agonized screams tear through the air. Dorop turns back to Jilei, a cruel smile playing on his face. "Look at him suffer," he taunts. "Wouldn't it be better to end his pain, to give him a quick death?" But Jilei refuses to even entertain the thought. He screams at Dorop to stop, his voice cracking with desperation. "Leave him alone or I'll kill you," he roars. But his pleas fall on cold, indifferent ears. He is helpless. His hands are tied by fate, and the evil god savors every second of it. "The choice is yours," the god mocks. "Watch everyone you love die, or kill Wubule to save them. Their fate lies in your hands." Jilei feels a crushing sense of powerlessness. He wants to protect them, but he is too weak. Visions of his friends flash before his eyes. Sally, Bone, Joss, Flora, and his innocent baby, Luca. Then, the image of his mother surfaces. The realization hits him like a physical blow. He still doesn't know her fate in the outer world. His mind spirals into chaos. He tries to formulate a plan, but guilt and terror tear his sanity apart. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the darkness. It mocks the evil god, calling him weak trash. Jilei looks up, his eyes widening. It is the voice of his mysterious uncle. In an instant, the atmosphere shifts heavily. The uncle manifests before him, floating effortlessly in the void. "I can't believe I chose such a weakling as my master," he scoffs. "Anyone who truly bears my mark," he declares, "would never be defeated by such a pathetic opponent." Jilei tries to argue, his voice trembling. "Even with my elemental power, I can't touch him. Dorop's strength has reached the realm of the gods." The gray-haired man nods, but a sharp glint enters his eyes. "True," he admits. "The noble gods of the higher realms never grant humans the power to kill them, but that rule only applies to ordinary creatures." Jilei frowns, confusion clouding his face. The uncle continues, his voice deepening. "The power of the underworld dwarves is indeed terrifying. But this god has made a fatal error. He has crossed paths with the wrong person." Jilei stares in disbelief. Is he talking about him? "Normal elemental powers cannot scratch a god," the uncle explains. "But the chaos element is different. It possesses the ultimate ability to destroy divinity itself." Lightning strikes in Jilei's mind. The realization washes over him. His uncle smiles, a predatory grin. "It is time to show you the true nature of chaos." With a wave of his hand, he unlocks the seal. 3% of Jilei's chaos power is unleashed. Back in reality, Lord Dorop continues his mockery, his eerie laughter echoing. "Given up already," he sneers, raising his weapon to execute Wubule. But suddenly an overwhelming force stops him dead. Dorop spins around. There stands Jilei, his body radiating an aura of absolute dominance. His blessing and annihilation skills have refreshed. Both are now active. His speed surges by 20%. His attack power now carries a vampiric absorption effect. Yet, fear does not touch the god. Dorup laughs louder, manic and wild. You are an amusing insect. He rushes forward, intent on the kill, but Jilei catches the god's sword with his bare hand. Dorup freezes in pure shock. Before the god can process the impossible, Jilei moves. His fists crash into Dorup's face. Again and again, the annihilation skill detonates with every hit, draining the god's health rapidly. With a roar, Jilei delivers a devastating kick. Dorup is sent crashing into the earth like a fallen meteor. High above, the mysterious uncle watches. Pride glows in his spectral eyes. If a god's power is a raging fire, he muses, then the chaos element is the water that extinguishes it. As he speaks, Jilei's system interface illuminates the air. Every single skill is evolving. The uncle smiles. He was a natural-born god-killer all along, and a new fire ignites within the boy's soul, now that Dorup is injured. The lightning torture on Wubul finally ceases. The old man collapses, gasping for air. He looks up at Jilei, his eyes wide. He realizes the truth. This is the absolute power of the chaos element. The sight leaves him trembling in awe. He finally understands why this power is both terrifying and divine. Meanwhile, Jilei confronts his uncle within his mind. Why, he demands. Why did you forbid me from using this power until now? The man hesitates, a shadow crossing his face. He remains silent for a heartbeat before replying, if today's enemy had not been wielding the power of a god, I would never have revealed the true killing ability of chaos. He explains the grave reality. This power is an absolute taboo. It is forbidden even among the gods themselves. Once its existence is known, the heavens will stop at nothing to erase it. His voice drops to a whisper, and I fear some of the high gods may have already sensed its awakening. From this moment onward, the enemies standing in Jilei's path will only grow more terrifying, and they will not rest until his very existence is completely erased. Jilei absorbs these words, the crushing weight of his heavy destiny settling upon his shoulders. Seeing the hesitation in the boy's eyes, the old master offers a grim reminder. He is no longer hunting mere beasts, but waging war against the gods themselves. As if on cue, the system chimes, a blue holographic screen flashing before Jilei's eyes. System alert, the true power of the chaos element has been unlocked. Along with this awakening, he receives a cache of advanced recovery items and a list of new, perilous missions added to his log. Though the odds seem insurmountable, Jilei steels his heart. No matter how invincible his divine enemies may become, he will crush them all to escape this hell. With eyes blazing, he focuses on the legendary item in his inventory, the tears of the demonic beast. He knows the stats by heart. Consuming this will instantly restore 1,000 health points, 700 mana points, and reset every single skill cooldown. Seizing the advantage, he downs the potion in one gulp, swearing that the evil god Dorup must die before the next stage begins. It is time, he growls, his aura flaring, to end this once and for all. Meanwhile, Dorup, having crashed to earth like a fallen meteor, struggles to rise. Agonizing pain surges through him, a sensation he has not known for eons. Confusion clouds his mind, for when he sold his soul to Lord Hades for unimaginable power, he had transcended mortal frailty. Yet now, this burning agony tearing through his divine body feels completely alien. Rage flickers in his eyes as he tries to comprehend this impossibility, but before he can curse his fate, he senses a deadly presence approaching from the flank. It is Jilei, and he's already charging up for the finishing blow. Desperate, Dorup activates his supreme concealment technique, but to his horror, the spell fails instantly. He didn't realize that Jilei had already consumed the tears, an item that completely nullifies all stealth effects. Dorup is paralyzed with shock. No mortal should be able to pierce his divine magic, yet this boy sees right through him. That split second of hesitation is his undoing, and before he can react, Jilei's fist connects, sending the dark god flying across the battlefield. From that moment on, the once arrogant deity is reduced to nothing more than a punching bag for the protagonist. Jilei unleashes a barrage of relentless attacks, draining Dorup's XP to critical levels and stripping him of his divine authority. Standing over the broken god, Jilei declares the verdict. The wretch can finally die, and he charges his fist with the last of his energy. Dorop manages a faint, twisted smile, realizing he's been granted the rare privilege of witnessing the birth of a true god killer. But the thought is cut short as Jilei's fist collides with absolute force, triggering a catastrophic explosion that illuminates the heavens. In the distance, Wula, Bun, Andros, and Filorga watch in awe as Dorop's physical form disintegrates into the void. System alert, target eliminated. Reward 3 million experience points acquired. Having cleared all hidden objectives, a cascade of system updates and rewards unlocks for future access. The dark clouds scatter, making way for the morning sun, and the hero slowly descends, his silhouette framed by the dawn. But as his elemental aura fades, the adrenaline crashes, and every muscle fiber screams in protest against the overexertion. The old master gives a low whistle, approaching the boy who is swaying like a leaf in the wind. Jilei tries to speak, but his vision goes black, his legs give out, but Wulei is there in a flash, catching him before he hits the dust. Meanwhile, deep in the netherworld, Lord Hades is calmly sipping his evening tea when he freezes. Dorop's soul light has vanished. A shadow of concern crosses his face as the realization hits. A god killer has truly emerged in the realm of Ladonia. Yet, he regains his composure immediately, for his most trusted executioner, Argus, is already en route to correct this mistake. At that very moment, Argus is drifting across the endless sea in a humble wooden skiff. His patience is wearing thin, though this is the only path to the mortal realm. The slow pace is infuriating. Glaring at the skeletal ferryman, he barks, "How much longer must we suffer this drift?" The skeleton simply points a bony finger forward. "We have arrived." Confused, Argus turns to see a massive dimensional portal ripping open the sky, leading directly to the deserts of Ladonia. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the darkness, and Jilei snaps his eyes open, realizing it is his mother calling out to him. Instinct takes over and he screams for her, but as his vision clears, he realizes the desert sands are gone. Instead, he is sitting on a modern train, surrounded by annoyed passengers staring at him like he is a lunatic. A burly, bald man steps up, clearly itching for a fight, and growls that he cannot scream like a banshee on public transit. Before Jilei can even process the shift in reality, the train's intercom crackles to life, announcing that the next station is Juyuan-lu. Passengers alighting, please prepare to depart. The announcement echoes, confirming Jilei's deepest hope he has returned to the real world. Pure euphoria erupts as he shouts, "I'm back," leaving the bald man beside him staring in confusion. As the train brakes screech, Jilei quickly bows in apology, stammering that it was just a vivid nightmare. But before he can catch his breath, the air shimmers. A crimson system window manifests before his eyes, warning danger detected. Chaos floods his mind as he struggles to process the impossible. Why is the system still active? Why are alerts ringing in what should be reality? While he questions his own sanity, he misses the bald man's fist trembling with rage. But just as the man moves to strike, a shadowed agent materializes behind him. Simultaneously, that mysterious voice pierces Jilei's mind again, shouting his name with chilling urgency. "Run, get out of here, now!" Jilei stares at the agent, bewildered. It's not his mother's voice this time, yet a primal instinct screams at him to obey. There is no time for logic, he chooses to trust his gut. The moment the decision forms, reality warps. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes into thin air. The bald man freezes, cold sweat trickling down his neck. Was the kid on drugs, or was it something worse? The agent in black steps forward, his aura terrifying. Where did the student go? The man stammers, choking on his words. The boy just evaporated. But the terrifying part, no one else on the train even looked up. Gasping for air, Jilei's eyes snap open. The ceiling is unfamiliar. No, it's Latinaya. He is back in the other world. He tries to rationalize it as a hallucination, but the adrenaline, the fear, it felt too visceral to be a dream. And that voice. How could he hear his mother's voice when she wasn't there? The pieces of the puzzle refuse to fit. Before he can spiral further, Sally frames the doorway, her face lighting up with immense relief. You're finally awake. She enters with a tray of food, her care for him unwavering as always. Jilei sits up, urgency in his voice. Is everyone okay? What about Grandpa? Sally nods gently, assuring him they survived. Grandpa Wool rested for 10 days, she explains, but his stubbornness won out. He's already out there helping rebuild the town. The words hit Jilei like a physical blow. 10 days. He has been in a coma for 10 whole days. Sally's expression softens. We were terrified. Your wounds healed, but you wouldn't wake. She reveals that the beastmen worked tirelessly, brewing rare tonics just to pull him back from the brink. Turning to leave, she mentions she must return to assist Grandpa Wool and the reconstruction team. But don't forget, she adds, pausing at the door, come to the town square after you eat. The villagers have prepared a grand feast in your honor. A mischievous glint enters her eyes as she drops the bomb, and, of course, you have to give a speech. She teases him, calling him their savior. Jilei offers an awkward smile, but internal panic sets in. Public speaking, that's a boss battle he isn't ready for. Sally points to a neat pile of fabric. I've prepared your outfit. Change into those, and be sure to listen to your big sister, okay? With a wink, she leaves him to his thoughts. The smile vanishes from Jilei's face. He pushes the food aside. Serious mode engaged. He needs to check on Luca in the system space. After 10 days, she should be fully restored and ready for action. He taps her icon. A harsh buzzer sounds. Error. The screen flashes red. Recovery incomplete. Confusion gnaws at him. It should have taken a day, not 10. Suddenly, a notification icon pulses in the corner. Unread mail. He opens it. Congratulations, player. He has cleared the first sector of the Cosmos Hell difficulty. The reward, a total system unlock. The list scrolls endlessly: crafting system, alchemy mastery, appraisal eye, map sense, cycle system, teleportation, and the legendary chaos god killer growth system. The sheer volume of power leaves him stunned. He begins to analyze his new arsenal, starting with crafting. It's a mechanic that allows him to forge equipment and gemstones, or dismantle loot to harvest raw materials. Next, alchemy. This feature lets him synthesize materials and recipes to brew high-grade potions and consumables. But there is a catch. The alchemy level dictates the quality. A low level risks critical failure, destroying all ingredients in the process. However, he can dismantle potions to reclaim materials. It's exactly like the RPGs he used to play. A grin spreads across his face. He knows this game. He triggers the appraisal system. It automatically logs data on every creature and item he crosses paths with. While Luca and the Wandering Dominator's full stats remain locked for now, he realizes further upgrades will reveal everything. Finally, map sense in the title system catches eye radar for high-level monsters and stat-boosting titles. He is becoming a true powerhouse. The system evolution is finally complete, and the results are nothing short of magnificent. A sense of triumph washes over him, though he can currently wield a mere 3% of the Chaos element's true potential. The path to Cable's divine palace is paved with blood. Countless deities must be slaughtered to clear the way. Without hesitation, he selects the god-slaying element, and instantly, a torrential surge of raw power floods his meridians. The interface shows a rise of only 1%, yet the sensation is overwhelming, as if an infinite ocean of energy now storms within his core. He turns his gaze to his inventory, inspecting the legendary Earth's Ring, which grants a 30% boost to wisdom and enhances his physique by 25%, complete with a passive damage resistance aura. Then, his eyes lock onto the final item lingering in his avatar menu, the ominous red key. A cold memory strikes him, the disaster that followed the last time he used such a key and was burdened with Luca. A shiver of dread runs down his spine, but his thirst for power outweighs his caution, and he steels his resolve to discover what destiny this new key holds. Meanwhile, the town outside is alive with the sounds of reconstruction, healing the scars left by the recent war. Joss reports to Elder Wubule, confirming that the wounded have been fully treated and the defensive barriers have been restored across every sector. Wubule inquires about the night's upcoming ritual, to which Joss confirms that preparations are nearly complete, requiring only a few final touches before order is restored by tomorrow. It seems Lita Lo and Belorga have been toiling since the break of dawn to ensure the event's success and have already finished the heavy lifting. However, the news is not all good. While the traitorous guardians Lucius and Hicks are securely imprisoned under Bo's watchful eye, the third traitor, Saria, has vanished without a trace. The elder's attention snaps toward Joss, his expression darkening as he demands to know how Saria could possibly breach the town's perimeter. Joss reasons that if Saria has truly ventured into the wastelands, The roaming monsters will surely devour him before long. But Wubul remains grim, fearing that the rogue guardian harbors dark secrets that make him a far greater threat than Dorop ever was, regrettably, without a trail to follow. Their hands are tied. They cannot hunt a ghost in the wind. Back in the safety of his room, a system window materializes before Jilei, revealing that the red key is actually a dungeon key. The text proclaims, "When the blood moon descends, a hero shall rise to purge the wicked and inherit endless might." Activating this key will teleport the user to a special instance, offering triple the experience points for every monster slain. But this power comes with a terrifying price. It is a timed mission, and failure or death inside the dungeon means the permanent destruction of his physical body in the real world. Jilei stares at the prompt, the weight of the decision pressing down on him as the system awaits his answer. He begins to calculate the risks, his mind flashing back to the horror of being slaughtered by the wandering dominator. In that past life, the system merely announced his character's death, sparing his physical form. But now, the rules have changed. The game explicitly threatens his actual existence. A chilling realization takes hold. Perhaps his consciousness is imprisoned within the game while his body rots elsewhere. Yet, that logic contradicts the memory of waking up on the train. The lines between illusion and reality blur, leaving him questioning his very sanity. As Jilei drowns in this spiral of doubt, a presence suddenly interrupts his thoughts. He spins around to find the eccentric uncle standing right there beside him. Startled, Jilei questions his eyes, but the man reveals he is merely a spectral projection. He has come to deliver the truth. The escape from the Latinia desert was no dream. Jilei truly returned, though the method remains a mystery even to him. The uncle confirms he witnessed everything through Jilei's vision, proving that the events were undeniable reality. Jilei presses for answers, mentioning the bald youth who anticipated his arrival on the train and the spectral voice of his mother urging him to run. The uncle frowns, admitting he heard no voice, and confesses that such teleportation magic is beyond his understanding, as it utilized neither elemental nor divine energy. Jilei's mind races, deducing that if he truly left Latinia, only two terrifying possibilities exist. Either his mind never truly left the game and the train station was merely a new map, or he did return to reality physically, implying that only his soul had entered this world to begin with. The boy sits in silence, crushed by the weight of the deduction. Both theories lead to the same harrowing conclusion: this world is not real, but a virtual construct. A dark suspicion forms that the bald man on the train must be the same enigmatic figure his classmate once whispered about, and the very reason his mother was forced to flee this town so long ago. A nightmare strikes his waking mind, a vision of his mother, helpless in the clutches of those shadowy agents. Fury ignites within him. If they have taken her, nothing else matters. Yet the mystery of his teleportation remains a frustrating riddle. Consumed by confusion and rage, she releases a primal scream, while his mysterious uncle desperately tries to anchor his sanity. Suddenly, the system intrudes. A blue screen flashes. Will he use the crimson red key? It warns that in 10 seconds, the choice will be made for him. Jilei suppresses his panic, turning to the ancient soul within him with a burning question. He demands to know, has this entity ever slaughtered a true god? And if his full power returns, can he crush the strongest deities in existence? The eccentric uncle admits his memories are fragmented, a vast blank void where the past should be. Yet, instinct tells him the truth: he must have bathed in divine blood, for why else would the heavens seal him away? He grins, assuring Jilei that all gods tremble before the chaos element, and one day, the boy will stand above them all as the slayer of legends. These words are fuel for the fire. The boy's fighting spirit roars back to life. The uncle warns him the power to kill gods is already within reach, and he must prepare, for the heavens will not stay silent for long. Donning his coat like battle armor, the boy declares war on fate itself. It matters not what the gods are plotting. He refuses to perish in this strange land. Starting now, he will rip the secrets of this world from the shadows, one by one. With time remaining before the victory feast, he chooses the path of power, diving into cultivation to sharpen his edge. Back in town, the former Beastman enemy has found a new path as a master chef, assuring Sally that the banquet is prepared to perfection. Meanwhile, Joss and old man Wubule savor a fleeting moment of tranquility amidst the chaos. Joss breathes in the peace of Latinaya, but the elder reminds him without Chile's victory over Dorop, this paradise would be ash. Joss scoffs, claiming his faith never wavered, for he saw the boy execute the Beast King with his own eyes. But Wubule's expression darkens. The Beast King was a mere insect compared to Dorup, who wielded the dark favor of Hades. The name strikes Joss like a physical blow. Hades, the god of the underworld, was the puppet master behind their enemy. The heavy atmosphere shatters instantly as Jilei steps into the light. He greets the recovered elder with a smile, but as the bonfire roars to life, the villagers erupt, chanting the name of their savior. The sheer weight of their cheers and the warmth of their souls washes over Jilei, stirring emotions he thought he had buried. Though he feels unworthy, he accepts their worship with a humble and trembling heart. Sally takes the stage, silencing the crowd before inviting their champion, Jilei, to address his people. Caught off guard, the boy hesitates, but assures the elder it is not fear that holds his tongue. He simply rejects the title of hero. He believes their survival was bought not by his hand alone, but by their collective will. He names them Grandpa, Joss, Fjorga, Bowen, declaring that every soul who bled for this town is a true hero. Without their courage, his blade would have failed against the overwhelming might of Dorup. He sees himself as just another soldier in the shield wall, unworthy of singular glory. But the elder shakes his head, offering wisdom. The boy must not reject this burden, for the people need an icon. A hero is a beacon of hope in the darkest night, and right now, Jilei is the only light they have to hold on to. As his friends cheer, the truth of the elder's words sinks in, forging a new resolve within him. He marches to the podium, realizing his duty is to offer them peace of mind. After the horrors of war, they need to know a guardian stands between them and the abyss. The revelation hits him to protect these smiles. He must transcend his limits and become absolute strength. The path of a hero is treacherous, yet the adoration of the crowd is a sweet nectar he cannot deny. He faces the crowd, admitting his doubts, but swearing one absolute oath they will survive, and they will escape this cage together. He demands their trust, vowing to burn his very life force to ensure the safety of every soul present. Meanwhile, at the scorching edge of the Latanaya desert, a new calamity emerges from the endless sea. Argyle has arrived. Commanding his servant Cecile to wait, he scoffs at the infernal heat, unchanged even after centuries. But this is no leisure trip. His eyes burn with a singular, deadly purpose. He seeks the truth of Beast King Sunul's demise and the identity of the monster strong enough to slay him. With a roar, he sheds his human skin, ascending as a terrifying dragon to hunt his prey, while unaware. Xi enjoys a peaceful cup of wine under the moonlight. But the moment is interrupted as Joss and Bone approach, unaware that a storm is approaching. Joss offers genuine praise, but Bobon can't help himself, tossing out sharp, backhanded compliments. However, Jilei is quick on the draw and counters with a razor-sharp retort that instantly flips the script. Defeated in the war of words, Boban's face twists in irritation and he storms off in a huff, leaving Joss to try and smooth things over. Joss then turns to the serious matters at hand, asking Jilei if Grandpa Wule has revealed their next strategic move or when they will march upon the palace. Jilei shakes his head. The old master remains silent. But Jilei knows one thing for certain. He needs power. Overwhelming power. Even if they locate the god's domain, the guardian beast waiting there is a nightmare they are not ready to face without a massive upgrade. This grave declaration catches Bobon's attention, snapping him out of his mood. Jilei lays out the grim truth. The guardian they faced before, Dorup, was merely an insect compared to the true monstrosity guarding the divine realm. Therefore, if they wish to survive the crossing, they cannot just improve. They must evolve far beyond their current limits. Jilei advises his companions to rest and recover their strength. But for him, there is no time for sleep. He heads to the solitude of a windswept cliff and summons his interface to commune with the system. His eyes scan the holographic display, level 58, 41 levels in reserve, and 65 unallocated attribute points waiting to be unleashed. He pours the points into wisdom and strength, pushing his obliterate skill to new heights, but he is still missing a fang. With the weapon store finally unlocked, he has 11 levels remaining to spend. He scours the digital shop, searching for a blade worthy of his budget. In his heart, he knows nothing can truly rival Ozul, the legendary sword of Grandpa Wule. However, a glimmer catches his eye, an elite magic sword. The price is 10 levels. It boasts impressive strength and agility stats, along with a high equipment ranking. Although it lacks unique attributes, its recovery speed is perfect for his rapid-fire combat style, so he seals the deal. The weapon materializes in his grasp. He gives it a test swing, the steel singing through the air. A confident smirk plays on his lips. The path ahead is dangerous, and that is exactly how he likes it. He activates the crimson red key. Space warps before him, and within 5 seconds, he steps through the portal into a nightmare. A system notification flashes red. He has entered the crimson red dungeon. This is a land forsaken by the gods, drenched in gore from the endless slaughter of the monster Basite Tay. The rivers run thick with crimson fluid, and the moon, hanging in the sky, glows with the color of fresh blood. Jilei whispers the monster's name, and a chill runs down his spine as it rings a bell in his memory. A new quest window pops up. Objective: hunt down the evil beast before the blood moon sets. Failure is not an option. The stakes are high, but the bounty is god tier. 1 random legendary weapon, a purple moon key, and a staggering 10 million experience points. Jilei's eyes practically shine with greed. 10 million XP, a maniacal laugh escapes him. With that kind of currency, he could clear out the rare item shop and ascend to a whole new realm of power. But first, he has to find the target. He plunges into the search, scanning the horizon for Basite. The terrain is against him. A thick, suffocating mist blankets the land, hiding all landmarks and making navigation impossible. He realizes the trap immediately. If he wanders blindly through this fog, the time limit will expire long before he finds the boss, and the mission will end in failure. Suddenly, his mind clicks. The system never lies, but it speaks in riddles. The clue might be hidden in the mission description itself. The condition before the moon sets is not just a timer. It is a compass. The beast must be where the moon meets the horizon. Trusting his instinct, he sprints toward the setting moon. A faint rustling sound cuts through the silence, and he freezes, weapon ready. Darkness coalesces into a form. A grotesque creature steps from the shadows. Unlike any normal beast, a spirit beast, level 60, and it is not alone. In seconds, a pack of them emerges, encircling Jilei with killing intent as he draws his new blade. Facing the horde, Jilei does not flinch. He smirks, noting that in the past, this might have been a death sentence. But now, with his upgraded skills and battle experience, he looks at them and sees only one thing: free experience points. He explodes into motion. His sword becomes a blur of steel, carving through the monsters like butter under the eerie glow of the blood-red sky. Meanwhile, far away, Argus stands in the Beast King's cave. He inspects the corpse of Sunil and confirms the kill. It is suspicious. Even without divine power, that beast should not have fallen so easily. Argus's eyes narrow. There are rats in his domain, hidden intruders lurking nearby. Suddenly, he inhales deeply. A scent hits him like a physical blow, familiar, deeply unsettling. A mix of fear and irritation twists his expression. He knows this aura. It belongs to a man who should have been rotting in a grave long ago. Impossible, he mutters, but the rage boiling in his blood tells him otherwise. The mysterious man survived, and he is hiding amongst the humans. Back in Delktown, Grandpa Wulei sits in heavy silence, his mind moving pieces on a cosmic chessboard. He understands the gravity of the situation. The threat of the evil god Murius is not the finale. It is merely the prologue to a catastrophe of biblical proportions. Eons ago, the absolute power of Hysiad struck terror into the hearts of the divine, proving that humanity could rival the heavens. And the prophecy seen by the goddess Jeffrey is clear. A god-killer will rise from the mortal realm. This being will judge the deities and reset the very foundation of the world. The gods will not sit idly by. Consumed by jealousy and fear of a power that threatens their throne, they will grow wrathful. They will seek to slaughter mankind. But when the heavens descend to destroy them, the oppressed will rise to fight back. That is the moment the God-Slayer will descend to lead humanity in a crusade against every evil deity. After the brutal clash with Dorob, Wulei finally accepts the chilling truth. The legendary God-Slayer is none other than Shi himself. Yet, this revelation strikes him with dread, for it signals the dawn of an inevitable, apocalyptic war between mortals and the divine. His dark thoughts are shattered by a piercing siren echoing through the town. The defensive barrier is under siege. The elder sprints to the window, witnessing the heavens set ablaze by a massive explosion, and instantly, he recognizes the terrifying aura of the attacker. Despair claws at his heart as he watches the sinister figure slowly descending through the roaring flames. It is the butcher himself, the very monster who slaughtered Sally's parents and massacred Wulei's closest comrades. Argolis gazes down with godlike arrogance, demanding to know where the killer of Sunil is hiding, warning the guardian to speak or face his wrath. Should the old man submit, Argus promises to grant him a swift and painless death. But if he dares to resist, he should not expect even a singular shred of mercy. Meanwhile, deep within the crimson-red jungle, Jilei continues his relentless slaughter of the lesser monsters. He unleashes his blessing power, obliterating the undead spirit beasts instantly. While the system floods his vision with notifications of massive experience points gained, he glances at the incoming horde with eyes full of boredom. To him, they are nothing but trash mobs. However, a flicker of irritation crosses his face because he is desperate to lower the cooldown of his annihilation slash to 0, allowing him to spam the ultimate skill without limit. But for now, he continues the massacre manually. When the carnage finally ends, he rakes in around 250,000 experience points, yet the level up notification remains frustratingly absent. A warning flashes that his weapon's durability has dropped to 93%, a critical detail he nearly overlooked in the heat of battle. Knowing the blade is fragile, he realizes he must upgrade his gear immediately or risk being defenseless when it matters most. As he contemplates a new strategy, a cheerful system notification chimes. Luca has awakened from her slumber. A genuine smile breaks through his stoic expression. He has truly missed his little companion. He summons her forth and pulls her into a warm embrace, whispering that he missed her dearly. The little one asks about the beast from before, and she gently assures her that the threat is vanquished and they are safe. He thanks her for saving his life, causing the little creature to bounce with pure, unadulterated joy before she looks around in confusion. XC explains their new objective: hunt down the boss monster and eliminate it with extreme prejudice. Determination fires up in their eyes, and together, they sprint toward the moon, hunting for their prey. Meanwhile, back in the real world within S-City, chaos erupts as doctors rush a dying man into the emergency room. His vitals are crashing, his heartbeat fading, demanding immediate surgical intervention. Defibrillators scream, but despite their desperate efforts, the man flatlines. Elsewhere, Detective Sue and his squad grapple with the aftermath. An officer drops a bombshell report. This marks the 30,000th death from sudden cardiac arrest this month alone. Every single victim is a male in his 20s, and autopsies reveal absolutely nothing unnatural, leaving the cause of death a complete mystery. Chief Sue demands to know if there is a pattern, asking if they shared schools, workplaces, or neighborhoods. But the officer shakes his head. In the physical world, these men share no connections whatsoever. However, a digital footprint connects them all. Every single victim was a player of the game known as Cosmos. The officer reveals a crucial lead. A mother previously reported her son, Jilei, missing while he was logged into that very game. Initially dismissed as a prank, the case exploded in relevance just last week. A viral video surfaced, capturing a young man materializing at a train station out of thin air, only to vanish again in an instant. The footage set the internet on fire, and facial recognition confirms it is indeed the missing Jilei. When asked for orders, the chief commands a total blackout, scrub the video, and suppress the truth to prevent mass hysteria. Their next move is to interrogate the management team behind Cosmos to extract the truth. And the chief declares this a top priority investigation, demanding real-time updates. On the other side of reality, above the scorching desert, the Elder and Argus are locked in a high-speed aerial duel. Argus sneers, mocking the old man's senses, unaware that the Guardian is already chambering a devastating attack. In a fraction of a second, Wulei unleashes a barrage of thousands of punches, but Argus is an immovable mountain, blocking the storm with a mere flick of his finger. Rage blinds Wul as he pushes the assault to break the defense, completely missing the counterattack that sends the Old Master hurtling through the sky like a broken doll. Just as the Old Master plummets, Shadow Surge, Bone has emerged from the darkness, using his shadow assassin arts to catch his grandfather. Wu Bulei's heart sinks, seeing his grandson on this hellish battlefield. He begs the boy to flee, knowing he is no match for such a catastrophic enemy. But Boan stands his ground. He stares death in the face and declares that he did not walk into this nightmare alone. Reinforcements have arrived. The town's guardians, Lucius and Hikes, materialize beside him, their eyes burning with pure hatred for Argolis. Elsewhere, Jilei senses the shift in the atmosphere. The closer they draw to the moonlight, the more the death spirit beasts swarm around them. These are not mere pests. Their levels eclipse everything he has fought before, forming a suffocating wall of power. He is currently locked in combat with level 70 monsters. He knows he must conserve his weapon's durability for the true calamity waiting ahead. He deactivates his annihilation/force to rely on basic attacks. The slaughter slows to a dangerous crawl. He grinds his teeth in frustration. At this pace, the clock will run out before he can even face the boss. The situation is critical. Yet, a smirk touches his lips as he spots baby Luca, fighting tooth and nail beside him with adorable ferocity. His fighting spirit reignites. He turns his gaze to the remaining horde, eyes flashing with cold determination. He tightens his grip on his blade. It is time to exterminate this trash and clear the path forward immediately. Meanwhile, back at the village, civilians tremble as the very air vibrates with killing intent. A deep dread settles in their bones. They pray for a miracle, hoping their hero will descend from the heavens once more. But on the battlefield, Argilus scoffs at the ants before him. His patience snaps. He demands the location of the wretch who slew Bunnel, his voice dripping with venom. Boan spits back a challenge. He declares this town is under their protection, warning the intruder that the price of staying is death. Argilus, the human beast, merely sighs. He looks at the shadow assassin with the boredom of a god watching an insect. In a fraction of a second, he vanishes. Space itself bends as he closes the distance instantly. Terror grips the group. The dragon mocks their feeble existence, calling them human trash for daring to dream of victory. His hand descends like a guillotine. He strikes to end Bone's life in a single breath. But blood spills, not the boy's grandfather, Wubule. But he intercepts the blow. He ignores the pain, screaming for Bone to run from this unbeatable monster. Trembling, Bone asks the question haunting them all. Just what kind of creature is this? The old master reveals the terrifying truth. He is neither god nor man. He is the underworld's despair, Argilus, the nether dragon of Hades. The beast brings a bloody hand to his lips. He tastes the crimson essence, musing that the flavor stirs a distant, forgotten memory. Wubul drops the final bombshell. This is the very executioner who slaughtered Sally's parents. The revelation strikes Bone like lightning, but Wubule knows that blind rage alone cannot fell a dragon. Elemental arts are useless here. The old master prepares to sacrifice himself, vowing to hold the beast back so the young ones can escape. Argilus throws his head back in laughter. He declares their struggle meaningless, signaling the end of their era. The scent of fresh blood has awakened his hunger. Tonight, no prey shall leave this slaughterhouse alive. But the guardians refuse to flee Lucius, and hikes ignite their elemental auras, roaring that guardians do not turn their backs on their people. Bowen steps forward, fear replaced by resolve. He vows that this beast will pay for his sins. If they strike as one, a miracle might just happen. Witnessing their burning spirit, Wubule steals his heart. If they die together. He commands the final formation. Argilus chuckles at their defiance. He calls them foolish bugs before unleashing his aura and transforming into his true, majestic dragon form. Meanwhile, golden light engulfs Jilei. He has finally leveled up, but the victory came at a heavy price. Little Luca collapses, utterly spent. The sheer number of beasts they have slaughtered to reach this point is staggering. Jilei checks his gear and curses. Despite his caution, his weapon's durability is flashing red. He checks the system interface. Before, his potential was limited, but now level 100 promises to unlock a legendary new skill slot. The path is clear. Once the head of Bayside rolls, he will claim the power he has been hunting for. Speed is everything now. He must crush the monster, craft superior gear, and ready himself for the ultimate war at the God's Palace. He signals to his companion, there is no time to rest. They must push forward immediately. Suddenly, a guttural growl shakes the earth. Father and daughter freeze as a massive shadow looms over them. It is the level 120 Bayside, yet Jilei does not tremble. He smirks, calling the behemoth nothing more than an overgrown kitty cat. He glances at Luca, his eyes serious for just a moment. She must stay safe, for their lives are bound by the system her death means his end. Elemental power explodes from his body. He raises his weapon, declaring that the time for games is over. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, a reporter broadcasts breaking news about the mysterious wave of death sweeping the land. The news anchor's voice trembles as she reports on the terrifying events of the last few days. Whispers of a biological apocalypse and radioactive fallout are spreading like wildfire through the cities. But a darker rumor is taking root, linking every single death to a mysterious new game known as Cosmos. Fury erupts in the streets. Without waiting for proof, the public demands the government crush the gaming company responsible. Desperate for answers, the government summons delegates from Country K, Country J, Country A, and Country Y to an emergency summit of global powers. The world holds its breath, praying for an explanation before the Reaper claims more young souls. Suddenly, chaos strikes live on air. A man beside the reporter crumbles to the ground as the crowd screams for help. Terror grips the reporter's heart. She realizes this is no random tragedy, but another victim of the invisible plague. The scene shifts to the press conference, where Dr. Lee Yuman takes the podium with a grim expression. He reveals that his elite medical teams have scrutinized every victim of these anomalies. No viruses, no poisons. But the autopsies unveiled a truth far more horrifying than any pathogen. Cardiac arrest was a lie. The doctor announces the chilling reality. Their internal organs were shredded, slashed apart by phantom blades and invisible weapons. It is a massacre of the mind. These people were slaughtered by illusions manifested within their own brains. A cold shiver runs through the world leaders. They exchange nervous glances, struggling to comprehend the impossible. Dr. Lee presses on, exposing his involvement in the classified brain dish project in Europe. In this forbidden research, they stimulated neural tissue with electricity, teaching organic matter to play simple games. But the results were terrifying. The biological tissue evolved, learning faster than any artificial intelligence ever created. The conclusion is inescapable. The deaths are all connected, pointing to a singular, earth-shattering hypothesis. Their reality is a lie. The world they inhabit might just be a massive artificial simulation. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Jilei is locked in a life-or-death duel with the beast. Besides, the behemoth stomps forward. Jilei weaves through the air, dodging the crushing blow and countering with lethal precision. A massive claw swings for his head, but Luca's barrier flares to life instantly, deflecting the fatal strike. Jilei grins, his fighting spirit igniting at the sight of the monster's overwhelming power. This is no ordinary mob. It is a mini dungeon boss, boasting stats that rival a beast king. His blood boils with excitement, yet a cold realization settles in his mind. One mistake here means instant death. He cannot afford to be reckless, not while the boss's full arsenal remains a mystery. Tactical withdrawal, he holds back his ultimate skills, deciding to analyze the beast's patterns before delivering the killing blow. He activates Blessing and charges, but the creature stands eerily still, waiting for him. It's a trap, Bayside roars, and a horde of spirit beasts materializes from thin air to crush him. Instinct takes over. Jilei unleashes the Annihilation Slash, carving a bloody path through the minions to escape the encirclement. He barely evades a magic bombardment, managing to chip away at the monster's health points. But Beside is furious. A shockwave of pure energy blasts Jilei backward. Luca cries out and rushes to her father, but the beast swings again, sending them both tumbling through the dust. Jilei catches the girl, shielding her body, but then he sees them. Skull-shaped marks forming in the air, the death spirit imprints. Horror dawns on him. The trap has already sprung. He hurls Luca to safety just as the explosion detonates. Boom! The blast engulfs him completely. He staggers, coughing up blood. Even the Annihilation Slash couldn't save him. The system window reveals the cruel truth. It is a sure hit effect. Once the death spirit imprint marks a target, the attack locks on with absolute accuracy. Evasion is impossible. No matter where he runs, the explosions will hunt him down. The beast played him perfectly. It lured him close solely to plant the beacon of death upon him. Despair threatens to take hold. For a close combat fighter, this mechanic is a death sentence. Jilei stands in the eye of the storm. Every step he takes triggers a new explosion, and there is nowhere left to hide. The death spirit's velocity spikes with every strike. It is becoming impossible for Jilei to react in time. Realizing the danger, he screams a warning to baby Luca. The spirits are accelerating, pushing them both to the brink of death. But before the words leave his lips, a shadow looms overhead. He looks up in horror to see the colossal Bayside descending to crush him flat. Just as the blow is about to land, baby Luca intervenes. She deploys her death defense shield, enveloping them in a protective barrier. Seizing this fleeting chance, Jilei channels every ounce of his aura into his blade, Annihilation Slash. The strike flies true, piercing straight into the beast's eyes. The monster unleashes a deafening roar of agony as 9,000 health points vanish instantly, but it is not enough to kill it enraged. The beast swings a massive paw, sending Jilei hurtling through the air like a rag doll. He slams into the earth, Coughing up blood, his eyes dart to baby Luca, only to find her trembling with exhaustion. Her barrier is his only way to close the distance, but her energy is fading fast, and he cannot rely on her protection forever. With baby Luca weakening and Baysight's speed climbing higher, the situation has turned critical. Jilei is being cornered. To make matters worse, the death spirits are relentless. He is forced to dodge wildly, leaving zero openings for a counterattack. Trapped in a storm of claws and magic, he frantically searches for a solution. Suddenly, a memory flashes through his mind. The eccentric uncle's training. He remembers a long-range sword technique capable of slashing enemies without physical contact. That technique is his only hope. If he can unleash it now, he might just stand a chance against this monster. Clinging to this desperate gamble, Jilei cries out to his uncle for guidance, but only silence answers him. Is the system blocking outside communication during the mission? Or has he been abandoned? There is no way to know. A glance at the mission timer turns his blood to ice. Only 30 minutes remain. The weight of the choice crashes down on him. Should he retreat and survive, or risk death for the 10 million XP and the legendary weapon reward? Fate allows no time for hesitation. Baysight launches another brutal stomp, aiming to bury him into the bedrock. Jilei glances back and his heart sinks. Baby Luca is overwhelmed, barely holding back the swarm of death spirits. A chilling realization strikes him. If he falls here, against a mere dungeon boss, he has zero chance against Nabis in the God Palace. Distracted by his fear, he fails to sense the shift in the air. The monster's speed has ascended to a new tier. It is too late to dodge. Baysight lands a catastrophic combo, smashing Jilei into the dirt with bone-shattering force. His vision swims in darkness. The system screams a warning in red text. HP critical, only 10% remains. This is the end of the line. If he does not recover now, he will die a permanent death and lose everything. But Jilei refuses to yield. His elemental power erupts, unleashing a torrent of skills in a final, desperate explosion. As the dust settles, the boy stands trembling before the beast, gasping for breath. That final burst has drained his last drop of stamina. He cannot move a muscle. But then, the system notification chimes. The beast Baysight has been slain. The nightmare is over. The Crimson Moon mission is complete. Suddenly, a pillar of light descends from the moon, claiming the monster's corpse and teleporting it away. Jilei stares at the sky in disbelief as a second beam, pure gold, pours down upon him. The rewards are insane. 2 million XP plus a bonus of 10 million XP floods his status bar. Level up, level up. He has pierced the heavens and reached level 100. The level up energy washes over him, knitting his wounds instantly. A new power awakens. The third skill, Execute the God. The system explains the terrifying power. Once unleashed, it marks the target for 30 seconds. Stealth is useless, defense is meaningless. Upon reactivating the skill, it launches 3 strikes toward the target, 300% explosive damage, and the cooldown is only 4 minutes. Jilei realizes this is the ultimate evolution of his combat style. It combines Baysight's ferocity with the precision of Annihilation Slash. The damage output will be godlike, but there is no time to celebrate. He must distribute his attribute points immediately and march to the God Palace to challenge Nabis. Wait. The system is not finished. He has also received a Violent Moon Key, a legendary chest, and a God element. He examines the Violent Moon Key. Another dungeon awaits him. He is sure of it. But his eyes narrow at the legendary chest. He mutters under his breath about his terrible luck with these rewards in the past. Baby Luca shoots him a death glare. The last time he opened a chest, she popped out. Jilei tries to play innocent, but the guilt is written all over his face. He takes a deep breath and cracks open the lid. Gold light explodes outward. It is a full legendary equipment set. The first item is the Cape of Fortune. It boosts his drop rate for magic equipment by 20%. The next reward revealed itself: the legendary Adam's Nether Spirit Song earrings. Ancient myths speak of the Nether Lord Osiris, who once descended upon a realm overrun by malevolent spirits, a chaos even he could not extinguish. Faced with an endless ocean of darkness and overwhelmed by their sheer, terrifying power, Osiris stood helpless until a melody pierced the gloom. It was Autumn, singing the haunting Nether Spirit Song. Her voice purified the corruption, sealing the spirits within these very earrings to prevent the apocalypse. Jilei inspects the artifact, his eyes widening as he realizes the immense boost to his strength and attributes these accessories would provide. But there is a catch: he has no ear piercings. Just as he wonders how to wield them, he spots a mechanism. With a single press, The jewels magnetically attach, equipping themselves instantly. The system window flashes before him, mission complete. A swirling teleportation gate manifests, signaling his departure. In the blink of an eye, baby Luca and Jilei step through the void, rematerializing amidst the scorching sands of the Latina desert. But something is wrong. Upon his return, Jilei is met not with the bustle of life, but with a suffocating, eerie silence. He wonders if time had frozen while he conquered the dungeon. But a glance toward the town shatters that hope time had not stopped. It had been cruel. The village lies in absolute ruin. Meanwhile, miles away in B City, unsuspecting civilians gossip about the trending topic, the Cosmos game. A blonde young man whispers frantically to his friend, claiming the new game is not just code, it is a digital reaper that actually kills players in real life. His companion scoffs, dismissing the warning as utter nonsense. How could a mere game harm a living soul? He argues that those deaths are just from exhaustion, unlike his healthy self, yet his confidence crumbles as he admits he too has played it, and now his mind feels fractured. Fear creeps into his voice as he confesses a premonition of his own death, but his friend remains oblivious to the terror in his eyes. Their idle chatter is violently silenced as a blinding pillar of light tears through the sky above them. Bewildered, they spin around, naively assuming it is some unauthorized rave or light show. But reality strikes hard. A nightmare beast claws its way out of the teleportation gate. The men collapse, their legs turning to jelly before the impossible horror. The blonde man trembles violently, recognition dawning on him. This is no hallucination. It is a boss monster from the Cosmos game, manifested in the real world. Just as death seems certain, a blur of motion cuts the air. A mysterious red-haired assassin descends, her blade clashing against the beast in a spark of salvation. Back in the wasteland, Jilei walks through the debris of the ruined town, his senses on high alert. He calculates the discrepancy, suspecting that the flow of time within the dungeon was vastly different from the outside world. Deep in thought, he is interrupted by the sudden manifestation of the mysterious uncle. Jilei wastes no time, barking a demand to know where the entity had been hiding when he called for aid. But the uncle counters with a sharper question. Where did Jilei vanish to? He had no idea the boy possessed the power to completely erase his presence from the spiritual link. A chill runs down Jilei's spine. Sensing a presence behind him, his survival instincts scream, and he draws his blade in a flash of steel. He halts his strike just in time. It is Boban. But there is no joy in this reunion, only a gaze heavy with seething anger and profound disappointment. Jilei sheathes his weapon, frantically asking about Elder Wool and the others. Why has their home been reduced to rubble? Boban's rage explodes. He screams at Jilei, asking how he dares to speak that name. It was because of Jilei that the elder suffered a fate worse than death. The words hit Jilei like a physical blow, leaving him speechless as a cold dread settles in the pit of his stomach. He realizes with dawning horror that the reality of the situation is far more catastrophic than his worst nightmares. Stepping into a small, battered shelter amidst the ruins, Jilei bears witness to a scene that tears at his very soul. Josh and Sally sit in solemn silence beside a wooden plank where Elder Wool lies motionless, the beastman tending to his wounds with desperate care. As Jilei approaches, the air grows heavy. The true extent of the brutality is revealed. The elder's hands, the source of his martial prowess, have been severed. Jilei's mind reels. How could a master as powerful as Wool be reduced to this broken state? Trembling, he asks what could have possibly happened in his absence, but Josh and Sally remain silent, their faces masked by a suffocating mix of fury and grief. Desperate for answers, Jilei turns to Lassie, demanding the truth. The beastman delivers the crushing blow. Jilei was not gone for a mere night. He had been missing for 3 full days, and in that time, hope had died, leading them to believe he had abandoned them to their fate. The revelation freezes Jilei in place. But before he can process the time discrepancy, Boban cuts in, his voice dripping with venom, telling him to drop the innocent act. He reminds Jilei of his solemn vow to protect them. Yet, when the shadows lengthened and they needed a hero, he vanished into thin air. Because of his absence, Elder Wooly was brutally mutilated, and thousands of innocent lives were extinguished in the slaughter. Boban's voice shakes with raw fury as he demands the truth. Who is Jilei really? And why did that terrifying, powerful stranger come hunting for him? Jilei offers no defense. He stands rooted to the spot, eyes locked on the fallen elder, crushed under the suffocating weight of guilt and responsibility. Meanwhile, Back in B City, the two survivors of the monster attack rush into the police station, begging for sanctuary. They frantically file a report, their voices cracking with panic as they plead for help. The officer slams her hand on the desk, warning them to stop wasting police resources or face a cell. She dismisses their terror as nothing more than a drug-induced hallucination. Desperate, they scream that it was real, raving about a mysterious sword-wielding girl who fought the beast. But their pleas fall on deaf ears. Just as the officer prepares to dismiss them, the phone screams into the silence. The chief is on the line, voice trembling with urgency. Unknown abominations have breached the city limits. Her expression instantly darkens. Shifting from calm to combat ready, she barks orders to her team, commanding them to establish a defensive perimeter and wait for the signal. Moments later, the chief declares a code-red emergency for B City. Confirmations are flooding and multiple unidentified monsters are swarming the streets. Meanwhile, in the scorching heat of the Latina desert, Boone's patience finally snaps. He glares at Jilei, who remains stoic. Boone tries to crush him with his aura, but Jilei stands immovable like a mountain. Frustration boils over like lava. Boone screams, accusing Jilei of knowing the powerful enemy would return and vanishing on purpose to save his own skin. He brands Jilei a coward, spitting insults venomously while Sally and Joss watch in grim silence. They do not step in, because deep down, the same burning resentment smolders within their hearts. Finally, Boone throws a punch with all his might, but Jilei simply raises a hand, catching the fist with terrifying ease. He speaks calmly, his voice heavy with sorrow, apologizing for his absence. He explains that he never anticipated the enemy would strike so swiftly, but he bows his head, accepting full responsibility for the tragedy. His eyes burn with cold determination as he swears a blood oath. He will hunt down the one who crippled Grandpa Wool and end his life. Joss finally breaks his silence, shaking his head. He insists it is suicide, that enemy possesses power far beyond their comprehension. However, Joss admits one thing puzzles him. Why would a being that powerful travel all this way just to hunt Jilei? Jilei reveals the terrifying truth. He explains that he possesses a forbidden attribute, the chaos element, of power capable of slaughtering even gods. During the death match with Guardian Dorop, both he and Grandpa Wool realized that standard elemental attacks are useless against divinity. Dorop had sold his very soul to Hades, the god of the netherworld, gaining an invincible immunity in exchange. The revelation strikes his companions like lightning, and they lean in, hanging on his every word. Jilei continues, explaining that his awakened chaos element is the only thing that can bypass that immunity. When he slew Dorop, Hades must have sensed the god-killing energy and dispatched an executioner. Miles away in the dunes, Hades' pet dragon, Eggless, is scanning the terrain with ancient magic. He touches the burning sand and smirks. This is the exact coordinate where Lord Hades once sealed a fallen deity. Dark mana surges from his hands, tearing reality apart. The earth rumbles violently as the legendary Kibri God Palace rises from the depths of the sands. Back in the village, the tension fades, leaving Jilei standing alone, gazing out over the vast, unforgiving desert. A chilling thought grips him. Is this truly just a game? World, the heat, the grit, the metallic taste of blood, it all feels too visceral. He knows the system can trick the brain's sensory input. Yet, the rage and grief crashing over him feel undeniably human. That raw emotion is the line in the sand that separates him from a mere machine. He glances back toward the tent, his mind haunted by the image of the old man lying broken, and the countless villagers who were slaughtered. Even if he tells himself this is a simulation, the guilt creates a heavy chain around his soul that refuses to break. Clenching his fists, he vows to avenge Grandpa Wool and the fallen before he exits this world. Suddenly, an idea strikes him like a thunderbolt. The system shop. Perhaps there is a miracle drug that can save Grandpa Wool. A high-tier potion might even regenerate his lost limbs. He frantically scrolls through his inventory until his eyes land on it. Asclepius' protection. The cost is steep, 10 experience levels to activate. But the description gives him hope. Created by the god of medicine himself, it can instantly regenerate any damaged body part. Just as he prepares to use the item, a deafening explosion rocks the desert, shaking the ground beneath his feet. His heart hammers against his ribs as he snaps his gaze toward the horizon. Something massive has just awakened. He can feel the vibrations traveling through the earth. This is no natural phenomenon. To generate a shockwave of that magnitude, An astronomical amount of mana must have been released in a split second. He opens his map interface and a notification flashes red. Kibri God Palace activated. The realization chills him to the bone. The vibration came from the ruins. It connects the final puzzle piece. The mysterious powerhouse who crushed Grandpa Wool is the same one who just breached the palace. And his instincts are sharp. Aglas is already striding through the ancient corridors like he owns the place. Aglas scoffs, muttering that if anyone other than Lord Hades had ordered this, he would have refused even a command from Zeus himself. In truth, Hades only ordered him to test the seal's integrity, but kept the prisoner's identity a secret. But considering this is an exiled god's prison, and the great mage Latinaya herself placed the massive seal upon it, the entity trapped inside must be something even Lord Hades fears. After inspecting the barrier, Aglas confirms the seal is intact. He marches to the end of the hall, where the sealed throne room awaits. Expecting a guardian beast, he blasts the heavy doors open with a wave of magic, only to find Nabis waiting in the shadows. Jilei racks his brain, trying to decipher why that man would target the Cry God Palace, but then a terrifying realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. If a single enemy can track the resonance of his chaos elemental power, then the floodgates are open for everyone else. If that beast locks onto his coordinates again, the entire village faces total annihilation. Desperation clawing at his throat, he turns to his eccentric uncle. Is there no way to cloak his aura from the gaze of the gods? How do they even find him? His uncle's expression darkens as he explains. The moment Jilei unleashed the chaos element, it fundamentally rewrote his spiritual signature, leaving scars visible only to the divine. These marks are indelible. They persist until death claims him. To protect his loved ones, there is only one path left. He must slaughter every entity seeking his life. This is the cruel law of the jungle, the absolute price of strength and the heavy burden of power. Steel hardens in his heart. If the gods crave his head, he will deliver himself to the God Palace. He must shatter the desert seal to secure an escape route for the villagers. Even his uncle nods solemnly. In this hellish situation, it is the only gambit that stands a chance. Jilei stands before Grandpa Woole, the weight of the truth crushing his shoulders. Boone was right all along. Every calamity that befell this town traces back to him. Gazing at the elder's frail form, a tidal wave of guilt crashes over him. He bows his head, whispering a broken apology for the destruction he brought to their doorstep. The heavy silence is broken as the beastman Laside returns, carrying life-saving herbs for the old master. He places a hand on Jilei's shoulder. He urges him not to resent the villagers' harsh words. Their rage is merely fear and grief wearing a mask. Jilei offers a solemn nod. He understands. There is no malice in his heart. Setting the medicine on the table, he entrusts Wool's care to the beastman. When Laside questions his destination, Jilei deflects. He simply commands him to protect the old man and the survivors. Striding through the wreckage of his home, Jilei realizes he cannot rewind the clock. What is broken, but he can still stand as a shield for what remains. He casts a final look back, offering a silent apology. Leaving now is the greatest mercy he can offer them. Fire ignites in his gaze. He sprints into the horizon. If he pushes his speed to the limit, he can still intercept that man and end this nightmare. Meanwhile, in B-City, hell has descended on Earth. Monsters swarm the streets as civilians scream for salvation. Amidst the carnage, a crimson-haired assassin stands like an immovable mountain, facing the horde without a tremor of fear. Her headset crackles to life. A system window materializes before her, identical to Jilei's interface. The system shrieks a warning. The abomination before her is an anomaly, potentially an S-rank calamity. Identifying her as clan leader Chin, the interface pings 3 reinforcements, level 120 heroes, en route to her coordinates. The command center begs her to stall, warning that solo combat is suicide, but Chin snaps back a refusal. She orders the reinforcements to divert immediately to S-City. The Eastern Sea is nearing collapse. 3 Leviathans of equal power are converging on S-City, and they must be intercepted at all costs. Deaf to the protest in her ear, she launches herself into the fray. The fusion of dimensions has accelerated beyond all calculations. Across the globe, the veil shatters, unleashing pandemonium. Modern artillery is reduced to toys against these beasts. Civilization crumbles into dust. Back in the wasteland, Jilei has been trekking for 3 hours and 28 minutes. The system mocks him. 8 agonizing hours remain. His patience wears thin. Why walk like a mortal when magic exists? Why is the teleportation array useless? But without coordinate data, a blind jump is impossible. His feet must carry the burden. His uncle cackles from within the spiritual realm, quipping that a tamed dragon would make this commute a breeze. Jilei scoffs. A dragon here. He turns to baby Luca, teasing the little creature about flying him there, before laughing off his own desperation. Suddenly, he freezes. His instincts scream. In the distance, a silhouette is feasting on a corpse. As focus sharpens, blood drains from his face. It is the wandering dominator. The nightmare he thought he had escaped. Jilei stares, his grip tightening on his weapon. There is no mistake. This is the very beast that slaughtered him the moment he first set foot in the Latinia desert. But why is the system silent? There was no warning. The dominator lifts its head, sniffing the air. It smells a familiar bug. Jilei's mind races. Is the system blind to entities that exceed a certain rank? If that is true, the safety net is gone. He can no longer trust the interface. From this moment on, his own senses are his only defense. Suddenly, a red warning window flashes. The system finally registers the threat level undetermined. Jilei steps forward, a confident grin cutting across his face. Hey, ugly, remember me? The dominator's voice rumbles like grinding stones. It recognizes the scent. How does a crushed insect still draw breath? Jilei's aura flares. I didn't just survive, he declares, energy crackling around him. I evolved. Zero hesitation. The wandering dominator launches a desperate attack, screaming that he will slaughter the boy all over again. But as Jilei declared, the past is dead. He is faster, stronger, and evolved beyond recognition. He weaves through the attacks like a phantom. Then, a single counterpunch sends the dominator flying back like a crushed insect. Jilei unsheathes his blade. The steel sings as he proclaims he is no longer that helpless child. He has become a predator capable of slaying gods. A mere bug like this stands no chance. Yet the monster refuses to kneel, consumed by humiliation and rage. He levitates, gathering a terrifying storm of elemental energy. He roars that strength is irrelevant to him. The boy is still trash to be ground into dust. A massive spear materializes in his grip as he looks down from the heavens. System alert. The wandering dominator has activated Dominator Sickle. Attack power increased by 30%. Whoa. Jilei analyzes the threat coldly. Even his mysterious uncle warns him via telepathy that power is volatile. But Jilei is level 100. Clad in legendary gear, he swears this battle will be his ticket out of this hellhole. The real round 2 begins now. The beast unleashes a torrential barrage, but Jilei flows around every strike like water. Sudden movement, the monster uses Godspeed to teleport behind him, sneering that the boy is still too slow. Too slow. Wrong. Jilei spins with the Annihilation Slash. A critical hit drains 20,000 XP in a single heartbeat. The Dominator crashes into the earth, eyes wide with shock. How did a mere human gain such monstrous power? Warning. Weapon durability is below 70%. Jilei realizes he has to end this before his blade shatters. No more holding back. He activates Obliterate. A spectral mask manifests over his face, radiating the aura of a death god. The sheer pressure paralyzes the wandering dominator. He chokes on his own words as Jilei charges like a meteor. There is no dodge. The monster accepts his fate, allowing the steel to pierce straight through his heart. Jilei pauses, bewildered. Why did the beast drop his guard? Why did he let the blade connect? Trembling and fading away, the dominator looks up with reverent eyes and whispers a single question. Are you my master? Meanwhile, back in reality, panic erupts in the control room as monster signals light up the global map. Emergency report. Unidentified entities detected in the Northern Pacific Joint Forces from Country J and H are scrambling to intercept. Reinforcements from Country A have launched from Hawaii. The world is on the brink of war. At headquarters, Chief Sue slams her hand down. She confronts CEO Jang of Cosmos Games, demanding the truth about these digital nightmares. But the CEO sits there, sipping tea with an infuriating calmness, as if the apocalypse isn't knocking at the door. He smirks, claiming he is just a humble game developer. The beasts in Cosmos are merely lines of code. If they are manifesting in reality, that is a miracle, not a crime. He insists he is the wrong man to interrogate. Sue's patience snaps. She reveals her badge as a top agent of the Special Department. She has orders to shut down Cosmos immediately. A full investigation starts now. Mr. Jang sets his coffee down, his smile cold. He reminds her that his servers are in Europe. Neither Country A nor C has the power to touch him. He stands up, brushing off his suit. The conversation is over. He has money to make. But at the door, he pauses, a wicked glint in his eye as he throws a bone to the struggling agent. Did you know, he taunts, every monster we designed was born from the ancient myths of this world. The words strike Chief Su like lightning, the connection between game lore and ancient legends. That is the key. Meanwhile, deep in the Pacific, 3-level 120 assassins stare death in the face as 3 S-rank monsters emerge. One assassin gasps. Never in history have 3 calamities of this rank appeared together. The dark-haired fighter grimaces. The last time just one appeared. It took a squad of heroes to bring it down. Bruce the Archer grips his bow. Even with 3 S-rank assassins, victory is mathematically impossible. But clan leader Chin's order was absolute. Hold the line until reinforcements arrive, or die trying. The team is legendary Bruce the Archer, Ba Lang Dao the One-Eyed, and the young prodigy Lai Chen. All 3 are level 120 elites. Ba Lang Dao tightens his grip. One mistake means instant death. Suddenly, the space distorts, a massive rift tears open before their eyes. Absolute despair washes over them. Another entity steps through the portal, and its power makes the others look like weaklings. The air grew heavy with the suffocating pressure of a double S-rank monster, but then the wandering dominator unexpectedly bowed his head, leaving Jilei completely bewildered by the creature's cryptic words. The insectoid warrior demanded to know how a mere boy could wield his owner's divine energy, and in that moment, Jilei realized with a start that the beast was not bowing to him. He instinctively took a step back, his guard rising. What did this monster mean by master's power? To Jilei, the situation reeked of a deadly trap. Yet the wandering dominator was relentless, his voice booming as he demanded to know why a lowly bug possessed the aura of his lord. Desperate for answers, Jilei turned to the spiritual projection of his uncle, asking if he was the ancient master this terrifying creature revered. His uncle shook his head, his ethereal form flickering. His memories were still fragmented shards, so he could offer no certainty regarding his past identity. However, a gut feeling gnawed at Jilei. Deep in his soul, he sensed a profound connection between his uncle and the entity the monster spoke of. He decided to gamble and asked if the master had silver hair. The beast scoffed, revealing that his owner was no mortal, but the supreme god, Ra. The creature then explained the ironclad law of their kind. Since the essence of Ra now flowed through Jilei's veins, Jilei was effectively his new master. With the hierarchy established, the creature bowed low in absolute submission and sheathed his terrifying weapon. System alert. A holographic screen flashed before his eyes. The divinity database was now unlocked, and Ra's legendary soul servant, Kibri, had been awakened. The wandering dominator, whose true name was Kibri, knelt and pledged his eternal allegiance. The system prompted, "Do you wish to accept this soul servant?" Jilei narrowed his eyes, realizing this was the very same being who had triggered the hidden quest for revenge in the first place. He weighed his options pragmatically, while he despised the creature's arrogance. He knew that with Kibri's overwhelming power, the boss monster Nabus would stand no chance. Without a second of hesitation, he pressed accept. Kibri's physical form dissolved into a magnificent swirl of golden dust, flowing into Jilei and merging with his very soul. Skill unlocked, Soul Servant. The system confirmed that summoning Kibri required 0 mana points and had no time limit, allowing the servant to remain by his side indefinitely. Jilei smirked at the possibilities. If all Soul Servants were this godlike, he could build an invincible army and never have to lift a finger in battle again. However, the system quickly shattered that dream with a penalty warning. 30% of your earned experience points will be diverted to each active Soul Servant. Furthermore, the stakes were lethal. If a Soul Servant died in battle, they could never be revived, lost to the void forever. It was a fair trade-off. Jilei realized that, to command an army of gods, he would have to grind for experience points harder than ever before. He shook his head, pushing the logistics aside. Managing the cost was a problem for future Jilei to worry about. Right now, with the might of Kibri coursing through his veins, his confident sword Nabus was as good as dead. With authority in his voice, he commanded his new servant to reveal every secret he held within his memories. Meanwhile, chaos erupted back on Earth. An officer burst into Chief Su's office, breathless, reporting that unidentified dimensional rifts were tearing open across the globe. Command Central had issued an emergency summons. She was needed in B-City immediately to strategize a defense against the coming apocalypse. She ordered a transport ready in 15 minutes, but before she could move, Xiao Zhongyu, the head of special affairs, stopped her with critical new intel. He projected grainy footage from the disaster zone, revealing a mysterious woman who was single-handedly slaughtering the monsters. Chief Su's eyes darted to the lethal, red-haired assassin standing in the shadows, clan leader Chen. Zhao Zhongyu's voice grew grim as he reported that Maritime Patrol in A-City had captured something even more terrifying from the East China Sea. 3 colossi monsters of a magnitude never seen before were rising from the ocean depths, far surpassing the others in size and power. And standing against these titans were just 3 lone warriors, fighting a desperate battle to hold the line. These were no random beasts. They had manifested directly from the Cosmos game. Bearing the terrifying likenesses of the country's ancient legends, over the turbulent waters of the East China Sea, the squad of elite assassins was being pushed to their absolute breaking point. A young assassin gritted his teeth, veins bulging as he barely restrained an S-rank beast. "I can't hold it," he screamed. "Kill the others now." "Just hold on a little longer," his comrades roared back, their attacks desperate and frantic. But his strength failed. The beast shattered the chains, and with a brutal impact, the assassin was launched into the air before crashing into the unforgiving waves. Panic seized the team as they dove to rescue their fallen brother from the watery abyss. "It's impossible," Bruce yelled over the roar of battle. "Without Leader Chen's reinforcements, we're going to be slaughtered by this swarm of double S-rank nightmares." Bang Fu refused to yield. "We have to stop them if they reach the city. Millions die." But deep down, he knew their strength was far too limited. Just as all hope seemed lost, the sky split open and a figure descended like a god of war. It was Chief Fu Hai. "Rest easy," he commanded, his presence alone calming the chaos. "I will handle this." He surged forward, unleashing his ultimate technique, the Snow Moon Dimensional Slash. In a heartbeat, the raging ocean and the monsters were encased in eternal ice. The power was absolute and overwhelming. This was the strength of a true apex predator, one of the highest-ranking assassins in human history. Back in the scorching Latinia desert, Kibri began his tale. To understand the full picture, they had to look back 10,000 years to the era before the descent of the evil god, Murius. He begins to unveil the ancient history of the era of myths. After the Titan War, the 3 supreme brothers Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon grew jealous that humanity had started worshipping other deities. Consumed by envy, they summoned the beast Murius from the abyss of Tartarus to punish mankind. However, their tyranny enraged the gods of other realms, including Ra, Buddha, the Heavenly Father, and Izanami. Yet, none wished to spark a catastrophic war of gods over mere mortals, so they chose to turn a blind eye. But the ambition of the 3 brothers knew no bounds, and their greed only festered like a rot. Eventually, Hades struck, defeating Buddha and imprisoning Ra, the Heavenly Father, and Izanami in the eternal jails of the Return Ruins in Tartarus. The wandering dominator reveals he spent tens of thousands of years crossing the boundless sea to reach Lantania, driven by a single purpose: to find Ra. When Jilei asks why Hades would drag humans into this desolate desert, the insect-headed guide replies with a sneer that in the eyes of these fallen gods, humans are nothing but food. To them, we are livestock, no different from bugs on the ground, bred only to feed the monsters guarding this realm. The truth crashes over Jilei like a tidal wave. Their entire existence is merely nourishment for the strong, destined for the slaughterhouse. Yet, questions still burn in his mind. How can the wandering dominator sense the power of Ra within him? Is it his elemental affinity, or does a deeper thread of destiny bind him to the sun god? To find the truth, he knows there is only one path: he must find Ra himself. The dominator warns that the temple is still far, but a mischievous glint appears in his eye. He has a trick to speed up their journey. In an instant, his form twists and expands, transforming into a colossal flying insect. This metamorphosis burns 10 MP for every 10 kilometers, but Jilei declares it a small price to pay. They mount the beast and soar toward the temple, determined to liberate the sun god. Meanwhile, back in the human world, a silver-haired assassin bursts into the office. He reports to President Chin with panic in his voice. The situation has spiraled into absolute chaos. He warns that without an immediate solution, humanity faces total extinction, and even players trapped within the Cosmos game will perish. Face hardened with resolve, President Chin activates the system embedded in her arm, summoning a glowing portal before diving straight into the unknown. She knows it is only a matter of time before the dimension of Sprades is dragged into this apocalyptic war. Back in the scorching sands of Lantania, Jilei, his eccentric uncle Luca, and his new soul servant arrive at the palace gates. Jilei gives his uncle one last look, hoping the sight of the temple sparks a memory, but Luca's mind remains a hollow void. Jilei admits he has no clue how to restore his uncle's fragmented memories, but he refuses to let despair win. He vows that a solution exists. The system map pings they have reached the destination, and the group begins their descent. Deep inside the temple, the villain Argulis suddenly senses a ripple in the atmosphere. He inhales sharply, a dark smile twisting his lips as he recognizes the scent of Tish, the God Slayer. Outside, the wandering dominator reverts to his humanoid form, and Jilei bows, thanking him for his incredible assistance. But as Jilei turns his gaze toward the looming temple, he steels his heart. To complete this quest, the Guardian must fall. Only through victory can he escape this hellish world and return to his reality. He also realizes that if the attacker who destroyed the village is the one who activated the temple, the enemy lies in wait, ready to ambush. Suddenly, a foul stench assaults his senses. He looks up to find a shadowy figure glaring down from the heights. It is Argulis, standing on the rooftop with a gaze full of malice, declaring that their fated meeting has finally come. Jilei's blood runs cold. He instantly recognizes the monster responsible for Grandpa Wulei's critical condition. Argulis laughs, a sound like grinding bones, and promises to sever Jilei's head gently so he can die in comfort. Flash step, Argulis vanishes and reappears instantly beside Jilei, his claw descending for the kill, but before the strike lands, boom! Smoke clears to reveal the attack was blocked by Jilei's soul servant, Carrie. Jilei maintains his composure, but internally, he is shaken. Argulis' speed is godlike. Without Carrie, he would have been instant dead meat. At this moment, he truly grasps the terrifying power of the servant he has summoned. Argulis retreats, eyes narrowing as he realizes Jilei commands a soul servant, an authority usually reserved for the gods themselves. It becomes clear why Lord Hades took such a keen interest in this mere mortal. Argulis launches another assault, but his hand is intercepted by a new challenger. It is Lucius, the guardian of the village. Simultaneously, the shadow assassin, Thunderbolt, emerges, and the very mountain splits apart as a gigantic king cobra rises to pierce the heavens. Jilei spins around, relief washing over him as reinforcements finally arrive. His entire party is here, even Elder Wu Bul. Bowen smirks, breaking the tension. He demands to know why their leader decided to abandon the team once again. While the dragon Argus lies buried under the rubble, watched closely by Carrie, Jilei rejoins his squad. How did they manage to track him through this chaos? Sally points to Lucius. The Guardian reveals that her Shadow Wolf locked onto his unique spiritual signature and hunted him down. But the trail did not last. His scent vanished into thin air before they could close the distance. Undeterred, they pushed forward on instinct alone. Yet, the shadows yielded no sign of their missing leader. That was when Elder Wu Bul felt it. A massive surge of energy erupted from this sector, guiding them straight to the battlefield. Jilei shifts his gaze to the Elder, shock coloring his features. The old man's shattered arms have been completely restored. Wu Bul beams with pride. He credits his miraculous recovery solely to Jilei, but then his gaze shifts to the formidable warrior. Carrie, who is this powerful stranger? Jilei drops the bombshell. This warrior is his sole subordinate. The revelation sends a shockwave through the group. The Elder is stunned. Forging a bond with a soul servant is a legendary feat, reserved only for the absolute elite. Boom! The rubble explodes outward. Argus shatters his stony prison and rises from the debris. Fury and disgust blaze in the dragon's eyes. He roars a death sentence upon the filthy humans and unleashes a cataclysmic blast meant to obliterate them all. But it is useless. Carrie steps in, effortlessly deflecting the devastating magic with a single swing of his spear. The wandering dominator turns to his master. He vows to handle this wretched beast. He urges Jilei to go find the seal and release Ra before it is too late. Trusting his servant, Jilei signals the team. They sprint toward the ancient temple with everything they have. Hovering above the chaos, Argus narrows his eyes. He instantly realizes their plan to breach the sanctuary. He charges a spell to annihilate them, but Carrie is faster. The spearman intercepts him midair, refusing to let him pass. Blocked again, the dragon's pride is shattered, his rage boiling over at being stopped by a mere humanoid. At the entrance, the colossal temple door speaks. It demands to know Jilei's resolve. With a fearless yes, the ancient gates groan open, swallowing the party into the darkness. With his master safe inside, Carrie locks eyes with Argus. A dark smile forms now. there is no one left to save the dragon from his wrath. Inside the god's palace, Jilei and his squad dash down an opulent corridor that seems to stretch into infinity. Minutes bleed into hours. A cold shiver runs down Jilei's spine. His instincts scream that something is terribly wrong here. The distance does not add up. The realization hits him like a truck. He abruptly skids to a halt and commands the squad to freeze. Bohan instantly raises his weapon. His eyes dart around, expecting an ambush from the shadows. But Jilei shakes his head. It is not an enemy they are fighting. It is the hallway itself. Bohan growls in frustration, his nerves fried. But Jilei points out the impossible reality they have been sprinting for ages. Yet the scenery hasn't changed a bit. The truth is undeniable. They are trapped in a spatial loop. To prove it, Jilei approaches the wall. The temple's exterior was small, yet they have traversed a distance that defies the laws of physics. Inside this domain, time and space are twisted. The laws of reality do not apply here. He draws his blade and carves a deep cross into the stone. If his theory is correct, this mark will return to haunt them. Elder Wu Bul nods gravely. There is no choice but to push forward into the labyrinth. As they run, a heavy dread settles in Jilei's gut. He cannot shake the feeling that they are walking into a predator's maw. His system is silent. The map function is dead, and the mission log is blank. He's flying blind. The rules of the game have shifted. An unknown variable is at play, and he is powerless to stop it. Suddenly, Sally's voice pierces the silence. She points a trembling finger at the wall. There it is, the cross, Jilei carved, stares back at them. They are running in an endless circle. They force themselves to march on. Bone is losing his mind with irritation, while Joss desperately tries to calculate their position, praying the exit is near. But Sally cuts through the optimism with a chilling observation. At this pace, they should have cleared the temple 10 times over. The math doesn't lie. Jilei confirms the nightmare. The exit hasn't just moved, it's vanished. They are trapped in a Mobius strip of despair. And then, the inevitable happens. The mark on the wall passes them again. Round 2 of the infinite loop. Jilei frantically checks his interface. When did the trap trigger? There was no warning, no system alert. Panic begins to rise. Carrie is outside fighting a dragon alone. Every second wasted in this loop brings his subordinate closer to death. And if that beast breaks through to the temple, they are all sitting ducks. The rest of the party rushes towards Jilei in a panic, reporting that they have scoured every inch of the walls and floors, yet not a single hidden door or mechanism exists. Elder Wool steps forward with grim news, revealing that even the protective mana array lining the pathways has completely vanished into thin air. Julie desperately asks if the ceiling has been checked, but Wool shakes his head, confirming they are trapped like rats in a cage with absolutely no way out. Jilei turns his sharp gaze to Sally and commands her to unleash a fireball, intending to test if brute magic can shatter the labyrinth walls. Sally hesitates, fear flickering in her eyes as she warns that the spell might rebound in this confined space and incinerate them all. But Joss counters with gritty determination, arguing that they have no other options left. It is a risk they must take to survive. Grandfather Wool gives Sally a solemn nod of approval, and she obeys, channeling her mana into the flame dance technique to conjure a massive, roaring fireball. The blast detonates with earth-shaking force, blowing a gaping hole in the wall, and Sally giggles in pure relief, stunned that their gamble actually paid off. Joss cheers, convinced they have shattered the loop, but as the smoke clears and they peer through the breach, their blood runs cold. They are staring at the exact same marked location as before. The loop remains unbroken. Confusion washes over the group like a tidal wave, their minds unable to comprehend this twisting of reality. Bob instantly draws his blade, his killing intent spiking as he prepares to slash at any invisible enemy playing these sick mind games. However, the old man notices Jilei standing in deep silence, his eyes unfocused as if unlocking a buried memory from a past life. His intuition strikes true. Jilei is recalling a forbidden theory from his studies, one proposing that Earth itself was a prison designed with circular pathways to entrap humanity. Because of the gravitational distortion, the captives could never perceive the curve, and the shifting outer walls blinded them to the terrifying truth of their eternal confinement. Meanwhile, across the dimension in Country J, a high-stakes meeting takes place inside a Tokyo skyscraper between Chief Su and Professor Miyake. She slides a series of photographs across the table, revealing the grotesque monsters that have suddenly materialized on Earth to wreak havoc. With chilling certainty, she explains that these abominations are identical to the nightmare creatures from the popular game, cosmos. The professor analyzes the images with a trembling hand, noting that these beasts were modeled after the most terrifying entities from global mythology. Chief Su confirms the connection and asks the question that hangs heavy in the air. Does this mean the ancient myths were never just stories? The professor looks up with a grave expression, declaring that if these monsters walk the earth, his research is no longer mythology, it is now history coming to life. Back in the labyrinth of despair, Jilei's party remains stuck in the never-ending cycle, tension rising with every passing second. Bowen finally snaps, his sanity fraying as he roars in frustration, demanding they take action before he loses his mind completely. His outburst grates on Lucius's nerves, and as Bowen tries to start a brawl in his blind rage, Jilei steps in, his aura suppressing the conflict before it explodes. Sally turns to Jilei with pleading eyes, asking if his sharp mind has uncovered a solution, but he admits he is still in the dark. Yet, his gamer logic kicks in. If this is a mission, there must be a clear condition, which means he has missed a critical clue hidden in plain sight. Suddenly, the mysterious uncle materializes from the shadows and utters a single, power-laden word, Ouroboros. The name strikes Jilei like a lightning bolt, unlocking a cascade of knowledge about ancient mythology within his mind. Ouroboros is the legendary serpent that devours its own tail, representing an infinite cycle of destruction and rebirth that never ends. He recalls similar cosmic entities, like Jormungandr from Norse legends and Shisha from Indian lore, great serpents that bind the world in an eternal loop. Jilei turns to the uncle, asking if they are trapped inside the belly of an Ouroboros, implying they could simply carve their way out with blade and magic. But the uncle shakes his head with a grim expression, revealing that this is not the beast Jilei knows from the textbooks. This is the work of a higher power, the god of dreams, Oneiros, casting a divine restriction upon them. From the moment they stepped into the palace, their senses were paralyzed by this divine authority, explaining why Jilei's system interface has been completely silent. Jilei demands to know the breakage condition, and the uncle reveals the ruthless truth: there is only one way to escape this nightmare. They must identify the entity, casting the restriction, and slaughter them. Only blood will shatter the divine limit. A chill runs down Jilei's spine as he looks at his comrades, asking if the uncle implies that one of his trusted friends is actually a construct of the god Oneiros. The uncle confirms the horror, warning that the imposter is a perfect doppelganger, nearly indistinguishable from the original soul. Jilei realizes the gravity of the situation. He must deduce the fake and deliver a fatal strike when they least expect it. But the mystery is, who is the traitor? His gaze shifts from one companion to the next, lingering on Grandpa Wool and even little Sally, paranoia creeping in as he wonders if any of them are truly real. Meanwhile, on the edge of the underworld, a breathtakingly beautiful woman stands before a giant, ethereal tree, toying with its branches. Her playful demeanor vanishes as she senses a ripple in the mana, realizing a disturbance has erupted within Latonia's palace. Focusing her divine sight, she observes that her intricate seal of dreams has been triggered by the intruders. Her silent observation is interrupted by a commanding presence. Lord Hades appears, remarking that it has been an eternity since their paths last crossed. It is revealed that this enchanting woman is none other than the god of dreams, Oneiros herself. The moment Hades arrives, she swiftly conceals the flower in her hand, knowing that if the Lord of the Dead sees it, her secret agenda in the Leonia desert will be exposed. With trembling lips, Oneiros asks the Lord of the Dead why he has descended to her realm. Hades smirks, his voice dripping with dark amusement as he notes that he does not seem welcome in her domain. His teasing tone sends panic surging through her veins. She stammers, desperately explaining that the king of the underworld has never visited the edge of the abyss before, so his presence simply caught her off guard. Desperate to appease him, she quickly asks if there is any service she can perform to satisfy his royal will. Hades drops the facade, delivering news that strikes like a thunderbolt. His father, the Titan King Kronos, has shattered his chains and escaped the eternal prison of Tartarus. Oneiros stands frozen, her mind unable to process the catastrophe. She protests in disbelief. The seal of dreams in Tartarus was never even activated, so how could the seal be broken? It should be impossible for Kronos to vanish without a trace. Hades fixes her with a piercing gaze, declaring that this anomaly is precisely why he requires her specific talents. His command is absolute. She must hunt down and retrieve Kronos before the supreme rulers, Zeus and Poseidon, discover this calamitous failure. Then, the air turns ice cold as he delivers a chilling ultimatum. If she refuses, she will be dragged down to take his place in the deepest pits of hell. Terror grips her very soul, with no other choice. Oneiros bows her head and reluctantly accepts the mission. As Hades vanishes through a portal to the surface world, she is left drowning in suspicion. How did Kronos cheat death? How did he bypass the divine seal and slip past the three-headed guardian, Cerberus? A dark realization begins to dawn on her. Something far more sinister is brewing within the shadows of Latinia's palace. Back in the temple, Jilei turns to his old master with a shocking request. He demands a sparring match right here and now. The group stares in bewilderment, who trains in the middle of a crisis. Jilei ignores their confusion, explaining his logic with calm determination. Since they are trapped in this space, they cannot afford to be idle. They must utilize every second to sharpen their blades. It is time to test their limits and see how much they have evolved since their last life or death struggle. Bawan interjects, trying to talk sense into him, but Jilei remains firm. He claims boredom, insisting that this combat drill is the only way to prepare for the horrors waiting ahead. His arrogance provokes the old master. Grandfather Wu Bule decides it is time to teach the brat a lesson, while Bawan's irritation bubbles over. Sally rushes in to mediate the tension. She pleads with Grandfather Wu Bule to ignore the bickering and simply focus on the training exercise Jilei wants. But beneath his casual exterior, Jilei's mind is racing with tactical calculations. He knows that a systematic test would only alert the enemy. If he checks them one by one, the imposter will realize his plan. No, he needs absolute chaos. The more sudden and violent the conflict, the higher the probability that the imposter will make a fatal mistake. If this acts as the real Grandfather Wu Bule, the old hero will understand that Jilei never does anything without a strategic reason. As expected, the old man agrees to the duel. The rest of the party looks at him as if he has gone mad. But a silent message passes between master and student. Jilei smirks internally. The real Wu Bule trusts him implicitly and knows there is a hidden scheme behind his reckless behavior. As one of the legendary 12 heroes, the old man's instincts are razor sharp. Jilei was certain he would play along. The strategy is so brilliant that even the mysterious uncle in his mind compliments Jilei's sharp wits. However, the entity warns him of the risks. Finding an imposter through combat alone is a nearly impossible feat. Jilei cuts him off with absolute conviction. Skills and techniques can be copied, but habits never. Every warrior has a unique rhythm, an instinct carved into their very bones during thousands of battles. That is the one thing no fate can ever replicate. Sensing the resolve, the old man draws his blade, and suddenly, shadowy clones of the entire party materialize. Jilei tightens his grip on his weapon. He must observe every micro movement during the chaos. The uncle reminds him that failure is not an option. He has only one shot at this. If the enemy realizes they know about the dreamscape, the entire party will be sealed within the God of Dreams' eternal time vortex forever. Jilei vows to succeed, his eyes burning with focus as he unsheathes his own sword. Grandfather Wu Bule announces the start of the trial, his voice booming like thunder as he warns them to fight with everything they have. Encouraged by his intensity, the team braces themselves to face their doppelgangers. Jilei takes the initiative. He explodes into motion, charging straight for the clone of Sally. But before his blade can connect, Lucius moves like a phantom. She obliterates the clone with a single, devastating slash, glaring at Jilei. She spits that she has no time for childish games. She only cares about escaping this prison. Meanwhile, the real Sally is being backed into a corner by Jilei's clone. Just as the copy prepares to strike, the real Jilei intervenes, deflecting the attack. He shouts for her to team up with Lucius and destroy the other clones while he handles his own shadow. Trembling, Sally agrees. She admits she lacks confidence in a direct clash and retreats to support Lucius. As they create distance, Jilei's eyes scan the battlefield like a hawk. He needs to keep them occupied so he can dissect their movements for any inconsistency. He observes the chaos unfolding. Bone is locked in combat with Lucius's clone, while Joss and Philorga are battling their own doubles. Joss is struggling to hold his ground, but Lucius sweeps in like a Valkyrie, destroying his clone with insulting ease. She turns to him with a sneer, remarking that he is pathetic if he cannot even defeat a low-level copy of himself. Instead of feeling insulted, Joss looks at her with hearts in his eyes. He immediately invites her to join their guild, but she rejects him with an icy glare, declaring she has zero interest. Jilei ignores the banter, his focus entirely on the analysis. He notes a crucial detail: Bone is fighting the clone of Lucius, a shadow assassin class, while the others are matched against their own mirrors. The puzzle pieces are starting to fall into place. Lucius and Jilei had already obliterated Sally's clone, the weakest link in the chain. Yet, as expected, the real Sally remained paralyzed by hesitation, her spirit wavering. But then, a chilling sense of dissonance washed over Jilei. The pieces of the puzzle clicked into place. His gaze sharpened. He found the rat. Without a shred of mercy, he launched himself at Joss. The man offered a friendly smile, only to be met by Jilei's blade tearing through the air, a visceral slash. The party froze, their minds unable to comprehend the sudden betrayal. Valorga and Bob screamed in unison, their voices cracking with panic. "Have you lost your damn mind, Jilei?" But their outrage died in their throats. Joss's body didn't bleed. It began to dissolve, crumbling into nothingness like dry sand. Jilei was right. The smiling friend had been the imposter all along. With the illusion shattered, reality fractured, the ceiling groaned and cracked open, unleashing a blinding torrent of holy light from the heavens. The radiance swallowed them whole, drowning out the world in white silence. When their senses finally returned, they were sprawled on the cold stone floor, dazed and questioning reality. A familiar groan broke the silence. The real Joss stirred. Valorga scrambled to his side, her voice trembling with relief. "Joss, are you intact?" Disoriented, Joss blinked. "Why are we just sitting here?" thought Bob, his patience snapping, whipped his head towards Jilei. "Explain yourself now," but the protagonist remained silent. Jilei simply stared into the void, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. "Relax," he said, his voice dripping with confidence. "The loop is broken." Bob followed Jilei's gaze. Looming before them stood a colossal gate, ancient and imposing. Meanwhile, outside the temple walls, the wandering dominator looked down at Aglis with pure disdain. "You sold your soul to Hades, the dragon of the underworld, pathetic trash." The dominator sighed, disappointed. "I intended to toy with you a bit longer, but this battle has become agonizingly dull." In a fraction of a millisecond, space bent, he closed the distance instantly, his hand clamped around the dragon's throat, hoisting the massive beast into the air like a rag doll. Aglis thrashed helplessly, agony tearing through him. Who are you?" In all his years, he had never faced a monster with such overwhelming pressure. Carrie sneered, his eyes glowing with malice. "Ask that despicable master of yours when you see him in hell." The grip tightened. Vertebrae cracked. Aglis felt his life force draining away like water through a sieve. But suddenly, infernal flames erupted from the dragon's scales. The fire crawled up the dominator's arm, consuming him in a blaze of dark magic. Carrie's eyes widened. This was no ordinary spell. It was the divine seal of Hades. The fires of the underworld had been dormant inside the dragon, a trap set to trigger the moment of his death. The ancient magic bound Carrie instantly. Aglas crashed to the earth, gasping for sweet oxygen, his body trembling from the near-death experience. As he looked to the sky, a system window materialized. Lord Hades himself had descended. The dark god was furious, yet he refused to let his loyal pawn perish. Hades activated the seal to preserve the dragon's life. His voice echoed through the realm. The God Slayer truly exists in Latinaya. Back inside the temple, Jilei debriefed the team on the chaotic turn of events. Grandpa Wubule stroked his beard, his face grave. "We were trapped in a temporal loop, created by the divine seal of the God of Dreams." He fixed Jilei with a piercing stare. "But tell me, boy, how could you possibly possess such forbidden knowledge?" Jilei stiffened. He couldn't reveal the system's assistance. Sally tilted her head, completely lost. Excuse me, what exactly is a divine seal?" Bob, irritable as ever, scoffed. "If I don't know, how could a rookie like Jilei know?" Even Joss joined the interrogation. "What are you hiding from us, Jilei?" Before the tension could boil over, Lucia stepped forward. Her voice was calm, commanding absolute attention. "Every deity possesses a unique divine seal," she explained. "A mark of power that can be branded onto mortals or artifacts. Once cast, it is eternal unless triggered or dispelled by the caster." The group stared at her in awe. As a guardian, such knowledge was expected, yet still impressive. But Jilei shouldn't know this, she admitted. These seals can even be placed on gods themselves, turning them into ultimate weapons of divinity. She sighed, looking at their hands. Honestly, it is a miracle we escaped the dream god seal with our lives. She turned her sharp gaze back to Jilei. So, tell me, how did you know that executing Joss was the key to breaking the seal? Joss turned pale, sweat pouring down his face. Wait, I had to die. The realization terrified him. Jilei waved his hand dismissively. Relax, I didn't kill you. I killed the imposter wearing your face. We're fine. But their relief was short-lived. Ding. And a Crimson System notification flashed before Jilei's eyes. Soul Servant, Carry has been sealed. Duration 30 hours. Jilei's blood ran cold. Everyone, move now, he shouted. If Aglis has neutralized my servant, that dragon is coming for us next. Adrenaline surging. The party sprinted down the corridor, and they charged toward the massive gate at the end of the hall. They pushed it open. Kriak! And the heavy doors groaned, revealing a hallway plunged in abyssal darkness, far more sinister than before. Stay sharp, Grandpa Wubul warned, gripping his staff. Sally shivered. This place feels wrong. I can't sense any monsters, but the air is heavy. Slam, and the giant doors crashed shut behind them. Panic rippled through the group. Sally froze, her ears twitching. Quiet, I hear. Whispers. From the shadows, they emerged. Hundreds of rotting figures. Zombies shuffled forward, their hollow eyes burning with an insatiable hunger for living flesh. Joss spat on the ground. Damn it, I knew there'd be monsters. But an entire army. Valorga gripped her weapon tight. Careful, their aura. It's far more potent than anything we fought in Latinaya. Even Wubule took a step back, overwhelmed by the stench of death. Jilei's System Eye activated. Target Hell Demons. Level warning plus 20 levels above Crimson Moon beasts. This was a massacre waiting to happen. As the enemy numbers swell within the suffocatingly narrow hallway, retreat becomes impossible and the shadow of despair begins to cloud their hearts. Suddenly, the blue light of the system flashes before their eyes, revealing a new hidden quest, Nabis' Hell Eye. The quest details are grim. The Eye of Hell, crafted by the dark entity Nabis, acts as a portal that will endlessly vomit forth hell ghouls. Jilei grinds his teeth as he reads the clear condition: eradicate every single ghoul and shatter the eye itself to summon the temple guardian, Nabis. His gaze pierces through the chaotic horde, locking onto a massive, grotesquely floating eye that pulses with malevolent energy. He roars to his teammates to target the source, but commands them to regroup first, knowing that a disorderly charge means death. Sally's voice trembles as she points out the infinite tide of monsters, her panic rising as she pleads for a proper strategy. But before fear can take root, Jilei activates his movement technique, blurring forward at supersonic speeds to sever the first wave of enemies, determined to ignite the flames of hope. The party watches in stunned silence as he dances through the battlefield, shouting that the numbers are an illusion tied to the eye's mana, not an endless army. Bowen lets out a smirk, noting that Jilei certainly knows how to act like a main character, but he cannot deny the effectiveness of the display. Fighting spirit surges through the team. Grandpa Wubuli unsheathes his legendary blade, Ozul, and bellows a command to support Jilei and carve a path forward. The group moves as one entity, their attacks weaving together in a perfect symphony of destruction. Jilei grits his teeth, reminding himself that he must be the pillar they can lean on, the absolute strength they can trust in this hellish dungeon. Boan and his shadow clones unleash a barrage of strikes, while Joss, Valorga, and Lucius channel their mana, tearing through the horde with devastating magic. But just as the tide turns, a deep, earth-shaking rumble erupts from the floating eye, and the zombies let out a collective, primal roar. Jilei slashes at the nearest ghoul, but his blade passes harmlessly through its body as a red warning screen flashes in his vision. A new mechanic has triggered. The hell demons have shifted into spirit forms, rendering them completely immune to physical damage. And terror instantly grips the team. Joss and Bone screamed in frustration as their weapons phased through the enemies, while Jilei finds himself surrounded, forced into a desperate defense against invincible foes. Their only hope for magical damage lies with Sally, but the poor mage is trapped within a tightening circle of snarling undead. Her escape route is severed. The nightmare intensifies as the ghouls close in on Sally and her party, their hunger palpable in the air. Yet, digging deep into her reserves, The girl crushes her fear and manifests a shimmering force field, refusing to go down without a fight. Even little Luca steps up, lending his support to hold the line against the encroaching darkness. Sally channels a dual-element spell, fusing fire and poison into a volatile burst of flame, while Jilei desperately focuses his mana on healing Boan's wounds. The shadow assassin, masking his pain with arrogance, teases Jilei, asking why a self-proclaimed healer takes so long to patch him up. In response, Jilei delivers a light, annoyed smack to the assassin's head. But internally, sweat beads on his forehead. He realizes the high-tier healing spell requires 60 seconds of uninterrupted casting to work on others. It is a harsh reminder that this system is filled with hidden rules and punishing mechanics he has yet to master. He glances back to see Sally and Luca fighting with everything they have, holding back wave after wave of the spirit ghouls. His mind races for a solution to the physical immunity problem, knowing he cannot rely on an exhausted mage and a baby forever. Their mana is depleting rapidly, and his own stamina is draining by the second. If those monsters continue to spawn from that cursed eye, this hallway will become their tomb. As the healing spell finally completes, the shadow assassin grudgingly admits Jilei's skill is decent, but Jilei remains restless, his eyes scanning for a tactical advantage. He drags Bone into a quick war council, knowing Sally's barrier is moments away from shattering. Suddenly, Jilei remembers the uncle who vanished during the earlier skirmish, suspecting the veteran might hold a secret to defeating these spirit types. He shouts into the chaos, calling for the man, but only the silence of the dungeon answers him, leaving a bitter taste of helplessness. Turning his attention to Grandpa Wubule, he approaches the elder warrior, who immediately asks about Bone's condition. Jilei assures him the assassin is stable, but insists they need a method to bypass the spirit immunity immediately. He asks if Wubule has ever faced such abominations, and the old man nods grimly, stating this is his second encounter with this nightmare. Shocked, Jilei demands to know when the first time was and, more importantly, how to kill them. Wubule explains that during the legendary Battle of O'Brien, when he faced the Troll King Quince at the Black Sea, the beast used this exact same ability. He recalls the despair of that day, how his blade failed to leave a scratch, forcing him into a purely defensive stance. The old man's eyes glaze over, lost in the traumatic memory of that ancient battlefield. He speaks of being a young, arrogant warrior back then, certain of his own death as his defenses crumbled before the monster. But when all hope was lost, a sword crackling with azure lightning materialized before him, a divine sign from the heavens meant to slay the beast. With that lightning-infused blade, he was not only able to strike the ethereal Troll King, but deal catastrophic damage that shattered its soul. The dust of battle settled, leaving him the sole victor against all odds. It was only days later that the truth of his weapon revealed itself. This was no ordinary steel. It was the legendary sword of Kara Babaga, a blade pulsating with the element of endless thunder. The elder exposes the terrifying reality. Quink was not slain by the cut of the blade, but by the thunder magic exploding from within it. A spark of genius ignites in Silei's mind. The logic of this virtual realm is absolute. Physical might and magical destruction are two completely separate laws. Looking at his team, he sees Wubule, Boan, Josh, Valorga, and Luca, a lineup of deadly warriors and assassins. But despite their elemental affinities, their weapons are useless here. The system mocks them, classifying their strikes as mere physical damage. Only Sally stands a chance, her existence as a magician allowing her spells to pierce the enemy's defense. Jilei connects the dots instantly. In this dungeon, your profession dictates your lethality. He summons his interface, his eyes scan the skill tree until they land on Obliterate. This ability is the key, converting all his attacks into pure elemental magic damage. His signature move, Crescent Moon Slash, is already ahead of the curve, infused with the chaotic element to bypass physical defenses. Wubule trembles, admitting he has never witnessed a magician capable of such high-level enchantment. Despair creeps in as he calculates their slim chances of survival. But the protagonist simply smirks. Jilei has already solved the equation. If his theory holds, these monsters are nothing but free experience points. The moment the plan forms in his mind, disaster strikes. The horde shatters Sally's protective barrier. Luca and the girl struggle desperately to hold the line, but their energy plummets. The ghouls vomit vile green acid, melting the magic wall like wax. Sally's voice cracks with terror. She screams for Wubule, her mana exhausted, unable to hold back the tide of death any longer. But before the old man can even blink, Jilei becomes a blur. He charges straight into the jaws of the horde. He equips Adam's Nether Spirit Song earrings. The artifact hums with power, granting him a 100% damage bonus against death spirits. The result is a massacre. He cleaves through the skeletons as if they were made of wet paper. Ding-ding system notifications flood his vision. Massive bonus damage illuminates the air as he harvests 50,000 experience points from the slaughtered hell ghouls. The party is paralyzed with awe. Jilei annihilates the undead with terrifying ease, then turns back, commanding them to follow his lead. Hope reignites in their hearts. Their morale skyrockets instantly. They realize they are following a true monarch of the battlefield. The remaining hell ghouls charge at Jilei, unaware they are rushing toward their own extinction. The swarm is endless. Jilei calculates his window of opportunity. Before his cooldowns activate, he must reach the core. He unleashes the Crescent Moon Slash, aiming for maximum devastation. A magical critical hit explodes. 200,000 experience points fill his gauge after obliterating 20 hell ghouls. He pushes forward with a singular focus. The target is locked. He must destroy the eye to reach the boss, Nabus. With eyes burning with determination, he activates God Execution. He vows to survive, rushing into the next wave. He triggers Annihilation Slash, tearing reality apart with ferocious power. The system rewards his brutality. Another 180,000 points flood his screen. He roars into the darkness, swearing to return home no matter the cost. Jilei slaughters another 30 Helgas, seizing 300,000 experience points. The carnage triggers the passive effect of Hasu's Demon Sword. The blade drinks the enemy's life, recovering 100 mana points for his armor. An elite monster falls. The system chimes with a golden notification. All skill cooldowns have been reset. He is a walking arsenal once more. Annihilation Slash, Divine Blessing, and God's Annihilation are all primed and ready to fire. But a warning flashes red in his peripheral vision. His equipment durability has plummeted to 49%. Cold sweat forms, below 60%. Gear degrades rapidly. The clock is ticking down on his survival. Frustration gnaws at him. It is a pity. He was truly enjoying the sensation of godlike power as he crushed the demons. But discipline takes over. He must stop playing with his food. Speed is everything now if he wants to face Nabus with his weapon intact. He remembers the hidden levels, a secret stash of resources he can use to purchase new armaments. However, economy matters. If he destroys his gear now, he won't have the funds for vital potions during the final boss raid. A calculated risk is made. He triggers Chaotic God's Crescent Blade, fully aware this ultimate move will devour his weapon's durability. He weighs the cost against the glory. The verdict: it is worth every point of durability. The technique is catastrophic. A single slash splits the air. The path is cleared in an instant. Every hell ghoul is vaporized, and another 150,000 experience points are secured. Silence falls over the party. They stare at his back, eyes wide with shock and reverence. Josh cannot comprehend it. It has been mere days, yet the rookie has evolved into a monster. Valorga realizes Jilei hasn't even shown his full hand yet. His power is simply overwhelming. Even Bone bows his head in spirit, cheering for the strength that far surpasses them all. Watching from the sidelines, Grandpa Wu feels a shiver run down his spine. He realizes the student has become the master, leaving him far behind in the dust. Jilei's aura is overwhelming, a fortress of power that turns his teammates' fear into burning fighting spirit. The protagonist's gaze locks forward. He is staring directly into the abyss of the creature's eye. He explodes into motion. Every second wasted is a second away from his ultimate desire returning to his own world. Channeling every ounce of mana, he soars into the sky and unleashes a slash that splits the heavens. Foul blood sprays across his face, but his expression remains cold and unyielding. To him, this is not a kill. It is simply one step closer to the nightmare awaiting him. The boss monster, Nabus. Meanwhile, at the Cosmos Corporation headquarters, a trembling bodyguard delivers the bad news: the target has vanished like a ghost in City B. Panic laces his voice as he assures the CEO that the man's wife is still their hostage, the perfect bait to lure him out. The CEO stands over a golf ball, the picture of calm, but a storm of murderous rage brews beneath the surface. He swings the club, not at the ball, but at the air, his silence screaming louder than words. Crack. Suddenly, the club connects with a subordinate. Useless excuses, you are wasting my oxygen. The bodyguard cowers in terror as the CEO raises the bloodied iron once more. his eyes devoid of mercy. I don't care how many bodies you pile up, results within a week, or the next head on this floor will be yours. The room freezes. Every guard bows instantly, knowing their lives hang by a terrifyingly thin thread. Back in the chaos of City B, a reporter stumbles into Chief Su's office, breathless. The Titan near the Southern Sea, it just evaporated. Su slams her hand on the desk. Evaporated, what did the satellite feed show? Did we capture the entity responsible? That's the problem. Chief total blackout. The technology fried exactly when the phenomenon occurred. Su's eyes narrow with suspicion. Witnesses. There must be eyes on the ground. They all say the same impossible thing. The subordinate stammers that a god descended to Earth and wiped out the monsters. A god, as Su ponders the divine intervention, back in the dungeon, the massive eye of Nabis dissolves into particles of light. System alert, 4 million experience points acquired, level up, item received, the purple moon key, title unlocked, Demon Slayer. This is no ordinary title. It is the mark of one who has slain the eye of Nabis or butchered 1,000 lesser demons. Synchronization with the Cosmos server complete. Passive effect. 10% damage increase against demon types and 10% damage reduction received. But power comes at a cost. Jilei's blade is screaming in protest. Durability has plummeted to 39%. The system flashes a red warning, weapon failure imminent. Jilei frowns at the holographic screen, but his focus is broken by a sudden impact to his leg. He blocks the strike effortlessly. Staring down the attacker, the party screams, "Bowen, have you lost your mind?" The shadow assassin stands his ground, trembling not with fear, but with frustration. "Tell me, how did you become this monster?" Jilei shrugs, his face impassive. "I just grinded a few levels." Josh bursts out laughing. "He's not possessed, guys. He's just green with envy." Bowen's face turns the color of a tomato as he barks at them to shut up. He turns back to Jilei, his eyes burning with determination. "I will surpass you one day, but until then, I trust you with my life." He extends a fist. "Let's take down the Guardian. Together." Jilei meets the fist bump. "Don't fall behind." A smirk finally breaks across Bone's face. Suddenly, a guttural roar echoes from the deep dark. All eyes snap to the end of the corridor. "What is coming?" Sally whispers, terror gripping her voice. Blinding light floods the hall as the ceiling begins to collapse. "Defensive formation," Valorga roars, instantly erecting a barrier to shield the team from the falling debris. "Stay sharp, I can feel the pressure." The master of this dungeon is here. Through the dust and shadows, 2 titanic eyes ignite in the darkness. The boss has finally awakened. Meanwhile, on the surface, the world is a painting of despair. Rubble chokes the streets. Life has been ground to dust. It is a scene straight from the apocalypse. Humanity hides in the sewers and basements, reduced to prey. The wails of the injured harmonize with the silence of the dead. Hope is a forgotten memory. Amidst the ruins, a man laughs maniacally, his mind shattered by the horror. "This is it, the judgment is upon us. The gates of hell have swung wide open. We are all going to die." Chaos erupts in the streets as a man, consumed by madness, lashes out at innocent women. A soldier tackles him to the concrete, but the lunatic continues to scream that their world is crumbling. Nearby, a terrified little girl buries her face in her mother's coat, trembling as she asks what the madman means and who this god is that he speaks of. The mother, Professor Miyake, lowers her voice to a whisper. She explains a terrifying concept. If someone built a simulation identical to their reality, the creators would be indistinguishable from gods to those trapped inside. But before the professor can finish her chilling hypothesis, another voice cuts through the tension. It is Professor Shang Dai-chung from Gongju University. She steps forward, finishing the thought with a dark question to the madman. Does he believe their reality is nothing more than a program? Her eyes narrow sharply as she demands to know if there is a single shred of evidence to support such a blasphemous theory. The restrained man laughs maniacally, claiming that proving the fake nature of their world is entirely possible. He rants that 3 conditions define a simulation. First, the creators must have no desire to build virtual worlds, a condition that must be ruled out. Humanity's own thirst for power and control proves this condition false. The desire to play God already exists within them. Second, technology must be too primitive to sustain a simulated reality. But the existence of the hyper-realistic game Cosmos shatters this defense instantly. Third, civilization would have to perish before achieving the tech to simulate reality. Yet, looking at the carnage around them, with monsters slaughtering humanity by the thousands. Even this final condition seems to be manifesting before their eyes. His voice drops to a sinister hiss. If all conditions for impossibility are removed, then the only remaining answer, no matter how horrifying, must be the absolute truth. It means they are merely code and pixels, puppets dancing for the amusement of higher beings they call gods. Professor Miyake freezes, the weight of his logic crashing down on her like a physical blow. It was once just a fringe theory, but combined with the sudden invasion of these eldritch monsters and Professor Shang's insights, the pieces of the puzzle are locking into place. A cold realization grips her heart. Their world is a fabrication, a mirror of the very simulations they built, created by entities who view them as nothing more than entertainment. If this is true, then every human and every monster is just a marionette, dangling on strings, reciting lines from a cruel, pre-written script. Meanwhile, across the dimensions in a dungeon of despair, a high-level hero stands before the ultimate calamity, the great villain, Nabas. A blue system window flashes before Jilei's eyes. The final mission has arrived. Guardian of Latanaya Temple. The difficulty level unknown. The rewards are legendary. 30 million experience points, the Eye of Nabas, the soul of a god, and the most coveted prize of all, the key of freedom. His heart races. If he can slay this boss, that key is his one-way ticket out of this hellish dungeon named Lotanaya. But the air grows heavy. Nabas is not a mere monster. It is a catastrophe made flesh, radiating an aura that suffocates the brave. Jilei feels the crushing weight of the beast's killing intent. For a split second, primal fear locks his muscles in place. He grits his teeth, shaking off the paralysis. If he breaks now, the raid is doomed. He must be the pillar of strength that holds the party together. As the pressure mounts, his teammates begin to buckle, their legs trembling under the sheer magnitude of the boss's presence. Suddenly, Elder Wubule steps to the front line. His presence is a mountain, grounding them all in the face of the storm. The old master's voice booms. He reminds them they have faced death 1,000 times before. In the face of hopelessness, surrendering to fear is the only true defeat. He declares that their presence here is proof of their resolve. They chose this path, and now they must burn their life force to honor that choice. His words ignite a fire in their souls. The fear evaporates, replaced by burning fighting spirit. Roaring their defiance, the party raises their weapons. They scream to the heavens, vowing to unleash every ounce of power they possess. Jilei offers a faint, relieved smile. While he was drowning in worry, Elder Wubul had already rallied the troops like a true veteran. Suddenly, a violent gale tears through the hallway. Sally screams over the noise, confused by the wind in a windowless dungeon. Jilei's eyes widen as his instincts scream danger. This isn't wind, it's the shockwave from Nabas's movement. Before they can blink, a massive tentacle lashes out from the shadows, aiming straight for Joss and Falorga. The two boys freeze in terror, death staring them in the face, but a blur of motion intercepts the blow. Elder Wubule's sword flashes, slicing the limb cleanly in half. The elder barks a warning. The wind is the guardian's weapon. They must heighten their senses and dodge with their lives on the line. Wubul flares his aura, unleashing his full elemental power. Nabas responds instantly, launching an omnidirectional assault to encircle the squad. The assassins grit their teeth, pushing through the chaotic barrage, refusing to yield an inch. Elder Wubul roars orders to Jilei and Boan. He will tank the main assault. They must close the distance and strike the heart of the beast. The boys nod and sprint into the fray. As the wind whips against his face, Jilei realizes a harsh truth. His agility stats are high, but they pale in comparison to the old master's godlike speed. Tentacles erupt from the darkness. Jilei skids to a halt, grabbing Boan just milliseconds before a razor-sharp limb decapitates them. But the path ahead is gone. A forest of writhing tentacles bursts from the ground, walling them off. Despair is not an option. Jilei grips Boan's arm and activates his skill, launching them skyward in a gravity-defying leap over the wall of flesh. They crash land on the other side, breathless and battered. Jilei checks his partner, and the shadow assassin offers a pained smirk. He's still breathing, and the fight is far from over. Through the chaos, Jilei finally deciphers the attack pattern. The boss's tentacles aren't just striking from above, they are erupting from the underground, making their trajectory impossible to predict. At that exact moment, the Guardian Nabas launches a devastating assault on Forga and Joss, but just before impact, Grandpa Bubul flashes in, saving them from certain death. Although they survive, both teammates are critically injured and out of commission. Jilei scans his battered squad, realizing with sinking dread that their current formation is doomed. The enemy is cloaked in darkness while they stand exposed like targets in a shooting gallery. They need a tactical shift, and they need it now. Desperate, Jilei pulls up the system store. His eyes scan the inventory frantically until they lock onto a specific item, the streaming flare grenade. It costs 3 precious levels and only lasts for 5 minutes, but the tactical advantage is worth the price. It will illuminate the battlefield and reveal the hidden locations of those deadly tentacles. Without a second of hesitation, he confirms the purchase. The grenade materializes in his hand, and he hurls it high into the air. A blinding explosion of light floods the cavern. The shadows retreat, revealing the true, grotesque form of Nabus, a colossal nightmare of flesh and malice standing before them. But Jilei is too focused on the monster in front of him. Suddenly, a tentacle erupts from his blind spot, slamming into his chest with the force of a freight train. The impact sends him flying backward. Blood sprays from his lips as he gasps for air. Nabus has landed a light-speed pierce attack, but the onslaught isn't over yet. Sensing blood, the monster unleashes the rest of its tentacles, intent on crushing the main character into dust before he can recover. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, in Country Azel City, the scenery is apocalyptic. Skyscrapers lie in ruin, and the silence of death hangs heavy over the streets. Perched on the edge of a shattered rooftop, 2 mysterious figures gaze down at the annihilation with cold indifference. One of them muses aloud, comparing the devastation to the world of the Creator. Noting that the line between their dimension and this one is blurring, the man smirks, his voice dripping with malice as he admits that watching weak humans getting slaughtered by monsters brings him purely sadistic joy. Beside him sits a girl with long, flowing black hair. Her expression is unreadable as she quietly agrees. This is the enigmatic Emir. The blonde man turns to her with a sneer, asking if she isn't entertained, but Emir cuts him off with ice in her voice, ordering him to report to Lord Sherry that their target is missing. When he arrogantly suggests they just wipe out the survivors to save time, Emir's aura flares. She glares at him, promising that if he disobeys, she will find pleasure in ending his life instead. Nervous laughter bubbles out of the blonde man as he senses her killing intent. He quickly agrees to deliver the message and takes flight, disappearing into the sky. Left alone on the desolate rooftop, Emir pulls a small, worn photograph from her pocket. It captures a moment of innocence, a beautiful girl with brown hair holding hands with a boy. Emir stares at the image, lost in a silence that speaks of a hidden past. Back in the dungeon, Jilei coughs up a violent amount of blood. A system alert chimes his experience points have plummeted by 1,800 due to the severity of the hit. Red warning boxes flash across his vision. He has taken critical piercing damage and is suffering from the bleeding status effect. His HP is draining rapidly. He needs immediate medical attention. But the pain is overwhelming. He has never taken damage like this before. His lungs are punctured, and every ragged breath feels like inhaling broken glass. He is suffocating in his own blood. His entire body feels like it is on fire, but there is no time to scream. Nabus looms over him, savoring the sight of its prey writhing in agony. The Guardian raises its tentacles for the execution. Another light speed. Pierce is charged and ready to fire. Jilei stares death in the face, his body paralyzed by injury. He knows the attack is coming, but he is powerless to dodge. The rest of the party watches in horror. They are frozen in shock, their limbs heavy with despair as they witness their leader's imminent demise. A guttural laugh erupts from Nabus. The monster knows it has won. The human is cornered, broken, and ready to die. Sally and Luca watch in terror, the grim calculation running through their minds. Against the Guardian's impossible speed, Jilei's survival rate is effectively 0. But just as the strike descends, a flash of blue lightning tears through the darkness. Someone has intervened. Luca strains her eyes against the after image and gasps. It is her father, Grandpa Wubule. He has snatched Jilei from the jaws of death. Moving with godlike speed, Nabus roars in frustration and lashes out with another tentacle. But Grandpa Wubul activates his Thunder Drive skill. He executes a Thunder Slash maneuver, shifting positions so fast that he leaves a trail of electricity in his wake. Even the boss monster cannot track his movements. Sally watches the old man move with wide eyes, a fierce pride swelling in her chest. Luca is absolutely floored. She knew her father was strong, But dodging a boss's ultimate attack while carrying a wounded teammate, that is a different level of power. It confirms the rumors she had heard that a warrior with this level of lightning mastery is truly worthy of the title Son of Thor. Grandpa Wubule skids to a halt in front of the girls, the air crackling around him. He gently sets our boy down, and Luca rushes forward, worry etched across her face. Jilei grits his teeth through the pain, trying to assure her he is fine. He turns his gaze to the old man, offering a humble thanks for saving his life. Grandpa Wubule glances back, his expression stern but reassuring. He declares that the injury isn't fatal, but Jilei needs to heal now. He promises to hold the line and protect him until his HP is restored. Jilei nods, accepting the protection, but his mind begins to race. How did Grandpa Wubule move like that, even at full health? Jilei couldn't dodge those attacks completely, and the old man did it while carrying the extra weight of a full-grown man on his back. As Jilei activates his self-healing skill, the realization hits him hard. Grandpa Wubule isn't just skilled. He is leagues stronger than the main character himself. Meanwhile, deep within the dark corridors, Argillis strides into an empty hallway. His eyes narrow in confusion as he realizes his targets have vanished into thin air. A terrifying possibility grips him. Could they have shattered the seal? Have they actually unleashed the calamity known as Nabus? He scoffs, cursing himself for underestimating those insects. Yet, considering Nabus's catastrophic power, they should be nothing but shredded meat by now. But then, absolute terror strikes him. He remembers Lord Hades' strict command, bring the Dogslayer back alive. If Nabus reached the boy first, she is surely dead to fail his lord and break his promise. Is a fate worse than death itself? Desperate, he channels his dark mana to tear open a portal to the underworld, shuddering at the thought of the wrath awaiting him from Lord Hades. There is no other choice. He must descend into the abyss and retrieve Shi's soul himself. Meanwhile, the battlefield explodes with chaos. Grandpa Wool dances through a storm of deadly tentacles, parrying Nabus's relentless assault with godlike precision. Jilei watches in sheer disbelief, analyzing the movements. The old master isn't just surviving, he is weaving through supersonic attacks with impossible grace. The pressure is suffocating. Nabus's strikes are accelerating, becoming faster and deadlier with every passing second. Jilei crunches the numbers even at level 100, with stats dumped purely into agility. He could never match Grandpa Woolie's transcendent speed. The realization hits him like a truck. Just what kind of hellish training did this old monster endure to achieve such power? Wool's blade sings, severing every tentacle in a blur of steel. As he fights, his mind drifts back to a time long forgotten. The memories surface. The academy instructor calls out the names Wubule, Andrew Wiggins, and Dominic Davis. The announcement echoes through the hall. Their training is complete. They have been chosen to ascend as elite Class A heroes, but Wool was an anomaly. A mere 10-year-old child with a physique that towered over grown men like a titan. The instructor assigns them to Squad 27, urging them to forge bonds of trust and dedicate their lives to protecting the nation. The three young heroes bow, accepting their heavy destiny. Yet, reality was cruel. His teammates whisper, eyeing Wool with suspicion and fear. Was this the freak everyone spoke of? They couldn't believe their bad luck. A 10-year-old Class A hero was an irregularity never seen before in the entire history of the Academy. Rumors spread like wildfire. They said the boy possessed rare and destructive thunder element. He had annihilated a Class A dungeon in just 30 minutes, shattering every record in existence. Disbelief washes over them. That was a feat on par with the legendary 12 heroes. But Wool heard every word. With his heightened senses, he heard the fear in their voices. He heard them call him a monster. All he wanted was friendship. He realized then that geniuses and fools are two sides of the same coin, both destined to be outcasts, separated by walls of jealousy and ridicule. Simply put, those who walk the path of greatness are deemed abnormal, rejected by the very society they protect. And so, young Wubule ate his lunch in silence, utterly alone. But fate had not abandoned him yet. A young man named Miles approaches the lonely table, offering a warm smile and a friendly hand. Miles introduces him to his companion, the lovely Luna. They were fellow Class A rookies, and unlike the others, they sought his company, not his power. Miles jokes about his age, breaking the ice. Wubule replies politely, overwhelmed by the first kindness he had ever known at the academy. They sit beside him without hesitation. Then, Miles pops the question, "Join our squad." Luna's eyes sparkle with hope as she asks him to stay, shyly. The powerful boy nods, his heart swelling with emotion. He realizes the world is full of miracles. Genius or fool, it didn't matter, he had finally found the one thing he lacked, a place to belong. From that day forward, Wubuli was never alone. He formed an unbreakable bond with Miles and Luna. In the present, Jilei watches these touching memories flicker across his system interface. Jilei looks up at the fighting master with new eyes. He sees not just a warrior, but a man who has endured a long, arduous journey. And in that moment, his respect for the old legend skyrockets to the heavens.